The Silver Surfer has reached his limit. Tired of endless battles, he seeks refuge in a dead world, trying to find a shred of peace. But the weight of exhaustion is brutal. He loses complete control and passes out. His body simply shuts down in a way it hasn't in a long time. The peace is broken when he regains consciousness, facing an absurd anomaly, a macabre fortress that simply shouldn't exist in that desolate place. In the midst of that environment, he notices a surreal detail. He is completely exposed among the enemies, but is ignored by everyone, as if he were a ghost. Then it hits him. He realizes he never actually stood up, and that his consciousness separated from his physical body to wander alone. The revelation hits the hero like a punch. He realizes he isn't wandering through his own mind, but rather invading the domain of death herself. Suddenly, a seal is broken and an ancient force returns. The imprisoned entity breathes freedom, exuding an overwhelming and corrupted energy. The newly freed entity wastes no time. In a display of absolute submission, it swears total loyalty to the ruler of that macabre realm. The true motivation behind the summoning comes to light. A silent cosmic crisis is creating a severe imbalance that threatens to destroy the fabric of reality. To fix this, the madness is taken to the extreme. Entire planets will be sacrificed in a true death sentence for the universe. The reality check hits the hero. He understands that he was never invisible, and that he was nothing but the main target of that conspiracy all along. A brutal psychic strike is immediately delivered against the Surfer. The attack aims to subjugate and make a prime example of whoever dared to spy on the underworld's secrets. Resisting the impact, he observes the terrifying scale of the enemy's plan. Millions of innocent consciousnesses from across the galaxy have already been captured and trapped in a collective trance. The focus of all this hypnosis points to a sickening anomaly, an altar designed purely for evil that harbors a sinister activity. Self-preservation is cast aside by the hero. The Surfer engages in a suicidal maneuver against the clock, betting everything to stop the impending brutality. The absurd gamble succeeds. He manages to intervene and snatch one of the trapped lives from the clutches of extermination at the last second. Believing he has achieved a small victory in the middle of hell, he takes on the responsibility of protecting the pure soul of the survivor he rescued. But the illusion shatters completely. The supposed victim in need of help was, in fact, a cruel trap designed to exploit his empathy. The hidden parasite takes advantage of the shock to take control of the situation. The tables turn, and the Surfer is forced to fight for his own life. With no viable alternatives, he resorts to a kamikaze tactic. He unleashes his maximum power at point-blank range to try to break the biological prison before being consumed. Pure survival instinct speaks louder. In a peak of fury and denial, he overloads his own being and blows up the threat from the inside out. The impact of the maneuver is devastating. The subconscious journey ends brutally, violently hurling the hero's mind back into his physical body. The Surfer's sanity is put to the test in the face of silence. He doubts himself, questioning whether he prevented a genocide or if it was all a delusion brought on by his own exhaustion. But his primal instinct rejects the theory of temporary madness. Deep in his soul, he has the certainty that the cosmic danger is absolutely real and must be fought. His reflection is abruptly interrupted by a mysterious presence. A voice warns him that the delusion was, in fact, a clear vision of the danger that has just invaded the material world. The architect of the mental torture finally materializes. The Surfer recognizes the corrupted entity that hunted him, the infamous Thanos. The games are over, and the war for the universe has begun. Thanos finally confirms to the Silver Surfer that the nightmare is real. He has returned from the dead. Facing the completely disoriented hero, the Titan promises to reveal the answers to this impossible reality. He explains that he doesn't see his upcoming crusade as an act of evil. To Thanos, his actions are an urgent and necessary response to a fundamental flaw in the very fabric of existence. To prove his point, the villain makes a calculated invitation. He asks the hero to take on the role of an observer, disarming his opponent to avoid an immediate fight. The Surfer accepts, but makes a point of demonstrating his dominance. He warns that his cosmic power does not rely on objects and that he is a living weapon, ready to strike at the slightest sign of betrayal. But the tension and trauma speak louder. The Surfer snaps and decides that assassinating the villain right now is the best option, launching an attack with pure killer intent. The extreme measure fails miserably, revealing a terrifying disparity in power. The Titan absorbs the ultimate blow with total indifference, shattering the hero's confidence. Instead Instead of fighting back, the villain resumes his lecture with intimidating coldness. He begins to meticulously outline his sick vision of cosmic balance to the silenced hero. To illustrate, Thanos uses Earth as a target. He throws the weight of human self-destruction in the surfer's face, pointing out how rampant consumption is turning the planet into a graveyard. The Titan's thesis is clear. Humanity's greatest sin is ignoring the basic logic of survival in favor of infinite growth. For him, this has destroyed the cosmic balance. Since humanity lives in cowardly apathy, Thanos positions himself as the only one willing to act. He takes on the role of a necessary evil, ready to bear the horrific burden of salvation. To prove the problem is universal, Thanos takes the hero to an untouched paradise. He presents a completely peaceful and innocent alien race, setting up a brutal ethical trap. The villain points out the fatal flaw in this supposed Eden, the total absence of threats. With no natural predators or suffering, there is absolutely no check on the reproduction of existence. The pinnacle of this philosophical horror is revealed. Thanos argues that this excess of peace will inevitably lead to famine and barbarism in the future, justifying preventative genocide as an act of mercy. It is exactly because of this mathematical ticking time bomb that the Titan was brought back from the dead. He acts in service to Death herself, who demands that the flow of life in the universe be corrected. Thanos' true proposed cure is a punch to the gut. The only solution in the Titan's mind is the forced and summary euthanasia of exactly half of all living beings. Outrage erupts within the protector of the cosmos. To him, mass murder will never be the cure for anything, and he makes the ultimate decision to fight to the bitter end to stop it. However, the manipulator has one final sick card to play. He warns that not only will the hero stand by, but he has already become the perfect accomplice to the slaughter that has just begun. The cruelty of the plan is revealed. By forcing the surfer to jump from Earth to that paradise with no time for decontamination, a simple human bacterium has been turned into an apocalyptic biological weapon. The masterstroke is confessed. Thanos manipulated time during their journey. He fast-forwarded the planet's clock, ensuring the plague decimated everything while they merely debated philosophy. Exactly half the planet has already been wiped out. Having reached his perverse quota, Thanos mocks him and throws the responsibility back onto the hero, warning him that there is still time to save the rest. With no way out, the hero abandons the clash. He dives desperately toward the surface, racing against the clock to undo the genocide he unknowingly started. Alone, the Titan savors his absolute victory. Besides executing his plan with mathematical perfection, he has completely broken the spirit of one of the most noble beings in the universe. The scale of this evil is so monumental that it echoes across dimensions. The oldest entities in the cosmos awaken, sounding the ultimate alarm for the return of the apex predator. Meanwhile, the reality on the ground is crushing. The surfer uses his own life force to try and synthesize a universal antibody in record time against the devastation. He chooses a lone survivor and forcibly rewrites the native's biology, instantly turning him into a living antidote against the earthly plague. The contact strategy works. The exponential progression of the cure overtakes the infection, halting the extinction event and ensuring the species' survival. But when the survivor is paralyzed by pain, the realization hits him. The surfer comprehends the psychological destruction and the emptiness of a world that has just lost half of its loved ones. The weight of guilt crushes him. By underestimating the villain, his naivety cost the lives of billions, forever staining his hands as the weapon that decimated an innocent world. The hero faces an even worse reality. What happened there was just a rehearsal. Thanos' real plan aims to wipe out billions of lives on a universal scale. His historical pacifism dies right there. The surfer takes full responsibility and vows to hunt the mad Titan to the ends of the universe to end this madness once and for all. In higher planes, the deity Kronos takes drastic action against his own descendant. He rips a soul from its peaceful rest to create a cosmic counterweight to the Titan. This soul is fused to an avatar molded from the raw energy of the universe itself. The goal is to forge a perfect combat machine, strictly designed for war. The new entity emerges consumed by an uncontrollable obsession and devoid of humanity. The hunt has begun anew, and the universe now has two unstoppable forces on a direct collision course. With the weight of an imminent threat hammering his mind, the surfer charts a desperate course. He heads to the only place in the known universe famous for defying impossible odds, Earth. but haste takes its toll. Focused solely on the end of the universe, he ignores any subtlety or security protocols, breaching Earth's base without the slightest warning. The clash is instantaneous. With no time for diplomacy, the cosmic visitor is met with a hostile reception, paying dearly for his own recklessness at a critical moment. The tension drops as soon as the local leadership takes the reins. The realization that the invader is an old and valuable ally forces an immediate halt to the hostilities. With the dust settled, he reveals his purpose. The hero seeks to extract deep tactical knowledge about Earth's past wars against the Titan. When the scope of the new annihilation plan is laid on the table, its sheer absurdity leaves everyone in shock. The planet's false sense of security is completely shattered. The mathematical coldness of wanting to wipe out 50% of all existence defies sanity itself. They must stop and take a breath just to try and digest the information. The only way forward is to scour the confidential files. The records reveal a bitter legacy of epic conflicts against the exact same threat in the past. Diving into the documents brings to light the crucial moment when Adam Warlock delivered the ultimate warning. The plan was no longer to conquer the universe, but to wipe it from existence. And the key to this cosmic-scale genocide was hidden within artifacts of immeasurable power, the Soul Gems. The heroes recall how their past victory turned the greatest of threats into stone. The entire universe had fallen for the illusion that this evil was sealed away for good. Knowing the monster has returned, the gamble now is to cross the solar system to find the villain's father. The surfer hopes that blood ties might reveal some weakness, but after ego clashes with the local heroes, the mood completely sours. Having no patience to mend the situation, the surfer abruptly cuts ties with the Tactical Alliance and departs. Far from there, the true architect of chaos is already calculating his next move. He spots the breach in trust and decides to test the sanity of his greatest threat. Suddenly, the surfer is brutally yanked off his course straight into the atmosphere of Mars. The distraction reveals itself. The impossible man simply decided to steal his transport. The alien treats the whole situation as one big joke. He ignores the urgency of the surfer's mission, focusing entirely on tormenting the hero's patience. Assuming the posture of a true cosmic mentor, the creature decides to scold him. He reveals that he has been tracking the surfer's every move through space. The target of his critique is quite specific. The entity rubs in the hero's face just how humiliating and ineffective his last attempt to stop the Mad Titan really was. The hero's arrogance is immediately countered. The intruder points out that the surfer's overly rigid and serious demeanor is exactly his greatest weakness in battle. The main lesson begins to take shape. Trying to defeat the enemy by playing his game, matching that same heavy energy, is a guarantee of absolute failure. The only way to break the invincible logic of a highly calculating genocidal maniac is different. One must introduce the variable of pure chaos and absolute unpredictability until his patience runs out. The surfer reaches his emotional limit and his frustration boils over. That millennia-old control gives way to a spike of pure stress, but the weight of guilt sets in instantly. The surfer falls into despair upon realizing he let anger blind his moral compass. The joking tone turns serious, and the harsh reality is laid on the table. If the surfer continues to be this well of moral predictability, he will lose the war before it even begins. After the hero tries to resolve things with brute force, the mentor proves that this only creates worse traps. He offers one last chance to accept that chaos must be embraced. The hierarchy of power is imposed with brutality. The hero's patience drops to zero, and he demands to resume his original mission before the universe suffers the consequences. But then the surfer makes a decision against his very nature. He yields. Understanding that his seriousness is a lethal blind spot, he agrees to adopt a lighter approach. And that is when the impossible happens. The hero internalizes the lesson and throws logic out the window, delivering an absurd action that no one could possibly anticipate. The chaotic mentor goes into absolute euphoria, seeing the inflexible warrior act completely irrationally. As a reward for the lesson learned, the board is finally returned to its owner. Back on his journey, the hero understands that madness has become a necessary weapon. His focus returns to the looming war, but now with his mind operating outside the box. The relief and tension is short-lived. The cosmic chessboard is already moving behind the scenes again, bringing an ancient and brutal force back into the equation. The Silver Surfer uses his immense cosmic power to track the void. The hunt for the greatest threat the universe has ever seen has finally begun. But the enemy plays by his own rules, using instantaneous space jumps that turn him into a true ghost in the vacuum of space. When the hero believes he has found a lead, he suffers a humiliating checkmate. The perfect trail shatters into multiple false directions. With no physical trail to follow, the strategy changes drastically. The Surfer decides to travel to the root of the problem, the planet that holds the Titan's past. He confronts Mentor, the local leader. Using his authority, the hero forces the ruler to relive the burden of having raised a destructive force. The truth is disturbing. Past family tragedies were not accidents that traumatized the boy, but calculated acts of pure malice. Decades after being exiled, the killer returned home not as an outcast, but as an unstoppable force that subjugated his own peaceful planet. The leader then reveals his son's motivation, a genocide driven by a sick devotion to offer the ultimate sacrifice to death herself. Under the crushing weight of this reality, Mentor passes judgment. He accepts that the only salvation for the cosmos is the execution of his own son. But before the conversation ends, the sanctuary's defenses are obliterated. A brutal invasion violently throws a messenger into the room. The invader is a force of nature consumed by blind fury, storming into the room and aggressively demanding the whereabouts of the Mad Titan. Mentor quickly recognizes the threat. That being is a divine artificial weapon, created by the cosmic forces solely to annihilate his son. The main problem is that Thanos' resurrection broke the rules of reality, sending the killer's mystical radar into a violent mental short circuit. And since the Surfer had recent contact with the villain, he carries his cosmic signature. Without realizing it, the hero became the killing machine's new magnet. With no option for dialogue with a shattered mind, the aggression explodes. The cosmic hero realizes he will need to use brute force to try to save himself. In a clever maneuver, the Surfer reverses an impact and blasts a hole in the structure, dragging the violent threat away from innocent civilians. The conflict is thrown into outer space. The hero's great dilemma is his refusal to use definitive lethal force against someone with a fragmented mind. Using the hazards of the cosmos, he gambles on a desperate battlefield detonation to force some distance between them. But the illusion of victory quickly fades. The beast emerges from the explosion completely blinded by obsession, ignoring the physics of combat. Not even diving straight into the inferno of a star works. The hunter's lethal determination simply overpowers any instinct for self-preservation. The realization is harsh. Trying to escape through sheer brutality will exhaust the time the universe doesn't have, now demanding a completely non-violent way out. The Surfer bets everything on psychological manipulation. He delivers a perfect lie that instantly converts the aggression into cooperation. He invents the existence of a mystical tracker on Earth, falsely feeding the hunter's main mission to tame his relentless drive. The trip to Earth is strategic, leading the indestructible warrior straight to the armored headquarters of his former allies. The great ruse reveals itself with absurd simplicity. The plan is to flood the warrior's broken brain with the lethargic entertainment of human television. And against all odds, the hypnosis works wonderfully. The fury gives way to a peaceful collapse as the creature loses himself in the broadcasts. With the beast completely inert in his trance, the hero begins to back away, calculating every silent movement like a ghost. The evasive maneuver is flawless. The Surfer leaves the room in silence, trapping the invincible Colossus in the trivialities of Earth's culture. Without the weight of a threat on his tail, the cosmic hero returns to the skies. His focus is restored, and the impending clash against the Mad Titan is all that matters now. In a distant corner of the universe, the former flagship of Thanos' fleet drifts peacefully. The calm is suddenly shattered when the security radar detects a bizarre energy anomaly approaching. The threat level spikes to maximum. The energy simply breaches the ship's defenses and begins to materialize right in the heart of the command bridge. The truth hits everyone like a punch in the gut. The real master has returned. While part of the crew panics at the Titan's presence, the rest kneel immediately. But Nebula refuses to give up her crown. Desperate not to lose the power she built by claiming to be the former leader's granddaughter, she blatantly denies reality, calling him an imposter. Her bodyguard attacks, but it is useless against the Titan's resilience. The retaliation does not even take a second, and Nebula loses her only human shield before she can blink. The punishment for the audacity to lie is ruthless and cruel. Instead of a quick end, the choice is a torturous execution, ensuring the price is paid in excruciating pain. Left behind, she manages to cheat death by forcing emergency systems, but the cost is devastating. The untouchable leader from minutes ago vanishes, giving way to a hollow, traumatized shell. With the security of his base guaranteed and the crew under his control, the Master's focus shifts. Reclaiming the ship was just a warm-up for something far more dangerous. Death demands results. Thanos, even with all his power, must explain himself and justify to the entity he worships why the grand plan hasn't begun yet. To prevent the great cosmic powers from realizing his intentions too soon, he needs to act in the shadows, and he has already pinpointed the greatest threat to this strategy, the Silver Surfer. Diving into the vastness of ancient knowledge, the true epiphany strikes. He finally outlines the perfect plan to neutralize the Silver threat in a clean and calculated manner. Across the galaxy, the target is already on the move. The Silver Surfer has begun a relentless pursuit, completely focused on finding the Titan at any cost. And it is during a moment of vulnerability for the hero that the tables turn completely. The Titan invades his mind just to make it clear that the hunter was always the prey. The Mad Titan issues a direct challenge and reveals his location on the planet Pyraxlon. The pursuit that was unfolding until now turns into a set trap. Approaching the planet, the gravity of the situation sets in. The entire megastructure depends on an extremely fragile underground energy balance. If anyone messes with the wrong source, destruction will be instantaneous. Determined to turn the tables, the hero searches his memory for an old vulnerability of the enemy. He starts tracking a very specific energy signature from one of the Titan's devices. The strategy pays off. The signal is isolated in the city's underground channels, granting a chance to act before a collapse. But the supposed advantage slips through his fingers in a humiliating way. What seemed like an ambush reveals itself as just another play by the enemy, who had anticipated the tracking from the very beginning. Frustrated at being played like a puppet, reason gives way to pure violence. A lethal strike is fired without hesitation to disintegrate the target before he can trigger global destruction. The target simply uses the chaos of the impact as a smokescreen to escape unharmed. Victory slips away, leaving the certainty that a catastrophe is still in play. After a tactical pursuit, persistence bears fruit and the net finally closes. The interception is a success, making the clash absolutely inevitable, but the response completely shatters expectations. The ruthless genocidal warlord backs down and begs for mercy, showing a panic that signals something is terribly wrong. Convinced that the submission is just another cheap psychological trick, the hero advances. He unleashes all of his punishing power without a drop of hesitation. The cosmic punishment does not strike an enemy, but serves as the trigger for a planned disaster. A catastrophic chain reaction is instantly set off by the heroic recklessness. After the cataclysm, a quick scan brings crucial relief. The inhabitants sense the danger in time, and the weight of an accidental massacre is lifted off the surfer's shoulders. But the moral defeat is absolute when looking at the epicenter of the trap. An organic being was deliberately placed in the line of fire to force the hero into the role of executioner. Believing the threat ended there, the surfer decides to take the remains back to Titan. It is a gesture of compassion for the villain's father, who deserved proper closure. With the situation handled, he takes on the mission to spread the news across all galaxies. The entire universe will finally be able to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing the genocidal warlord has fallen. But the reality is far darker. The villain is alive and kicking, watching the escape from a front row seat. The recovered body was one of Nebula's right-hand men in a perfect macabre charade. By faking his own death, the manipulator removed the biggest thorn in his side from the board. Now, the plan moves forward to reach a level of existence so absurd that heroes will look like insects. The curtains close on this brutal prologue, but the true nightmare has just been given the green light. The board is cleared for the greatest massacre the galaxy has ever witnessed. The group gathers on Titan to deal with the aftermath of the battle. The Silver Surfer tries to comfort the family over the explosive end of the conflict, seeking to close this painful chapter. But Drax the Destroyer refuses to accept that it's over. Since he was created to annihilate Thanos, he has a cosmic connection and feels deep down that the villain is still breathing. Having no patience for those who prefer to live a comforting lie, Drax sets off into outer space, determined to take the hunt back into his own hands. With his mission to spread harmony calling out to him, the surfer leaves the survivors to deal with their grief and resumes his solitary journey through the void of space. Peace is short-lived. An unexpected approach forces the hero to interrupt his journey, wondering who would have the audacity to cross his path in the middle of nowhere. A bureaucratic messenger summons him for an official inquiry. Rumors about the fall of the Titan have alerted the cosmic powers powers, and the universe demands formal answers regarding Thanos' death. Norrin tries to appeal to common sense, arguing that the death was a thoroughly deserved accident. To him, a genocidal maniac like the Titan deserves no mourning, much less an investigation. Faced with the hero's firm refusal, the messenger uses the perfect manipulation. He reveals that it would be a shame not to know the contents of the villain's will. The mere thought of a posthumous threat raises a red flag in the surfer's mind. Swallowing his pride for the safety of the universe, he changes his mind and decides to follow the escort. They arrive at a colossal artificial megastructure in space. The metropolis doesn't inhabit a planet, it is its own world. Dynamo City, a sanctuary of science, commerce, and law. But right as he tries to enter, Norrin's connection to his board is suddenly severed. The city's defense system has completely neutralized his flight. He finds out the hard way that the metropolis is a formidable trap. There, energy is the local currency, and the system just stole all his cosmic power without warning. Feeling completely violated, panic speaks louder than reason. Ignoring his brutal disadvantage, he refuses to accept this fate and tries to force an escape at any cost. Harsh reality takes its toll instantly. Without the power cosmic, the hero's resistance is mercilessly crushed by the ruthless brute force of the local authorities. Completely overpowered, he is thrown into a cell. For someone who used to soar through the infinite, this confinement is the ultimate nightmare, causing his sanity to start cracking under pressure. At the time of the inquiry, the system invades the surfer's mind, ripping memories straight from his brain. They force him to relive the clash with Thanos to extract irrefutable evidence. With his mind ransacked, Norrin discovers that his own name is in the will. The court plays the posthumous recording of the Mad Titan, bringing the ghost of his enemy into the room. The first act of the document is a masterstroke. Thanos leaves his entire immense local fortune to Dynamo City, buying the unquestionable loyalty of the judicial system. The message reveals itself as a perfect ambush designed for his adversary. Thanos legally decrees that the Silver Surfer is directly responsible for his death. The Titan's true weapon here isn't brute force, but the bureaucracy of the place itself. He turned the relentless weight of the system into a lethal instrument of torture. Thanos' goal becomes completely clear. His grand legacy is to strip away the freedom to fly through the stars, turning the former hero into a perpetual prisoner of the city. Hearing the verdict, Norrin loses hope, convinced that the trial is a bought and paid for sham. Without the power cosmic, he feels cornered in the face of his imminent conviction. But the court shocks everyone and the tables turn. The cold bureaucracy concludes that Thanos was a genocidal threat and rules the villain's death as self-defense, completely acquitting the hero. The surfer walks away feeling immense relief. In his mind, the Titan made a trivial miscalculation by trusting the corruption of a system that ultimately failed. But the illusion of victory is very short-lived. Right at the exit, the city's machines impose a new barrier, proving that being acquitted doesn't clear his path. This is where the real trap finally reveals itself. The metropolis demands the payment of a strict exit fee, a purely financial toll to grant access back to space. The fatal flaw is that Norrin doesn't have a single cent. He tries to argue that the concept of money is useless to him, but the automated administration has zero empathy. Choked by despair, his frustration gives way to anger. He makes the decision to ignore the laws and tries to break through the blockade with all the aggression and stubbornness he has left. However, without his godlike powers, reality hits hard. Security intercepts his escape attempt with frightening ease, escalating the threat level against him. With maximum lethal force authorized and weapons primed for instant execution, the surfer is cornered. With no other choice to survive, he is forced to swallow his pride and surrender. With his resistance utterly shattered, the legal alternative is thrown in his face. The mighty traveler of the galaxies receives the most humiliating sentence possible. He is going to have to get a job. This is the true insane genius of Thanos' plan. The Titan didn't want to kill him, but rather strip away all his divinity, leaving the hero powerless and trapped as a broke worker in a bureaucratic nightmare. Sometime later, with his powers restored and finally free from Dynamo City, the surfer reunites with Drax on Titan, just as the destroyer decides to dig up Thanos' body to confirm his theory. Drax's suspicion is confirmed in the worst possible way. When the group exhumes the remains deep within Titan, the farce is exposed. exposed. That corpse never belonged to the Mad Titan. The villain faked his own death with a highly specific goal: to take Galactus's former herald off the board. For some dark reason, he sees the hero as the greatest threat to his true plans. For Drax, this is the spark he needed. The target is alive and the relentless hunt must restart immediately. He demands blood, but reality clashes head-on with the Destroyer's fury. In his current, mentally limited incarnation, he has lost the cosmic gift of tracking his prey. They are completely blind. The only logical way out is also the most torturous. They must yield the initiative to the enemy, stay put, and wait for the other side to make a mistake or reveal their position. Meanwhile, in the most remote and unexplored reaches of the galaxy, far from any heroic interference, the true danger materializes in the silence of the void. In this extreme refuge, the villain is subjugating the raw power of creation itself. He manipulates the fabric of reality, converting cosmic chaos into a precision tool. The source of all this unholy authority finally reveals itself. Thanos has managed to gather the ultimate artifacts of creation, and unrestrained control over the web of reality now rests in the palm of his hand. This power is the fruit of the greatest suicide in the history of the universe, when a primordial deity shattered its own omnipotence. By gathering these cosmic ashes, the Titan claims the empty throne. The great revelation solidifies. The fragments he has gathered are not just powerful stones, they form the reincarnated soul of that ancient god. The pulse of creation now beats in the palm of his hand. It is the climax of his insane plan. He has finally ascended to the status of supreme god. Before rewriting the universe, his new cosmic consciousness isolates the greatest risk. There is only one individual whose connection to cosmic energy represents a legitimate threat to his supremacy. While tracking his primary prey, he realizes that chance has handed him a bonus. An old ghost from his past is accompanying the target, brought back from the dead. The lethal hunter has returned as a flawed version, but he still needs to be disposed of. Not even the presence of his own bloodline matters. They are merely loose ends to be cut. The temptation to erase them in an instant is strong, but he chooses sadism. The cosmic threats will face his fury immediately, saving the torture of his family as a macabre dessert. Without the slightest warning, reality itself is torn apart and begins to swallow the group. All cosmic defenses are absolutely useless against this overwhelming force. The reality check hits hard when they land in completely hostile terrain. The inevitable confrontation has been handed to them on a silver platter, but entirely on the enemy's terms. Dominated by pure instinct, the assassin ignores any tactical thought. He launches into a reckless attack, driven only by the obsessive need to eliminate the target at any cost. The charge is neutralized in a humiliating fashion. Absolute mastery over the very fabric of the universe reveals that brute force is useless there, and reality is now a toy in the Titan's hands. To prove it isn't a mere mind trick, the environment is replaced by eras lost in the past, a clear demonstration that there is no longer a safe haven in the history of creation. A bizarre twist occurs as part of the sick game. The hunter's essence is corrupted, and his murderous fury is grotesquely redirected against his own ally. The violation goes even deeper when the Titan invades his enemy's memories. He forces the former herald to relive his entire past, turning the victim's own mind into a weapon against themselves. The realization finally hits the heroes as they face the brutal power discrepancy. They understand their total insignificance, aware that they are nothing more than dust at the mercy of a deity. The villain then completely discards his last mortal limitations. It is an evolutionary leap that rewrites the top of the cosmic food chain, forcing his victims to witness the birth of the supreme entity. Driven by pure panic, the hero makes a suicidal move. Reason is cast aside in a final, desperate attempt to stop the apocalypse before it becomes irreversible. The effort is pathetic. Without even shifting his stance, the tyrant swats away one of the fastest beings in the cosmos with a simple gesture. Pushed beyond the brink of sanity, the heroes launch one last synchronized attack. They choose death in combat over simply surrendering. The response is relentless. The combined power of the two warriors is neutralized with a single thought as the new lord instantly crushes the rebellion. The conquest is finalized with indescribable cruelty. The executioner breaks their bodies and steals his prey's vital essence, reigning alone over a silenced creation. Completely blinded by his own ego, Thanos declares absolute victory. He is certain that nothing else in all of creation has the courage or capability to threaten his new divine status. But this proclamation attracts Mephisto. The Lord of Lies sees the perfect opportunity, proving that Ascension has turned the Titan into the biggest target in the cosmos, and that the worst threat now is absolute betrayal. With his opponents defeated, Thanos decrees an end to all threats, claiming his place as the ultimate supreme being. By his side, Mephisto plays the role of a submissive servant, patiently waiting for an opening. To ensure the resistance never returns, the Titan denies them the mercy of death. He condemns the heroes' essences to eternal purgatory, sealing their minds within an inescapable prison. With the cosmos in the palm of his hand, the new Lord of the Universe sets off to resume absolute control over the heart of his former military empire. His sudden arrival causes panic among the fleet's leadership. The commanders deliver desperate reports to prove their usefulness and avoid summary executions. They reveal a military force of catastrophic proportions. A monstrous army, capable of wiping out entire solar systems, was built in the Titan's absence. But Thanos' ambition has transcended such things. Mundane destruction no longer holds any value to him, and he demotes the entire murderous fleet to a mere glorified ceremonial guard. Suddenly, a subtle disturbance catches the newly crowned god's attention. Something in his surroundings fractures the perfection of his absolute domain. With no tolerance for bureaucracy, he drags his officers into the dark recesses of the fleet. There, a clandestine survival operation is exposed. The shock of betrayal takes shape. A dangerous ghost from the past, one who should have been erased, had found a way to be kept alive in secret. As the ultimate punishment, Thanos freezes the existence of his granddaughter Nebula, denying her the relief of death. She is transformed into a living monument to agony. The summary execution of the traitorous officer then serves as a definitive message. The universe's new master will not tolerate divided loyalties within his empire. Seizing the opportunity, Mephisto plays his hand. The Infernal Lord confesses that his connection to the Infinity Gems is far older and deeper than anyone imagined. He reveals that the universe's supreme force was born as a single consciousness. In the beginning, infinite power was a solitary prison in the void of space. To escape this loneliness, the original creator committed cosmic suicide. By shattering its own essence, it formed the current reality and the gems. Intrigued by the mystery, Thanos questions the Lord of Lies' true motive for seeking him out right now with this hidden legend. In response, Mephisto makes the most humiliating play imaginable. Swallowing his pride, he begs to be accepted as the Titan's mere obedient lackey. Faced with Thanos' suspicion, the demon promises to reveal absolute secrets and practical uses for the gems that the Conqueror's mind has yet to even conceive. His true plan is exposed: to use the power of the gems not for destruction, but to simultaneously invade the thoughts and essence of every living creature in existence. The ambition for omnipresence convinces the Titan. Mephisto assumes the role of instructor, guiding him to channel his essence through the power matrix to transcend his physical limits. Thanos takes the bait and dives into the experiment. He detaches his consciousness and projects his mind out into the universe, relinquishing all physical defenses. With his perception expanded across galaxies, the burden of knowledge is overwhelming. With open arms, he absorbs the memories and secrets of billions of lives scattered throughout the cosmos. While his mind voyages through infinity, his body is left slumped and inert like an empty shell. Mephisto realizes his insane trap has actually worked. Without hesitation, the demon strikes. He lunges straight for the source of ultimate power, ready to usurp absolute control of the universe in an act of treason. But the illusion of victory is short-lived. The supreme artifact reacts autonomously and brutally, turning against the usurper to exact the price of betrayal. Mephisto panics as he realizes the severity of his punishment. The defensive force ignores mystical barriers and begins to suffocate the very essence of his soul. Thanos' facade of vulnerability crumbles. The Titan reveals he was conscious the entire time, staging a cruel charade just to expose the demon's true face. Cornered, and on the brink of complete annihilation, the Master of Lies breaks. He swallows his own ego and begs for mercy just to continue existing. Amused by this pathetic attempt at survival, Thanos spares the demon. He agrees to officially make him his private advisor, demanding unquestionable obedience. With the threat silenced, Thanos' God complex reaches its climax. The unshakable certainty that he commands creation itself eliminates any trace of caution. However, Mephisto silently spots the crack in this divine armor. The Titan's pride in maintaining his imperfect biological form will be the anchor that sinks his empire. As this new order takes shape, the rewritten laws of the universe wreak havoc across space. Far away, ancient guardians crash violently back onto the cosmic chessboard. The defeat by Thanos was crushing. The Silver Surfer and Drax the Destroyer are no longer in the physical universe, having been swallowed into an absolute metaphysical prison, the Soul World. But the only thing that matters to Drax is his primal obsession with annihilation. He completely ignores the new dimension around him and demands to know his arch-enemy's whereabouts immediately. The Destroyer's internal compass is shattered by the nature of this new place. In his blind rage, he lashes out at the local inhabitants, firmly believing that anyone there is an accomplice trying to cover for Thanos. The Surfer tries one last gamble to explain the bizarre situation. He reveals that the air they breathe and the reality surrounding them are extensions of their enemy's power, proving that they are already living inside the Titan. This realization further distorts a mind focused only on destruction. To strike at the outside, Drax's logical conclusion is to implode the very reality they are in, even if it means erasing their own souls. There is no more room for diplomacy. With a heavy conscience, the Surfer accepts that to save the stability of this universe, he will have to put down his own ally by force. However, the containment plan fails miserably. Drax's physical resistance within the Soul World completely defies logic, and the frontal assault doesn't even leave a scratch on his opponent. The answer to this surprising weakness comes from an old acquaintance, Gamora. She explains that the Soul Gem cares little for cosmic gifts from the real world, and in there, the Surfer is merely a powerless spirit. The rules of this dimension are dictated purely by willpower. Drax's soul is so obsessed with his destructive goal that all this fury converts into a raw and almost unstoppable power. A new resident joins the conversation to explain the realm's strange dynamics. In the Soul World, souls live connected in a peaceful collective consciousness, making Drax the single anomaly unable to integrate. Fortunately, the Destroyer's lack of intellect works in the group's favor. He wields enough power to annihilate the realm, but his damaged mind doesn't know how to channel that energy immediately, buying them valuable time. Aware that they cannot stop this colossal threat alone, the Gem's veterans reveal that they must seek out the only individual in there capable of going toe-to-toe with Drax. Stripped of their ability to fly, the group begins an exhausting climb toward an inaccessible refuge. During the grueling ascent, the Surfer puts the pieces together and grasps the magnitude of the person they are going to retrieve, Adam Warlock. The man who once mastered the Soul Gem ended up having his essence sucked into it. The brutal warrior is no more. Death has transformed him into a soul dedicated entirely to mysticism and peace. While the rescue takes its time, someone needs to delay Drax's uncontrollable advance. Relying on her title as the deadliest woman in the galaxy, the task falls to Gamora, who takes on the suicide mission of distracting him. Far away, the assassin initiates her dangerous tactic. Gamora uses pure aggression to force Drax to pay attention to her, temporarily breaking his furious focus on the dimension. The psychological trap works perfectly. Blinded by the rage of being physically humiliated, the giant forgets his apocalyptic plan and channels all his hunting instincts exclusively toward her. As her sacrifice buys time down below, the team finally reaches the top, exhausted. Standing before a figure in a deep trance, they break the sacred silence to announce the imminent catastrophe threatening them all. The desperate plea works. The spiritual isolation is broken, and the entity finally abandons his meditative state to face his visitors. Upon returning to reality, Warlock recognizes the Silver Surfer immediately. The former herald's reputation as a being of unshakable character had reached him like a powerful echo from his past life. The group's rushed explanations are unnecessary. Due to his mystical connection with the realm, the Guardian of the Soul Gem already knows full well that Thanos has achieved godhood in the outside universe. But priorities shift drastically when it comes to the domestic crisis. Intertwined with every life form in that realm, Warlock views the destruction caused by Drax as an unforgivable offense, signing a death warrant under his wrath. Suddenly, amidst this analysis, Adam drops an existential bomb. His mystical senses detect a severe anomaly in the Surfer's essence, revealing that the cosmic hero's spirit is is not pure and has been violated. While an identity crisis unfolds at the top, on the other side of the realm, Gamora's physical limits are reached. Her margin for error has evaporated, and she urgently needs the rescue team to come down the mountain. The revelation crashes down on the former Cosmic Herald's mind. The Surfer finally puts the pieces together, realizing that his former master was the one responsible for meticulously suppressing his emotions to control him in the past. But the existential therapy will have to wait, as there is no more room for hesitation. The mystical guardian cuts through the pain of the past, and abruptly takes the initiative to ensure that reality doesn't collapse. The Surfer is caught off guard by the brutal display of strength. Witnessing such an explosive surge of power in an environment that had previously preached spiritual calmness feels like a paradigm shift. His peaceful retirement comes to an end. Adam casts aside his contemplative aura, resurrects his deadliest warrior persona, and declares open war on Drax, making it clear that this problem will be solved the hard way. Drax's fragmented mind has made a dangerous decision in the spirit world. He believes the only way to escape and return to his physical body is by destroying this entire reality. As the aggressive creature prepares for the worst, Adam Warlock enters the scene. The domain's guardian knows the clock is ticking to prevent the place's annihilation. Drax's plan is as instinctive as it is brutal. He decides to use his own indestructible mass as a meteor, aiming for the highest point to shatter the universe's foundation in a single impact. But at the moment of imminent chaos, Warlock intercepts his trajectory. The Protector places himself directly in the path of the impact, taking the risk to stop the disaster. Blinded by the fury of having his path blocked, Drax attacks with everything he has and lands a devastating blow. The impact throws the Guardian far away, seemingly eliminating the realm's only resistance. However, this false sense of victory was exactly what Warlock wanted. Taking advantage of the giant's lowered guard, he emerges from the shadows to attack when the destroyer least expects it. Instead of fighting head-on, Adam chooses to play with his opponent's limited mind. He humiliates Drax with his speed, proving that pure brute force is useless without focus. The psychological maneuver works perfectly. Deprived of his senses and made to look like a fool, the brute short-circuits, falling right into the trap set by the hero. Tired of the cat-and-mouse game, Adam finally closes the distance to end the conflict. His strategy now is to immobilize the Titan by putting him in a chokehold to cut off the oxygen supply to his brain. The hold remains tight, but the true battle becomes mental. Warlock takes advantage of the giant's despair and plants a seed in his head, the illusion that he is running out of air. The tactic is an absolute success and Drax passes out. The brilliance of the plan is that no one needs to breathe in the spiritual plane. It was a purely psychological knockout on a mind conditioned to having a physical body. With the destroyer restrained, the allies finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, the mood becomes heavy as they remember that the true monster, Thanos, is still loose in reality and needs to be stopped. It becomes clear that they need a strategic advantage to save the universe. The decision is made. Crossing back into physical reality is their only option to continue the war. Warlock, however, initially resists the idea of crossing the line back. To him, death wasn't a tragedy, but the ultimate liberation from an unbearable cycle of pain in the world of the living. But it soon dawns on him. Adam realizes that their exile is no longer safe, because sooner or later, Thanos' madness will focus on that region and corrupt the spirit world. Taking responsibility for the fight, Adam uses his authority and forces the banishment of his companions. He expels his allies from paradise to ensure they have a chance to stop the end of everything. During this forced expulsion, he makes a vital commitment to the group. The Guardian promises that, in the war's most desperate moment, he will cross the barrier to personally intervene. The shock of the return is immediate and violent. The heroes' consciousnesses are thrown back into their own material bodies in a fraction of a second. Upon waking, they quickly realize that the scenario has completely changed. Thanos has abandoned that region of space, leaving for unknown sectors far out of reach of a direct attack. Suddenly, a new variable invades the destroyed location. Mephisto, the Lord of the Underworld, appears, claiming he hasn't come to cause chaos, but rather to offer the heroes a major tactical advantage. The demon reveals that Thanos has isolated himself with a single purpose: to test his new omnipotence. He warns that the Titan is methodically calculating how to distort the fundamental laws of existence. But all of this was just part of a double game. The Lord reports the action straight back to Thanos himself, who demands to know why Mephisto decided to alert the resistance. Although the Titan finds Mephisto's motivations petty, the news brings a critical warning. Knowing that the team managed to escape a spiritual prison proves the existence of anomalies in the universe. Annoyed, the new god concludes that getting his own hands dirty no longer longer befits his divine status, he decides to outsource the problem, preparing his henchmen to handle the dirty work of annihilation. While the entire universe hangs by a thread with the threat of Thanos, the Silver Surfer commits what seems to be a betrayal of his duty. A sudden personal crisis takes over his mind, completely paralyzing his focus on the mission of survival. Ignoring all tactical logic, he deviates completely from his path to Earth. It is an absolute breach of protocol, driven by an existential need that outweighs even the threat of the villain's omnipotence. His destination is not a place in space, but an entity. He decides to actively hunt down the architect of his own existence, seeking answers that only a god could provide. And then, the encounter happens. The mere audacity to interrupt the designs of the cosmic entity proves the level of despair that has taken over the former herald. The god is taken completely by surprise by the approach. The surfer doesn't want to talk about the present, he wants to debate the terms of his original contract. But that is when a terrifying truth comes to light. The god confesses that the cosmic transformation was never an imposed design, but a mold extracted from Norrin's own subconscious. The surfer finally understands that having his wish granted was the worst of curses. The price paid for his youthful fantasy was too high, and the illusion of a fair deal crumbles. The argument escalates, and he confronts the entity with a terrifying diagnosis. The surfer's apathy was not natural, but rather a surgical and purposeful removal of his free will. The entity's confirmation is dry and direct. There is not the slightest trace of guilt or regret for the manipulation committed. To ensure that the Herald would guide the cosmic hunger to populated worlds without going mad, his moral compass had to be turned off. Compassion was forcibly torn away to make room for murderous efficiency. Norrin's decision is immediate and visceral, preferring to carry the crushing burden of guilt over living another second of artificial peace. He demands that his humanity be restored right now. With a simple act of will from Galactus, the safeguard is removed. The psychic block that lasted for decades is finally undone. The psychological pain is extreme and turns into pure physical agony. The crushing force of guilt paralyzes the surfer as the repressed trauma explodes all at once. The surrender is absolute. With no hope of redemption, Norrin's identity collapses, and he accepts destruction, letting the guilt swallow his sanity. But right at the point of no return, Galactus himself intervenes. The entity forcibly pulls the former Herald's consciousness back, dragging him out of the abyss before the damage becomes permanent. The god proposes restoring the mental block and returning the comforting anesthesia of apathy, but Norrin makes a drastic decision and rejects the easy way out. He embraces the burden, accepting the responsibility for every life he took. The internal conflict ceases to be a weakness and becomes the engine that forces him to survive and move forward. With his mind sharp again and his humanity restored, the surfer resumes his mission. With no more time for crises, he sets his destination to warn Earth. Before leaving, Norrin drops a hard truth on his creator. He makes it clear that Thanos' strength makes even the supreme power of Galactus seem irrelevant. Alone in the void, the cosmic giant is forced to recalculate the order of things. The warning plants a rare seed of doubt in the one who always considered himself the absolute force. And the Devourer's intuition doesn't fail, as Thanos makes an appearance. The Mad Titan has the audacity to stand before a fundamental force of the universe posing as a diplomatic advisor. The friendly mask drops, and the audacity reaches its peak. The very mortality of an entity considered immortal is put to the test with a direct threat of extermination. Thanos' rhetorical trap closes perfectly. The final message is that, faced with his new omnipotence, there is no difference between the insignificance of a planet and the grandeur of a god. A silent promise is made in the vacuum of space. A cosmic Cold War has just been declared, with the certainty that this affront will never be forgotten. Far away, the reason for this terrifying confidence is clear. The absolute control of the universe now has an owner, and the main target of all this insanity has already been set: Earth. Meanwhile, in a plane of existence completely isolated from all this chaos, an emergency council takes shape. They understand the real magnitude of the imminent danger. The dilemma being debated is cruel. They need to decide whether to stay hidden in the safety of this spiritual sanctuary or go to the front lines on a near-suicidal mission. Their only strategic advantage stems from their own vulnerability. The tyrant's massive ego ignores the ghosts of the past, and those who are considered dead do not factor into his calculations. The decision is made, and the peaceful exile comes to an end. Assuming the role of a true wildcard in the game, this ancient force decides to clash head-on and join the war once and for all. The hero's emergency council is thrown into confusion. The Destroyer appears out of nowhere, interrupting the planning by claiming he has a meeting with the Silver Surfer right then and there. The mere mention of the Mad Titan is enough to leave everyone tense and on edge. They desperately need to figure out what the plan is or the scale of the impending threat. But the warrior's memory fails at the worst possible moment. The crucial information that could turn the tide of the war simply vanishes, leaving a dangerous gap in their strategy. Far away, Norrin Radd is in a desperate race against the clock through space. He is fully aware that recent delays have cost time that reality simply cannot afford to lose. The survival strategy is now crystal clear: reach Earth at all costs. He seeks to assemble the greatest resistance force ever seen, gambling that a united front can halt this madness. However, the villain's arrogance reaches godlike proportions. For one who now holds absolute control over reality, the idea of an army of mortals trying to stop him is nothing more than a pathetic joke. Their fate is ultimately sealed by a sadistic game. Instead of an immediate fatal strike, the Architect of Death dangles bait, keeping hope occupied while he calmly orchestrates the suffering of the entire universe. Norrin pushes his body to the limit, believing Earth is the universe's last hope. He carries the overwhelming mission of warning them that Thanos has become omnipotent. But his desperate journey is violently interrupted. Something anticipated his moves and won't let this crucial warning reach the heroes. The impact obliterates the mission. Completely vulnerable, the hero is struck down before he even realizes the trap he fell into. Knocked out, the surfer's mind collapses. He suffers an intense psychological regression, plunging into the oldest memories of his homeworld. The memory brings his father's authoritarian figure to the surface. He was the true root of the pressure Norrin carries, molding him from an early age for an unattainable destiny of greatness. But the comforting illusion is shattered. A crushing presence tears through the memory, violently pulling him back to harsh reality. The trance breaks, and the true nightmare is revealed. Thanos orchestrated everything and is now toying with the former herald's sanity, proving his absolute power. The true torture begins in the mind. The villain tries to destroy the hero's morale, planting the idea that the galaxy's greatest monster and its savior are cut from the same cloth. The emotional killing blow lands hard. The mastermind behind it all exposes Norrin's hypocrisy, a man who demands justice from the universe but is rotting with guilt over the deaths he has caused. Unable to bear having his own flaws thrown in his face, his mental dam breaks. The surfer charges in an irrational explosion of blind fury to silence the villain, but the attack is useless. His brute strength is absorbed like a joke, leaving the hero exhausted and humiliated on the ground. Treating his resistance as a sick game, Thanos decides it is time to break the surfer's mind once and for all. Uninvited, the Mad Titan invades Norrin's consciousness. He forces the hero to relive centuries of repressed trauma all at once. The torture drags his mind back to Zenlaw, an absolute utopia sold as a perfect paradise, without pain, war, or ambition. But with technology doing all the work, the population had lost their sense of existence. Young Norrin already saw that a world without challenges was dead, and the root of his dissatisfaction came from home. His father fed this discontent, and was the main voice of dissent in that sea of complacency. To prevent his son from suffering the same mediocre fate, he isolated the boy. He imposed a strict intellectual regimen to prepare him against the general apathy. Even with his mind in pieces, the surfer finds strength in the present to try and repel the invasion, but his resistance only wears down Thanos' patience. The response is swift and relentless. The Titan punishes any defensive attempt with brutal physical attacks, making it clear who is in charge. With the lesson taught by force, Thanos regains absolute control. He drags Norrin's mind back to the past against his will. His father's brainwashing continued. Jartron taught his son to see emotion and sensitivity as weaknesses, ensuring that Norrin repressed his feelings forever. Thanos violently pulls his mind back to the present. The villain mocks those ancient prophecies of greatness, rubbing the hero's state of powerlessness in his face. Refusing to have his sacred past profaned, Norrin gives in to his fury once more and focuses everything he has left into a brutal attack. But Thanos uses this exact flaw to prove his point. He demonstrates that it is precisely this emotional instability from the past that makes the hero so vulnerable. The memory is pushed to the day the pedestal crumbled. The great intellectual idol of Zenlaw was publicly exposed as a thief of ideas. Desperate, the son confronts his father, but Jartron's response comes laced with pure arrogance, trying to downplay his own scandal. Norrin no longer buys the lies. His refusal to accept this lame excuse excuse marks the definitive end of his idolatry for the man who preached absolute virtues. It is in this moment that the bond breaks forever. The hero realizes that the father who shaped him with ruthless rules was nothing but a colossal fraud. Walking away from that room seals the definitive abandonment. The future former herald turns his back on his own father and everything Zenla stood for. In the present, the mental torture ceases for a moment. The Mad Titan savors the surgical strike he delivered, destroying any shred of morale Norrin still had, but the physical violence resumes as a sadistic warm-up. The true goal is to invade his already fragile mind and continue the psychological nightmare. The dam breaks completely. All the guilt the hero spent his life hiding is forcibly ripped out, throwing him into the exact moment when everything truly fell apart. The architect of grand ideas chose the most tragic way out. Unable to face the consequences of his own lies, his father took his own life, but the son's response was frighteningly cold. The resentment he harbored was so toxic that it killed any ounce of compassion on the spot. The tough guy mask only fell in solitude. The guilt and remorse of never having forgiven the old man became a dirty secret that tore at Norrin's soul. Ironically, there was no time to deal with grief. The Devourer of Worlds arrived by surprise, decreeing the imminent extinction of the entire planet. And it was with this crushing baggage that he agreed to become the Herald. It wasn't pure heroism, but the perfect escape for a man who could no longer bear facing his own failure as a son. Thanos throws the fatal irony in Norrin's face. The being revered for sacrificing everything to save others is, in fact, just a broken coward running from his guilt. His moral superiority is destroyed. The Titan exposes that. While he embraces his crimes without remorse, the Surfer hides behind a false cosmic morality. Norrin's mind goes into a defensive collapse. Refusing to hear anymore, he cuts through the psychological games and unleashes all his cosmic power in an explosion of blind fury. But the Herald's best effort is useless. The attack is treated as a pathetic joke, proving that the Surfer's physical strength means nothing against a god. Instead of a counterattack, comes the greatest possible insult. The villain simply dismisses Norrin, reducing him to an errand boy sent to warn Earth. Crushed by the weight of his own conscience, the hero turns his back and flees. His illusion of nobility has been shattered forever. Desperate for an anchor of sanity, he travels to the mortal world. The Surfer tries to find refuge on Earth to escape his stained soul. His arrival reflects his shattered mind. He crashes into the Sanctum Sanctorum, seeking help from the only person capable of understanding the approaching apocalypse. Staring into the depths of the Infinity Well, Thanos realizes he must push far beyond his own limits to find a foolproof way to wipe out half the life in the universe. Standing before Lady Death, the entity he idolizes, he reaffirms his unwavering loyalty, promising to deliver the cosmic annihilation she so deeply desires. To bypass any chance of failure, he reveals to the Dark Court that he has found a shortcut hidden in legends, a guaranteed method to multiply his power to an omnipotent level. The key to this absolute power lies in 6 primordial artifacts scattered across the galaxies, the Soul Gems, which concentrate the fundamental essences of creation. What guarantees the plan's success is the mediocrity of the obstacles. The current guardians of these relics are ignorant fools who fail to understand the true magnitude of what they hold in their hands. With the green light given, the greatest hunt in the universe begins. If the Titan gathers all 6 pieces, the rules of reality will never be the same. The first destination is a place of constant chaos. He travels to the edges of existence in search of the In-Betweener, an ancient entity who has been imprisoned. Forcing his way through by sheer willpower, Thanos shatters the dimensional barrier, enduring a cosmic torture that would annihilate any ordinary being. Upon entering the isolation zone, he is attacked by the Sentinels, but he decimates all resistance in a single brutal release of power, clearing the path. Face to face with the divine prisoner, the Titan gets straight to the point, stating that the sole reason for his entire journey was to find the In-Betweener himself. Thanos stages a perfect farce. He swears he despises being a slave to death and offers himself as a submissive servant in exchange for freeing the entity. Believing he has gained a powerful lackey, the prisoner accepts the deal. The two coordinate a synchronized attack from inside and out to bring down the cell. Channeling his entire massive reserve of raw energy, the Titan begins an extreme endurance test against the magical forces sustaining the prison. The strategy works. The impenetrable barrier reaches its pressure limit and utterly collapses under the weight of their combined force. When the cosmic dust settles, the prisoner savors his freedom, joyfully praising the rescue and immediately treating the Titan as his guaranteed lackey, but the illusion shatters the next instant. With no respect for his divine status, Thanos launches a brutal sneak attack against the entity he just saved. The rescue was merely an elaborate distraction for the real strike. Taking advantage of the vulnerability, the invader steals the coveted soul gem from the forehead of his subjugated opponent. To the defeated entity's despair, Thanos cynically explains that the destroyed dome was exactly what protected the in-betweener and kept his power fully operational. Before the deceived prisoner can retaliate, primordial entities arrive at the Nexus to punish the escape, demanding immediate retribution against the cornered entity. Far from the reckoning, Thanos admires his first relic. He smiles, aware that he now holds undisputed dominion over the consciousness and soul of any living being. But the celebration is short-lived. The avatar of his dark muse appears only to mock his conquest, doubting he has the capability to serve as promised. Frustrated by Death's ruthless surveillance, he realizes that his master plan and his true intentions to become omnipotent must operate in absolute secrecy. The hunt resumes on Tamarata, a blood-soaked world whose sole purpose in the galaxy is to serve continuously as a military slaughterhouse for various federations. At the center of the carnage is the champion of the universe, an obsessed immortal who uses the entire planet's suffering merely as his modest personal fighting arena. The fighter's supposed invincibility stems directly from the power gem embedded in his very forehead, channeling inexhaustible aggression and energy into him. Coldly ignoring the battling armies, the Titan descends from the sky straight onto the battlefield, focusing his calculating eyes solely on the giant bearing the relic. Instead of striking, Thanos attacks his inflated ego. He dismisses the local war as child's play, and loudly insinuates that the giant is not a worthy opponent. The cheap provocation hits the mark. Blinded by the insult and pure instinctive fury, the brute charges to tear off the insolent intruder's head with unthinking force. But lethal force cannot beat strategy. Thanos easily dodges the first harsh blow, humiliating the stance of the one who dares call himself the supreme fighter. His trampled pride drives his patience to zero. The champion loses his composure, throws technique aside, and adopts a heavy, aggressive assault to cleanse his honor. Flawless in his defensive maneuvers, Thanos uses the giant enemy's own clumsy momentum against him, rubbing the unstoppable opponent's face in the dirt. Sick of being embarrassed, the adversary decides to end it with brute force. This time, Thanos opts not to dodge, using his impenetrable shield technology solely to test the other's limits. The decision exposes Thanos' massive miscalculation. The primordial pressure unleashed by the gem reveals an absurd and terrifying peak, severely overloading the containment aura in milliseconds. The limit approaches a fatal collapse. Before the creaking shield on the verge of shattering, the tactical mastermind admits the technical flaw and concludes that physics has entirely surpassed the mathematical data. Convinced he is one strike away from bloody glory, the enraged brute takes heavy steps back, preparing the most lethal and mindless offensive leap imaginable. In the very last split second, the Predator reveals his trick. Rejecting the absorption of the suicidal impact, Thanos discreetly triggers the evasive teleportation of his escape device. The cowardly yet brilliant maneuver leaves the ticking time bomb without a target. The cosmic leap deposits a monstrously high amount of energy straight into the unprotected tectonic plates below. The insane shockwave reverberates through the planetary veins. The instability cracks the burning core, turning a trivial brawl into the most hellish extinction event possible. The apocalyptic fracture is inevitable. The battlefield and the civilization shatter into volcanic pieces, turning into inert debris sinking into the airless void. Returning calmly from the safety of the vacuum, the manipulator rubs the ridiculous irony of cosmic stupidity in the awestruck face of the giant floating among the dust of what used to be his playground. Bored with the dispute and the pathetic loser, Thanos steps on the gas, cutting the conversation short, leaving the vain brute without oxygen to his own drifting thoughts. Terrified of floating through the freezing pitch black like rubble for the rest of time, his fierce demeanor melts away, and the immortal drags his glory through the mud, begging for a life-saving ride. The wolf then bares its fangs. The Titan seals the doors to mercy, decreeing that the non-negotiable fare for the rescue boils down to the little piece glued between the beggar's eyes. Pretending to believe the blinding gem is nothing but a cheap trinket, the subjugated warrior surrenders his prize into the clutches of the true master of the rules. The abusive deal enforces the literal word. The unbeatable warrior is taken for a ride without a seat, bitterly enduring the journey exposed to the solar system, tethered to the outside of the ship. Approaching the vicinity of solid ground, Thanos fulfills his malicious obligation by unbuckling the straps in open sky, gifting the annoying hitchhiker with the most humiliating and ruthless plunge straight from orbit. With the coveted piece in his free hand, the scales tip. The pair of artifacts now rests comfortably together, feeding the Conqueror's deadly essence with pure divine power. The radar now pinpoints a figure opposite to war. The Elder Gardener is a hermit focused on the living perfection of what blooms on peaceful greenish surfaces, far from any blood-soaked scenery. With ingenious smooth talk, the manipulator camouflages his terrifying claws. The sweet prose, filled with the most refined charm, seduces caution, instilling trust and disarming conflicts ahead of time. Unrushed among surreal petals, the peaceful visitor walks alongside his unsuspecting host. The Titan praises the surrounding paradise, using his sharp instincts to scan for the exact origin behind the splendid botany. Persuasion corners modesty. Surrendering his golden ace in the form of a gem-studded staff, the foolish gardener laughingly reveals that such botanical success owes its honors solely to the time gem. Enough with the harmless charade. The temperature drops suddenly, and with a cold face, the good manners evaporate, revealing to the elder the dark abyss of his terrifying guest. Stripped of courtesies, the blunt demands resonate like axe blows. Thanos lays down an unnegotiable cosmic ultimatum, categorically stating that his mission outshines any luxuriously cultivated weeds by miles. Sovereign on his perch and clinging to his roots, the victim chooses to fight the devil with unyielding fervor, activating a magical barricade in clear readiness for ruin. Lowering his gaze for a single fraction of a second, a subtle sorrow slips from the invader before a remarkable man blinded by petty passions, accepting that the final grave has become an inescapable law. Triggered by intentions of blind self-preservation, the serpentine fangs of the giant foliage fiercely cage the heavy gray folds of the alien in a stealthy defensive clash, a mere banal annoyance. With purely monstrous leverage from his free arm, the old man's mythical botany turns into broken trash, falling defeated like stupid little twigs against pure anatomical oppression. Amplifying the shiver down the horticulturist's aged spine, Thanos brings his two divine assets to bear, coldly illustrating massed power against the weak mind that dwells there. His sharp finger pierces the imaginary castle, accusing him of being a cowardly fool, throwing wide the gates of irony by stating that the mastery of universal chronology was held hostage to play pretend at trimming decorative weeds. Thanos pinpoints the sad flaw of that verdant oasis. Unsweetened, he exposes the tragic corruption where time paused at its peak, suffocates life's irrevocable right to experience death in a natural and poetic way. Turning the gem's green miracle backward using the power gem held firmly against him, flowers and leaves inject and burst through the elder's fleshy vessel, macabrely deadening all vital channels in a merciless blooming, shaking off weak moral burdens among the suffocated vines alongside their old lord. Torn by shattered and soiled time, the collector wields the gems for the third strike without a trace of hesitation or reverence, resting a half dozen of the most vile and deadly artifacts shining with cosmic flames next to his serene, lawless face in the cabin. His ego sovereignly ignites as he continues his relentless romantic odyssey bathed in stellar darkness. Thanos changes his strategy and contacts the collector. This elder of the universe lives only to hoard all that is rare, and has his routine interrupted by a direct call from the Titan. The collector thinks he has the upper hand in the conversation. He knows Thanos is hunting for powerful artifacts, and has no illusions about the lethal intentions of the one on the other end. But Thanos surprises him by adopting an incredibly diplomatic stance. Without making threats, he proposes a peaceful agreement, assuring him that he doesn't want to spill any blood this time. Intrigued by the promise of receiving an invaluable commodity, the collector agrees to suspend hostilities. With a perfect bluff, Thanos has just bought the time he needed. The only weapon left to the Titan now is patience. He waits in the vacuum of space, keeping an isolated profile until he can execute the next phase of his grand plan. With no time to lose, Thanos begins the search for the promised merchandise. He tracks the signature of another elder of the universe who will serve as his bargaining chip, but his arrival immediately turns into chaos. A brutal impact strikes the platform by surprise, shattering the Titan's calculations and turning the hunter into the hunted. The runner, another of the elders, finally reveals himself. The level of aggression and the absurd speed of this attack catch even Thanos off guard. The mystery is soon explained. The Elder integrated an Infinity Stone into his own body. The relic amplified his powers to godly levels, eliminating any element of surprise. The Titan's tactical mind, however, does not forgive openings. Even cornered, Thanos realizes that the runner's massive ego is the exact weak spot he needs to exploit. The situation is critical. Calculations show that the enemy continues to accelerate exponentially with each charge, and time to come up with a survival plan is running out. Calculating, Thanos swallows his pride and stages a perfect surrender. He feigns total defeat, knowing that feeding the enemy's god complex is the only way out. To distract him, the Titan reveals the universe's greatest secret. The stone is the fragmented reincarnation of a primordial entity. The adversary is fascinated and lowers his guard. With the trap set, the counterattack begins with verbal humiliation. Thanos exposes that the runner's famous immortality is nothing more than the cowardice of someone who always runs away. Thanos' hidden trump card is finally revealed. The apparent defeat was just time bought to prepare the exact artifact that would neutralize the adversary's advantage. Thanos shatters the enemy's final illusion, explaining that he was never fast. The stone operated on autopilot, shortening space while the user believed he was special. To seal the defeat, the Titan uses his newly acquired prize, the Time Stone. He makes a point of showing how relentless time can be when in someone else's hands. The result is absolute and devastating. The ancient being is aged until he becomes frail, harmless, and utterly dependent on the victor's will. Straight to the point, Thanos returns to the collector's base and presents the payment. He plays on his host's greed, offering something that exists nowhere else. The Titan perfectly manipulates the collector's shock. He provokes the Elder's possessive mind, suggesting how fascinating it would be to dominate and display such a formidable rival. The nefarious transaction is complete. A cosmic brother is handed over as mere merchandise to satisfy the collector's selfish whim. Satisfied with his bizarre prize, the collector hands over his payment. The artifact that motivated all this tracking and deception finally falls into the Titan's hands. The irony is that the collector is convinced he got the better end of the deal. His ignorance caused him to hand over control of the universe simply because he couldn't look beyond the obvious. Thanos then reveals the blatant truth. The given object grants absolute control over the fabric of reality. It is a power so absurd that it requires a superior intellect to be tamed. To prove he isn't bluffing, he unleashes a fraction of the power, breaking the laws of physics. The collector's pride vanishes, replaced by a dread that makes him beg for Thanos to leave. With 5 pieces secured, the focus shifts to the final target, the Grandmaster. Thanos knows that facing the cosmos' greatest strategist will require a relentless mental challenge. Before leaving, the final blow is set. The time magic has an expiration date, and the collector will soon discover that the runner's harmless old age was only temporary. As the fury of the newly awakened runner destroys the collector's base, Thanos sets off toward his final destination, leaving chaos in his rear-view mirror. The encounter with the Grandmaster finally happens. The fate of Thanos' entire plan will be decided by the rigid rules of a competition of intellects, not by brute force. The defensive trap is brilliant. Any cheating will trigger a protocol that scatters the stone across the universe. With no shortcuts, the Titan has no choice but to play by the rules. The conflict abandons brutality and plunges into the realm of ideas, a simulated war within the mind, where the Grandmaster is absolutely certain he reigns supreme. The transition tears Thanos' consciousness from material reality, hurling his essence with extreme violence into the center of the digital arena. The immersion brings a disturbing revelation. The host lied. A defeat inside will not result in a simple ejection, but in Thanos' brain death in the real world. But his experience in war speaks louder. The Titan decides to ignore the subtleties of the game and embraces the chaotic aggression of live combat. In a risky tactic, Thanos forces a brutal action to overload the simulation, compelling the Grandmaster's system to react beyond its limits. The shock causes catastrophic damage to the environment. The Titan allows the annihilation of his own digital avatar, using the sacrifice to corrupt the integrity of that virtual universe. Believing himself the victor, the Grandmaster loses his scruples. He confesses that the game was already corrupted, having used a lethal virus to devour his opponent's mind. But the illusion quickly shatters. The system reveals that the virus devoured only an empty decoy program, plunging the Elder into absolute panic. Outside the simulation, the decisive maneuver takes place. The physical panel keeping the Grandmaster in the game is destroyed, proving that virtual rules don't stop real-world attacks. With the hardware failure, the virtual arena collapses. The strategist's mind plummets into the absolute void, annihilated by the very death trap he designed. In the physical hall, Thanos reveals himself to be the Grandmaster of deception. He had an android connected to the machine the whole time, keeping his true mind mind completely shielded. The final piece reveals its power to read minds and thoughts, which would have exposed the robot instantly. Now united with the other 5, there are no more secrets. The Pantheon has its God. Upon gathering all the artifacts, the ascension is immediate. The raw energy of the cosmos syncs with the Titan, showing that the power he had before was mere child's play. Mortal concepts lose their meaning. Time loses its linear flow and becomes modeling clay in his hands, ready to be rewritten without limits. The absolute engine of this brute force guarantees that no command from the Titan meets any resistance. He has reached a level where fear has been eradicated from his existence. But the central motivation for the massacre reappears. He takes his cosmic triumph to the only entity whose approval truly matters, the personification of death. Blinded by his omnipotence, he demands recognition. With all the cards on the table, Thanos is absolutely certain that a rejection now would be mathematically impossible, but the impact is cruel. Instead of affection, she responds with bureaucratic coldness through a minion, not even addressing him directly. Desperate and vulnerable, the Titan tries to justify himself. He confesses that stealing the supreme power was the only way he found to level their relationship. The most dangerous being in creation practically begs. His only demand is validation, the pathetic right to be treated as an equal partner and not as a servant. Granted a place by her side, Thanos sits at the top of the hierarchy. He believes he has finally conquered the glory of spending eternity alongside his beloved, but the emotional barrier remains standing. She continues to treat him through intermediaries as if the master of creation were just a formal, subordinate inconvenience. The messenger brings the terrifying explanation. By gaining total control of reality, Thanos ceased to be a servant. He transcended the very entity he wanted to conquer. In this new hierarchy, she has become just a cog under his absolute command. The Titan had accidentally demoted the great love of his life. Crushed by the mathematical flaw of his own plan, his frustration explodes. In a fit of blind rage, he wipes from existence the minion who rubbed this truth in his face. In the silent isolation that follows, he ponders his options. Being omnipotent, it would take but a single thought to reprogram her mind and force her to love him. But he backs down. A forced submission would be an empty feeling, destroying the purpose of genuine affection that motivated his entire deadly crusade. The tragedy reaches its inevitable conclusion. The absurd power that was supposed to cure his loneliness was exactly what condemned him to it forever. Godhood was nothing but an empty prison. The entire universe is now Thanos' private playground. If he thinks it, it happens. Reality bends to his will instantly, without question. The Hell Lord Mephisto quickly understands who's in charge now and switches sides without blinking. He ensures his own survival by becoming the Titan's lackey. But Mephisto is manipulation incarnate. He takes advantage of Thanos' vulnerability and clings to him, whispering ideas until they seem like the god's own decisions. The Titan's arrogance knows no bounds. He decrees that the cosmic pantheon has a new boss and demands absolute submission from every entity in the universe. Meanwhile, on Earth, ignorance is bliss. Doctor Strange goes about his routine, completely unaware of the universal restructuring. But the illusion of safety is shattered in an instant. The Sanctuary's defenses fall, and danger simply crashes down upon the Sorcerer Supreme's home. The invader isn't an enemy, it's the Silver Surfer, and he is completely battered, desperately seeking asylum. The warning comes out fragmented, but its weight is crushing. The Herald warns of an approaching threat with the potential to snuff out existence itself. The true scale of the nightmare is revealed. Death herself resurrected Thanos as her personal executioner to correct a flaw in the cosmos. The goal of this dark mission is terrifying: the extermination of exactly half of all sentient life in the universe. The Surfer explains that the original plan failed because Thanos discovered he needed to access the very backbone of the universe. Going behind Death's back, the Titan defeated the oldest guardians of existence, stealing control of the fundamental forces. By unifying these concepts, he ceased to be a mere conqueror. Thanos ascended to unbound godhood, controlling everything that exists. Doctor Strange finally understands. Handing total control of reality over to someone driven by destruction is the ultimate death sentence for life. Oblivious to the apocalypse, 3 human criminals flee in a car after a brutal murder, thinking only about drowning their anxiety. But overconfidence demands a heavy price. A brutal accident on the road punishes their recklessness instantly. The group's existence ends there, but demonic consciousnesses watch from afar and see these empty physical vessels as the perfect gift. Far from Earth, holding mastery over reality, Thanos invades Death's untouchable realm. He believes he is finally worthy of her attention, but the god's ego clashes with reality. Rejection comes in the cruelest form possible, the absolute silence of his beloved. Mephisto notices the wound to the Titan's pride and quickly slips in. He feeds Thanos' indignation, manipulating the situation in his favor. While the cosmic drama unfolds, Earth suffers the consequences. Demonic entities plummet from the beyond and hijack the bodies of the accident victims. Infiltration isn't easy. Under the strain of hosting dark beings, the human bodies begin to fail and undergo grotesque mutations. In deep space, Mephisto continues assessing the danger. He knows the Titan holds creation itself, yet still possesses a mortal soul and desires. Thanos tries once again to justify his actions to Death. In his twisted mind, the subjugation of reality was the greatest romantic gesture in history. But cosmic irony is cruel. By becoming omnipotent, he became her superior. Absolute power has turned Death into his subordinate. Unable to handle the rejection, he snaps. His frustration turns into an obsessive need to create an irrefutable tribute to his devotion. A colossal manifestation of his ego takes shape in the vacuum of space. It's a macabre proof that he uses infinity merely to soothe his own frustrations. Even after offering the entirety of creation on a silver platter, silence reigns. The supreme god remains the most rejected creature in the universe. Frustration reaches its breaking point. Mephisto plays dirty, whispering that perhaps Thanos still needs to show the true depths of his corrupted soul. The Titan takes the bait, and a cruel idea takes shape. If the price for her affection is total depravity, he embraces madness without hesitation. Thanos twists the laws of mortality and pulls his own granddaughter Nebula back from the brink. It's a grotesque showcase of his control over life. He purposefully destroys the girl's vitality, molding every trace of pain. He creates a living statue of eternal suffering dedicated to Death. Despite the sadistic sacrifice, it backfires spectacularly. Not only does the rejection continue, but it takes on an air of pure contempt. Death doesn't even bother to respond. She sends a subordinate to deliver the heartbreaking message that she wasn't amused by the theatrics. His omnipotent pride shatters. In a fit of blind, childish rage, Thanos obliterates the messenger from existence in the blink of an eye. That's when Mephisto finds the perfect opening. The demon whispers that the rejection isn't about what he did, but about the original promise he forgot. The realization hits. The Titan admits that the intoxication of omnipotence blinded him to the true purpose of his resurrection. The fundamental pact with Death demanded restoring the balance. The toll to be paid was wiping out exactly half of all existing life. The decision is made. Without further hesitation, Thanos focuses on the cold, calculated execution of a universal genocide to prove his absolute devotion. With a simple snap of his fingers, the deal is sealed. The fate of trillions is rewritten in a fraction of a second, without any warning. On Earth, the invisible wave strikes the planet. A biological alarm goes off, screaming that the very essence of existence is being torn apart. Connections dissolve out of nowhere. People lose the ones right next to them mid-sentence, with no trace or apparent reason. Confusion turns into sheer panic. Responsibilities evaporate as everyone desperately runs to check if their own family was chosen in the Annihilation Lottery. At his base, Steve Rogers tries to maintain his routine, completely oblivious to the cosmic terror that just fractured the universe. In the middle of a simple exchange of documents with his colleagues, the consequence of the Titan's wrath invades the safe environment. Without any warning, the existence of his allies is brutally erased, an absolute and silent erasure of life. Powerlessness crushes him. The world's greatest soldier is reduced to a useless spectator as his team vanishes right in front of him. In orbit, global intelligence short circuits. They confirm the worst. It's not a localized attack. The entire globe is bleeding. The cold math of the disaster brings down military command. Knowing that exactly half of humanity has turned to dust paralyzes any ability to react. The true extent of the purge is understood. With the animal kingdom also decimated, the planet's biological balance goes into total collapse. Across the galaxy, the bureaucracy of the Skrull Empire panics. They misinterpret the event as an attack and declare war, guided by sheer ignorance. At the nerve center of Earth's magic, Doctor Strange feels the very fabric of reality bleeding through his wards, until the impact of the snap invades the Sanctum Sanctorum itself, proving that no mystical bunker can stop the end. Steven experiences absolute terror. Not even the Sorcerer Supreme can conjure something fast enough to stop reality from being rewritten. The telepathic trauma crushes the Silver Surfer. He absorbs the visceral confusion of billions of consciousnesses being disconnected from existence all at once. Strange Strange puts the pieces together and reaches a macabre conclusion. The Surfer's warning wasn't about a future threat. It was a sentence already carried out. Not even Thanos' homeworld escapes. On Titan, allies plotting a rebellion begin to be erased from reality out of nowhere. Artificial intelligence confirms the universal anomaly. The greatest warriors are left paralyzed, powerless in the face of the invisible annihilation. But the higher entities know. The great cosmic consciousnesses recognize the Massacre's signature and know exactly who pulled the trigger. Meanwhile, on Earth, the invading demons remain relaxed in their human bodies. They firmly believe their greatest victory has already happened. All arrogance crumbles instantly. Without making a sound, the leader's partner has her existence revoked amidst their comfort. The ancient entity experiences mortal terror for the first time. The malice evaporates, replaced by the instinct of a tiny, cornered animal. He flees in desperation, searching for the rest of the squad, but the sight of the neighboring room confirms the nightmare. The entire infiltration force has evaporated. The realization hits brutally. Under Thanos' new universal order, even the cruelest manipulative demons are just victims waiting in line at the slaughterhouse. Thanos savors his absolute victory. Wiping out half of all life wasn't just a massacre, but his sick way of imposing his will. He truly believes he has fixed reality. On Earth, the sudden vanishing of people turns everyday life into a nightmare. Pilots and drivers disappear, causing colossal accidents. The heroes scramble, but it's a losing battle against pure chaos. The crisis is so dire that fundamental entities intervene. In space, the cosmic being Epoch summons Quasar, confirming that the very fabric of existence is hanging by a thread. Despair breeds wars. Interpreting the universal wipeout as an attack by their enemies, the mighty Kree Empire mobilizes its entire armada in retaliation. Back on Earth, the master of the mystic arts guards the key witness to this cosmic puzzle. With his guest in critical condition, Dr. Strange must seek immediate help from Earth's science. The crude solution proves effective. A bath of solar radiation forces the alien body to regenerate, pulling the only witness back from the brink of death. The gravity of the problem hits the apprentice and Dr. Strange hard. Dread consumes them as they realize that taking on Thanos' omnipotent power has all the makings of a suicide mission. Where heroes see fear, Victor Von Doom sees opportunity. Dr. Doom studies the anomaly, planning to use the end of the world as a stepping stone to extract divine knowledge and power. The nightmare of facing the Titan takes shape in deep space. Cosmic might is nothing but a joke in the face of such omnipotence, and the control he imposes is now absolute and humiliating. The climax of the horror reveals the villain's true motivation. Death is the muse of this atrocity. Billions were killed merely in a sick effort to win the affection of this entity. The cruelty extends even to his own blood. Thanos' supposed granddaughter is left in an agonizing limbo between life and death, punished for daring to use his name in the past. The genocide served as a personal purge in the most sadistic way. Thanos confesses that he wiped his own father from existence just to avoid dealing with any moral opposition. Seeking an opening, Eros manipulates the Titan's emotions, but Thanos' omniscience detects the intrusion, and the retaliation against this desperate trick doesn't take a second. The punishment is surgical and eternal. Eros completely loses his ability to communicate, silenced as a warning to anyone who dares underestimate the rules of the new reality. Meanwhile, on Earth, the heirs of legendary heroes are crushed by the pressure. Imposter syndrome consumes those left behind to carry the defense of an apocalyptic world on their shoulders. The panic transcends the mortal realm, forcing leaders of all pantheons to abandon ancient rivalries. A divine summit is hastily convened to make sense of the tragedy. The declaration of war becomes inevitable. The heavens decide to march as a united front against the entity who dared to erase a vast portion of reality. The divine message spreads through the hideouts. The isolated Pip the Troll has his peace shattered as he aggressively receives his ultimate new mission: hunt Thanos. On Earth, old villains test the order. Dr. Doom usurps the Sanctum, seizing the position of power and cornering the Sorcerer Supreme to extract the answers he seeks. The backlash against the dictator sparks immediate fury. Doom cowardly crushes any attempt at resistance, laughing in the faces of the opponents who dare threaten his reign. With brute force neutralized, Doom escalates his extortion. He threatens to crush Dr. Strange's mind to pry out the secrets of the universal annihilation. The tyranny suffers an unexpected blow. Adam Warlock, a cosmic legend pronounced dead, emerges from the shadows with the weight of someone who has already defied the end of the world to retake control of the group. In the cosmic reaches, Thanos' macabre spectacle continues uninterrupted. With a mere thought, he creates new visual tortures just to capture his muse's apathetic attention. In the Sanctum, Warlock takes the reins of command. The reborn legend asserts that organizing a suicide attack against the Titan is literally the last remaining chance. The pressure of the apocalypse suffocates petty rivalries. Dr. Doom swallows his monumental pride, forging a fragile alliance, but shifts all the weight of potential failure into the hands of the new leadership. Irony crushes the Mad Titan overwhelmingly. Despite mastering time and matter, he painfully realizes that Mistress Death continues to refuse him even a single drop of affection. The shock shatters his cold heart. The genocide and all his sacred power amount to nothing. Omnipotence cannot buy the only thing in the universe he truly desired. The rejection fully corrupts his sanity. In a wrathful and childish outburst, he radiates a massive, invisible wave, brutally shattering the spatial stability of creation. The fallout wipes physics itself off the map. Star systems are instantaneously obliterated indiscriminately, victims of the most terrifying psychic tantrum in history. Watching all this, the old guard of the cosmos gulps hard. The Devourer of Worlds backs down from an immediate frontal clash with the Gauntlet to avoid a bloody and useless sacrifice. But Thanos' blind fury travels at alarming speeds. Galactus manages to track the residue of this impact, identifying that the devastating wave is rushing toward planet Earth. And the prophecy comes to collect its due. The urban atmosphere takes the invisible hit and buckles violently, turning any civilian plan into pure desperation for survival. Faced with urban rubble, the ground resistance uses pure brute force. Heroes absorb the tectonic impacts on the pavement in a noble yet futile attempt to keep civilians breathing. From orbit, any attempt at monitoring is swallowed up. The surreal distortion simply paralyzes all of Tony Stark's advanced engineering before he grasps the true scale of the damage. The systemic failure turns Iron Man into dead weight. Without any propulsion, the genius goes into freefall through the atmosphere, heading for a fatal crash. Barely stabilized, Tony gets a front-row seat to the tragedy. The visual shock of the geography deformed by Thanos' invisible hands proves that the destruction is beyond the natural planetary scale. The Earth's crust cannot withstand the insanity. Colossal chunks of the surface break off, dragging millions of lives into the trench of a raging sea in the blink of an eye. Earth's defenders drown in a sea of debris. Reduced to fragile survivors in the tide of destruction, their frustration reaches massive proportions as they accept their tactical insignificance. The borders of the unexplainable burn as well. The magical roots of the multiverse are torn apart in the blast, completely barring the forcible intervention of neighboring realms. Until then comfortable, the deities lose their footing in the most humiliating way. Trapped by debris within their own closed heavens, celestial pride kisses immediate defeat. Meanwhile, in the oldest trenches of the oceans, the Earth's foundation goes mad. The wave violently rearranges the seafloor, awakening an uncontrollable fury beneath the deep waters. The sea pushes the waters into a staggering frenzy. The death sentence takes shape in a massive liquid mountain, tearing through the horizon and advancing voraciously against the civilian coast. Sirens sound for terrified crowds with no emergency exit. The hellish vision of doom rises above them, making any effort merely contemplative. The tsunami completely wipes out entire neighborhoods and lives in its path. The colossal force respects neither concrete nor prayers, ensuring an indisputable annihilation of the coastal infrastructure. Amidst the genocidal waves, paltry victories psychologically torture the protective vanguard. Rescuing very few souls in the submerged graveyard is a chilling reminder of the immense heroic failure. The little structure that remains blindly unites. Politicians, vigilantes, and agencies cast arrogance and secrets aside, operating on raw desperation to mend the mutilated hemisphere. The world gulps hard and defers to the heroes. Issuing the highest levels of summons, survival intelligence accepts the emergency hierarchies to rally the remaining troops. Scanning the melting globe, the leaders conclude that salvaging wreckage is not enough. The urgency demands recruiting every last drop of available aptitude to initiate the final retaliation. Sheltered in the unbreakable mystical stronghold, Warlock and the crew gain valuable seconds to catch their breath. The shield survives the global barbarism, uniting skeptical defenders under the harsh demand of martial necessity. Reading the open scars on the cracked crust, the strategic minds piece together the horror. The colossal fracture is merely the wrathful psychic reverberation of an unhinged deity. The truth turns strategy into a well of agony. The destruction that shattered planets was triggered not by war, but by a rejected heart. They will not only face infinite power, but the furious madness of the omnipotent Titan. Thanos builds a bizarre monument using entire planets as bricks. It's the pure materialization of his ego, a desperate attempt to prove his godhood. Mephisto remains right by his side, feeding the Titan's vanity, but the plan fails miserably. Lady Death remains completely indifferent to the spectacle, proving that reshaping the galaxy isn't enough to force the love he desires. Frustration crushes Thanos' pride, and he retreats, swallowed by his own disappointment. Watching closely, Mephisto notices this perfect opening, realizing that emotional instability is the villain's greatest weakness. Meanwhile, on Earth, the consequences of this cosmic outburst spiral completely out of control. The planet's structure collapses under uncontrollable natural disasters. The urgency forces a complete breach of protocols. With a fatal anomaly detected, the intel on a global catastrophe must reach military command immediately. Nick Fury is focused on managing the chaos, completely unaware of the problem's true scale. The abrupt interruption brings the real threat straight to the director's desk. The researcher's explanation connects the dots. The cosmic shockwave caused by the Titan has permanently altered the planet's equilibrium in space. The silence of the end of the world takes over the command room. Earth has been torn from its orbit and is now drifting straight into the cosmic void, sealing everyone's fate. Far away, Adam Warlock demands cold composure from the Resistance. He knows that using brute force against an omnipotent being is suicide, and that survival requires a much more complex plan. Warlock decides it's time to act. With a greater plan in mind, he uses magic to transport his contingency group. The sudden intrusion triggers the Avengers' internal alarms. The presence of unexpected invaders turns surprise into a pure threat inside the headquarters. But there is no time to debate morality. Their attention must be brutally redirected to the real problem before annihilation arrives. The strategy shifts to full force. The new directive demands the absolute summoning of every being capable of fighting. Outside, the global infrastructure collapses entirely. With the planet thrown into the void, trying to save what's left of humanity becomes a desperate task. The structural collapse crushes any heroism. What remains is the bitter reality that civilian casualties are inevitable, and they can't save everyone. Black Widow understands that blindly fighting in the streets won't solve anything. She activates a global emergency channel, calling any hero still standing for the ultimate battle. Magic becomes the only viable transport network. The call draws the defense forces to a single point. Tony Stark is one of the first to cross the line. He brings his tactical genius and technology to this new battlefront. The power escalation doesn't stop, drawing in even ancient cosmic entities. The threat level unites the most isolated forces in the universe. The result is an unprecedented coalition. Mutants, gods, and vigilantes huddle together, forming the universe's last desperate militia. But putting so many leaders and strong egos in the same space comes with a price. The friction is immediate, and old wounds threaten to tear the team apart before the first strike. Amidst this, the Hulk actively refuses the summons. Past grudges cause him to deny his help from afar. With no time for diplomacy, the transport is forced. The hero is pulled into the base against his will, raising the tension to critical levels. The inevitable clash of egos occurs, and Doom tries to take the reins. He argues that taking down an omnipotent god requires a ruthless mind, devoid of heroic scruples. The veterans put their foot down with an ultimatum. Survival depends on everyone swallowing their pride and following the original strategy. The true scale of the strategy comes to light. This team's direct assault will be merely a distraction on a much larger board. The leadership team needs to pull away to seek allies in the cosmic spheres. The shock troops are left behind as the front line of a killing field. The group's destination is set. The battle won't be in their own backyard, but in the enemy's domain in deep space. In the rear guard, imposter syndrome hits hard. Surrounded by legends, some heroes feel they don't belong there. Peter Parker feels the weight of reality crash down on him. Facing the driving force of the universe is terrifying, far different from the criminals he usually stops. The mental calculation is brutal and cold. The conclusion that the mission is a death march with no chance of survival chills the blood. In deep space, the strategic leadership steps forward. The ultimate council of war to seek forces beyond human comprehension is about to begin. The Supreme Pantheon materializes. Absolute abstract entities share the same space to judge the case of existential threat. But the answer is a crushing disappointment. The Absolute Judge's bureaucratic verdict denies the petition for help, completely ignoring mortal morality. The greatest hope for intervention recuses itself and closes the case. The final decree is the total abandonment of Earth's resistance. The divine union crumbles instantly. The entities turn their backs and abandon the summit, looking out only for their own preservation. The cosmic contingency plan dies before it even starts. Without the gods and their arrogance, Earth's vanguard would march to the slaughterhouse alone. Warlock refuses to accept the denial. He decides to provoke the devourer of worlds directly, questioning his intelligence to gain his full attention. The punishment comes in the form of annihilation. The offended deity attacks with pure fury to wipe the disrespect from the face of space. Warlock survives and takes control of the situation. He throws it in the entities' faces that their brute strength is absolutely nothing against the Mad Titan's power. The argument turns the tables. The fundamental forces of the universe agree to swallow their own egos and follow the mortal strategist's orders. The scale of the coalition reaches surreal levels. Millennial rivals cast their differences aside, and the ultimate cosmic army finally takes shape. Back on Earth, the psychological torture of the wait continues. Computer projections indicate that defeat is mathematically certain for the team. The data cross-referencing reveals the only possible opening. The machine concludes that reality hasn't been erased yet solely because the villain subconsciously sabotages himself. The realization hits. The enemy suffers from a cosmic imposter syndrome. Their only hope of survival lies in Thanos' mental instability. If he has overcome his insecurities this time, there is no plan B. Failure in battle will mean the immediate extinction of all that exists. The unbearable pressure tears the team apart from the inside. The friction reaches a boiling point, with heroes openly accusing the recruited villains of plotting a betrayal. The leadership core intervenes with brute force. Letting past resentments dictate the rules now is akin to triggering the mission's self-destruct. At the peak of the chaos, the Resistance's architect materializes his presence on Earth. Warlock arrives and brushes aside the mortal bickering with pure disdain. The final warning falls upon the team. Time is up, and the march toward likely slaughter will begin at any moment. But before the attack, the leader focuses on the most bloodthirsty elements. He needs to strategically position unpredictable assassins for his plan to work. He seeks to bend the worst beasts in the universe to his will. Any intervention to de-escalate the situation is firmly blocked by the commander. Out in space, Thanos notices the witnesses arriving. The ultimate validation that the audience for his grand show has finally appeared. Driven by pure arrogance, he decides to play along. Instead of simply erasing his opponents, he promises to give them the glorious end they seek. Blind confidence takes over the villain. He already savors the massacre, diving headfirst into the psychological trap the Resistance hope to exploit. On Earth, tactical isolation brings two beasts together. Wolverine and Hulk share a rare moment of forced truce under the stress of the end of the world. They embrace the truth of their own violent identities. Unbound by traditional morality, both accept that they are the necessary monsters right now. Warlock approaches the duo pragmatically. Precisely because they lack crises of conscience, they have just been chosen as the group's official executioners. The message is clear: a direct and unforgivable assassination order. The dirty work has fallen into their laps, and the duo understands their role perfectly. Before the war breaks out, Thanos makes one last plea to Death. He desperately seeks to know if she will finally stand by his side on the battlefield. The illusion shatters. The lack of an answer and the relentless rejection make the Titan finally realize the harsh truth once and for all. His sorrow quickly converts to pure arrogance. He uses his omnipotence to create Taraxia, a partner programmed at the genetic level to idolize him. With the hatred of rejection pulsing, the Mad Titan declares the start of the combat. The stage for the Cosmic Massacre is officially set. The elite squad on Earth receives their final instructions. The warning is clear: the distraction plan requires perfection, with no room for individual heroics. Magic grants them an artificial and short-lived breath. The extinction timer is triggered. They have exactly 60 minutes to survive the void. The dimensional crossing tears the fabric of space. The heroes are hurled beyond known borders in a complete fracture of natural physics. The impact of their arrival hits them with total disorientation. The strike force lands in an intimidating territory, and the death march begins. While the front line advances, Warlock and the Silver Surfer remain strategically isolated at a monumental distance, monitoring the target in the void. Warlock ignores his partner's idealism and confesses the unthinkable. The strategist admits that he hid the true nature of the plan from his entire team. The monstrosity of the plan is revealed. There is no rescue mission or direct victory. Earth's greatest coalition of heroes was dispatched purely to serve as cannon fodder. Hell finally breaks loose, and the macabre sacrifice begins. The bloody chaos acts as the perfect distraction so the true plan can carve out an opening in the war. The front line launches the suicide attack, a desperate joint effort to try and open a breach, fulfilling the sacrificial distraction role planned by Warlock. The sheer gap in power becomes clear in an instant. The Vanguard's assault is nullified within the very fabric of time before it even poses any real threat. In this moment of lethal hesitation, the advisor astutely attempts to redirect the focus, planting seeds of manipulation to divert the destructive wrath away from the cannon fodder. The emotional wound is poked with surgical precision. The harsh truth is laid on the table. Unrestricted mastery over reality is worth nothing if death continues to reject him. The intellectual trap suggests intentionally leveling the playing field. Giving the invaders a slight chance of victory would make the villain's triumph hold some real value to his beloved. Arrogance swallows the bait and the decision is made. A voluntary suppression of his own cosmic senses takes place, shutting down his perception of the future to make room for the unforeseen. The realization finally hits the hidden resistance. The enemy's mental instability and self-imposed sabotage fully validate the secret plan drawn up in the shadows. Suddenly, a tortured ghost from the past comes wandering in. The morbid distraction breaks the tension and serves as a living reminder of the pure insanity and sadism that govern the territory. The venomous advisor feeds the madness, planting the illusion that death has finally shown interest. It is the final push the Titan's vanity needed. Driven by pure ego, the Titan undoes the time freeze. The game resumes, but now with the clock ticking under the absurd rules he has imposed upon himself. But overconfidence immediately takes its toll. The drastic cut to his defensive instincts leaves a massive blind spot, and the unthinkable happens. The god lowers his guard. The vengeful duo shows no mercy and lands a direct hit. The blow proves that the Titan's mind has been completely clouded by the sick need to prove his affection by playing fair. But harsh reality knocks at the door. Even with his guard down, the entity's resilience borders on unbreakable. The real damage done was far more to his pride than to his flesh. The retaliation is instant, silent, and humiliating. Without using brute force, the biology around the attacker is altered, reducing the group's greatest weapon of destruction into something pathetic. Still, the tactical team doesn't give him a split second to breathe. They string one offensive after another, exploiting every single flaw in the target's impaired attention. Keeping the Surfer in the dark is a vital security measure for Warlock. This tactical bluff ensures that the Titan can't steal the trap's details by reading their thoughts. In the chaos of combat, a simple physical touch becomes a death sentence. Despair hits when the heroes realize they've been infected with a bizarre and accelerated biological contagion. There isn't even time to react. In a matter of seconds, two of Earth's strongest fighters are completely consumed and brutally wiped from the battlefield. But greed steps in to sabotage teamwork. Dr. Doom betrays his allies, seeing the perfect breach not to save the universe, but to steal omnipotence. Arrogance immediately extracts its price. The cosmic energy reacts violently, punishing the desperate theft attempt with an absurd force of pure rejection. The failed strike only serves to leave the enemy more alert and irritated. However, blinded by divine fury, the Asgardian refuses to back down from the battle. Brute force, however, is useless against someone who controls the rules of reality. The Titan simply alters the surrounding space, neutralizing the assault with cruel mockery. With the heavyweights in trouble, a brutal stealth attack is launched. The mutant bets everything on the idea that the god is too arrogant to notice his approach. But punishment comes swiftly. Biology and indestructible metal completely lose their integrity, destroying not only the hero's main weapon, but sweeping away his hope. Far away from this slaughterhouse, the anguish of watching in secret is overwhelming. The urge is to intervene, but the order is to maintain absolute composure, as the exact moment hasn't arrived yet. The realization hits hard for those closely following the strategy. It becomes obvious that there is no empathy in the hidden plan. The heroes fighting down there are nothing more than disposable bait sent to the slaughter. Back on the field, Cosmic Mastery easily nullifies magic. The attack focuses its retaliation on erasing the team's most vulnerable link in a fraction of a second. The response against the last survivors is sadistic and surgical. The god creates suffocating prisons, making sure to leave the victim fully aware of their own relentless asphyxiation. The Mad Titan gives technology no chance. The Resistance's synthetic mind is obliterated in the blink of an eye, effortlessly crushing the hero's logical advantage. As the Massacre devours the squad, the former Asgardian ally fights the vacuum of outer space, requiring unbreakable willpower to avoid perishing in the darkness. But without divine immunity, the harsh reality of space demands a lethal toll. The lack of oxygen suffocates the mortal body instantly, turning the former hero into just another victim. On the ground, a new window of suicidal opportunity opens. Using pure distraction, the Resistance risks everything, swallowing the enemy into a dimensional vacuum of total darkness. But trying to tame the omnipotent tears apart the jailer's essence. The prison of darkness is eradicated from the inside out, turning the hero's dimensional gambit into mere cosmic dust. The Titan absorbs this growing panic and turns it into sick amusement. It becomes terrifyingly clear that he never felt threatened, merely delighting in the useless effort of those worms. Even the immense court watching from the front row understands the farce of that combat. It becomes evident that the orchestrated deaths serve exclusively to feed his monstrous vanity and seek approval. But the battlefield refuses to yield entirely to nihilism. The desperate call for salvation echoes, and the legendary divine weapon crosses the vastness towards its master. The unbreakable bond is sealed anew, and the deity is reborn from destruction. The warrior of thunder returns to the arena, proving that the Resistance's fury is never extinguished so easily. To effortlessly clear the loose ends from the board, the Titan condemns two heavyweights to permanent exile. Trapped in a forgotten temporal era, they cease to exist in the current combat. The bloodthirsty cruelty of the new partner created by the villain is sealed with the brutal elimination of Earth's greatest tactical mind. The Resistance loses an irreplaceable pillar. Cornered by the genocide of his team, the God of Thunder takes the front line. He pours out every drop of his fury trying to delay the cosmic tyrant, and by a few vital seconds. But Asgardian magic means nothing against supreme power. The Titan alters the shape of matter itself on a whim, converting the hero's devastating attack into a humiliating prison. The Order of the Dark plan remains inflexible. Uninterrupted total sacrifice. Without hesitation, yet another earthly combatant ignores logic and throws himself into certain death to keep the distraction alive. With no more obstacles or excuses, the sentence upon the Norse god is brutally carried out. The last heavy artillery falls, leaving the planned extermination of the team nearing its conclusion. The macabre strategy of the Baitline reaches its tragic limit. The bloodbath leaves only a single fragile human soldier standing as the solitary barrier before the apocalypse. Steve Rogers is fully aware that he has no chance of victory. The omnipotent villain feels no danger either, finding the minuscule mortal challenge more amusing than threatening. The final clash becomes purely ideological. The human's simple, inflexible refusal to bow down rubs it in the tyrant's face that his conquest will never be absolute. The retaliation turns the ultimate symbol of protection and hope into dust in the wind. The shattering of the shield decrees the peak of psychological humiliation over the entire universe. But the intoxication of this egomaniacal triumph blinds the sadistic god's vision. By pausing to savor the soldier's breaking point, his arrogance blows wide open the exact blind spot expected from the beginning. And it's in this minuscule space that the secret maneuver triggers at full speed. The silver being crosses the darkness on a suicidal trajectory focused solely on a masterstroke. The grand play culminates with the critical moment grazing the gauntlet. The stealth that cost the extermination of an entire legion of heroes touches the coveted infinite core, but the rescue slips right through the cosmic razor's edge. The sneak attack misses its mark, embedding a frustration so dense it weighs more than the deaths on the very dirt ground. The failure of the distraction awakens the omniscient beast. The shock breaks the villain's narcissistic game, making the realization of the real threat hit the Titan's paralyzed radars. The harsh impact of failure crumbles the entire web of hope. With no other chance for distraction, the sacrifices lose their tactical utility. The veiled failed game has ended in unredeemable ruin. Enraged by nearly losing his godhood to a parlor trick, the Titan snatches the last human bait and batters him into the ground, punishing the audacity of flirting with luck. The clear perception of the cosmic guillotine makes the omnipotent ruler break out in a cold sweat. He notes, with internal dread, how his frivolous desire to play with lesser prey nearly cost him his immortality. The era of imaginary obstacles ceases. Coldly restoring his full cosmic senses, the supreme mastery over reality resumes the proportions of absolute, indisputable control. However, the minute his supremacy over human flesh seems irrevocable, the cosmic defenses alarm the wielder of power. The true scale of the catastrophic event sounds across the galactic immensity. The colossal divine pantheon materializes together over the skies of combat. With the immense abstract figures surrounding the theater of war, the erasure of mortals is decreed for the true beginning of the eternal war. Uatu knows that what is about to happen will change everything. The rule is clear: observe, record, never interfere, and he will uphold this until the very last second of existence. The fundamental forces of reality themselves deliver an ultimatum. The gods of the universe demand the Titan hand over the gauntlet, warning that existence will not withstand a confrontation of this scale. But the Titan already considers himself above any god. Arrogance speaks louder, and he ignores the warning, challenging the entities head-on. Far from the front lines, the torture continues. The Demon Lord takes advantage of the tension to torment the Titan's captive brother and the prisoners scattered across the altar. The real terror there is knowing the Titan wouldn't even care about losing them. After all, with absolute control over reality, he can always recreate the dead later. And the divine clash begins. The energy released in the first attack is a cataclysm that instantly sweeps across space. Right from the epicenter, the realization is terrifying. The very laws of physics and nature begin to crumble. Reality itself is collapsing from the very first strike. But a miracle reveals the greatest betrayal of all. Death herself used her power to protect targets from destruction. Her contempt for the Titan is so deep that she prefers to save lives. The domino effect of this cosmic mess hits our world hard. Earth loses its stability, and predators from other dimensions see the perfect opportunity to start a massacre. In space, the cosmic entities decide to escalate things brutally. The war abandons ethics and begins using entire worlds as tactical ammunition. The clash gives way to extreme brute force. The oldest beings in creation abandon their elaborate plans and unleash their full destructive potential in a single combined attack. Except the universe's greatest display of power is nullified by a simple, silent wish. The abyss in power becomes evident when a massive attack is dealt with as a mere nuisance. The realization hits hard. Brute force will never win this war. So the approach changes drastically to the only target without shields, the emotional battlefield. An internal conflict escalates to the extreme. Feelings of affection are forcefully injected into his consciousness. He finds himself literally fighting against forced compassion. Upon identifying that his soul has become a battlefield, he awakens pure fury. The incarnations of feelings reveal themselves, and discovering his free will has been violated is unacceptable. Thanos rejects the manipulation once and for all. He breaks the mind control imposed by the conceptual entities and reaffirms his absolute dominance by wiping empathy from his mind. But lowering his guard comes with a price. The Demon Lord attempts a direct strike, betting everything on stealing the power while the Sovereign recovers. With mere effort, the traitor is banished and discarded like trash. But before he can process the end of the mutiny, reality takes another sharp turn. The real shock comes now. The only entity for whom he did absolutely everything decides to enter the battlefield directly, turning against him. But the pain of a broken heart quickly turns into pure hatred. He converts his heartbreak into raw fuel, shattering his containment and emerging unshakable. The conqueror purges any trace of sentimentality. He subjugates the entire cosmic hierarchy simultaneously, bringing the very essence of reality to its knees. The omnipotent being savors his unquestionable victory. He reaches a level of existence so high that he demands reverence from his new creation. He has become reality itself, breathing, but intoxicated by his own divinity. The god makes his worst mistake. He deems his physical form obsolete and abandons his own shell on the throne, leaving the source of his invincibility unprotected. And in a desperate move, absolute control is stolen. The power is snatched from the careless god and falls into the lap of the most unstable and traumatized mind in the galaxy. The invincible reign crumbles. Months of torture vanish in the blink of an eye. The worthless prisoner becomes the new goddess of the universe, and the tables turn in a way the former master never imagined. And she wants instant instant revenge. Wasting no time, she condemns her former torturer to the vacuum of space, a whim executed, and the former supreme being is now nothing more than trash being tossed out. Far away, the Resistance feels the sudden shift in the fabric of reality. Taking the weapon from a tyrant only for it to fall into the hands of someone corrupted by pain is a terrifying scenario. Meanwhile, exiled in the deep cold, the Titan experiences absolute impotence. He understands that the chosen punishment was not death, but the humiliation of absolute nothingness. Until an outside intervention hurls the fallen villain straight into the Resistance's base. Adam pulled the strings and brought the universe's greatest threat right into the hero's backyard. With tempers in check, the harsh truth is laid on the table. The new goddess is going to implode existence out of pure psychic overload. The only way out is to join forces with the devil himself. And the diagnosis is right. Nebula holds absolute power, but the infinite flow of cosmic knowledge starts frying her mortal brain. It's a nightmare. Knowing that the end of everything hangs by a thread, the Resistance agrees to a desperate attack plan. The risk is absurdly high, but it's the last card to play to avoid annihilation. For the next step to work, Adam Warlock isolates the Titan from the rest of the group. He needs a moment alone for a completely different and destructive confrontation. The conversation exposes the villain's weaknesses. The time Warlock spent exiled in the Soul Gem gave him total access to the deepest and dirtiest secrets of that mind. And the great truth is humiliating. Deep down in his own soul, the Mad Titan holds the absolute conviction that he is unworthy of this power. His greatest weakness is self-sabotage. The shock hits the Titan hard. He realizes that his subconscious always builds an escape route, providing the exact tool for his own defeat. And the current crisis with Nebula is proof of this. He allowed the power to be snatched from him, repeating the weakness of previous battles. He gave it all away out of existential cowardice. The weight of reality crushes his ego. For the first time, denial gives way to the acceptance that he purposefully dug his own grave because he felt unworthy. Left with no way out and his pride in tatters, the decision is made. The Titan swallows his arrogance and agrees to join forces with the Resistance to fix this colossal mess. And so the invasion begins. The task force dives into enemy territory with maximum aggression. It's a desperate move against the absolute control of existence. But the true strategic core remains in the shadows. They know the first frontal assault is just a bloody distraction, waiting for the perfect moment. The hero's ambush fails to surprise, but it carries enough force to decimate entire planets. It is hatred and despair channeled into a single point. But the effort is irrelevant against the infinite. With a mere thought, the galaxy's most violent offensive is wiped from existence by the new master of reality. The easy victory raises suspicion. Absolute perception scours the cosmos in search of the true masterminds behind that suicidal theater. And that's when the inevitable happens. The architects of the plan reveal themselves. The creator of the original chaos faces his accidental heir in the confrontation that will decide whether the universe lives or dies. Thanos is aware that absolute power requires intellect and control. Handing the universe over to someone unprepared is just a fast track to total self-destruction. The new cosmic sovereign's response is instant and humiliating. She rejects any deal and uses her limitless strength to silence and immobilize the Titan. Stripped of physical strength, he resorts to psychological torture. The Titan begins to attack her mind, making it clear she lacks the capacity to bear the weight of the universe. Consumed by the need to prove her superiority, she falls into the trap. Instead of focusing on the battle, she decides to use the supreme power merely to undo the legacy of her former tormentor. This vain distraction opens an unseen breach. Taking advantage of the chaos, a stealthy, mystical infiltration begins to connect directly to the source of all power. Believing she is dealing an emotional coup de grace, she rewrites time. The goddess wills all of existence to revert to how it was before the crisis, an irreparable mistake. The greatest genocide in history is reversed in the blink of an eye. Half of all cosmic life is snatched back from oblivion and returned to the universe. But by turning back time, the girl also reversed her own biological state. Without realizing it, she condemns herself back to the condition of a walking corpse, losing physical control. In a desperate reaction, she ignores her ruined biology. Using sheer willpower channeled through omnipotence, she forces her body to reconstruct itself instantly. Furious at her own slip-up, she unleashes a merciless retaliation. The counterattack dismantles the invasion's front line, violently hurling the heroes through space. The former tyrant watches the display of power with sadism. He knows her emotional reactions and immaturity will be the perfect weapon to reclaim his throne. The fundamental forces of the universe decide to intervene. An absolute coalition is formed to prevent control from remaining in the hands of someone so unstable. Taking advantage of the chaos outside, the leader of the resistance pulls his ally into the spiritual realm. It is the only safe refuge where he can dictate the final phase of their strategy. The leader reveals his utter coldness. He already knew the original tyrant would sabotage himself. He merely studied the flaws and waited for this exact window of inexperience. To ensure perfect sync, an aggressive mental transfer is initiated. The leader injects his consciousness, his perception of reality, and the details of the plan into his ally's mind. The silent plan enters its critical phase. Adam Warlock expands his own mind, reaching his consciousness out to the far edges of this inner universe. In the real world, time is running out. The brute force of the new ruler begins to crush the fundamental forces of creation beneath her absolute power. Inside the soul realm, Warlock achieves perfect symbiosis. He fuses completely with the gem, becoming omnipresent and the very foundation of that domain. The silent checkmate is activated. From his fortress, Warlock's consciousness fires an invasive pulse to force a connection with the other 5 stones. On the outside, the ruler remains blinded by her own arrogance. Unaware of the internal sabotage, she believes she has subjugated the greatest forces in existence. The old strategist smiles as he senses the rupture. Thanks to the distraction he planted, Warlock managed to inject total disharmony, driving the artifact into absolute collapse. The infinite power turns against the unprepared mind of the usurper. The trap shatters her ego in the physical world, while her control short-circuits. The ultimate prize finally falls. The artifact is forced to abandon its collapsing host, opening the single breach the universe had been waiting for. Without a millisecond of hesitation, the race begins again. The sadistic former tyrant lunges hungrily to reclaim the crown that was taken from him. The resistance activates its insurance policy. The heavy cavalry is pulled straight into the epicenter of the clash, initiating the final desperate struggle for survival. The conflict narrows down to a suicidal act. The fallen ruler, the former owner, and the heroic front line bet everything on claiming the abandoned gems. The inevitable clash occurs. The cosmic circuit rewires with full force, sweeping away any opposition as it fuses with the one who made first contact. The true architect of the war claims victory. The one who imploded the machine from the inside out seizes control, replacing barbarism with his new authority. The dust settles, and the cosmic hierarchy falls into inertia. The fundamental forces instantly recognize that the fate of everything rests in the hands of a single individual. The former master refuses to swallow his defeat and tries to demand the gauntlet back. He ignores the fact that he has lost his existential weight and become just another mortal in the room. The new god shuts down the mutiny before it can grow. He imposes his definitive authority, making it clear that the era of debates and democracies has come to an end. The new deity's consciousness transcends space. His perception expands instantly to encompass every life and star from an infinitely cold perspective. With the threat disarmed, the hero's focus shifts to pure vengeance. Their hatred explodes into brute force in an attempt to annihilate the tyrant who tormented them. But the former conqueror reveals a hidden, lethal failsafe. An emergency manipulation forces the heroes to break brutally to avoid dying alongside him. To prevent a tragedy, the resistance takes a containment measure. The threat is violently banished into the deep void, trading a trial for the survival of all. The architect of universal pain simply ceases to exist in the room, a swift, cold, and inglorious end, bringing the monster's presence to a close. The transition of power is absolute. With a single thought, Adam dispatches the universe back to its proper places, keeping only his closest allies. Faced with their doubts, Adam deconstructs mortal free will. He argues that existential life has always been a merciless tyranny governed by chance. His true, icy philosophy is revealed. He plans to wipe away the chaos and establish a calculated, flawless order, leaving no room for emotions. With a deliberate act, the newborn god banishes these final mortal anchors from his sight. He chooses to rule in the absolute isolation of infinity. Proving that space and time no longer matter, Adam breaks the laws of physics. He skips straight to the karmic outcome his omniscience demands. The greatest of ironies takes shape before them. The perpetrator of the largest genocide ever recorded has found a peaceful refuge in the simple act of tilling the land. Adam brings his old allies to witness this. The ultimate symbol of cosmic terror has been reduced to a quiet, harmless shell in an open field. The new architect of the cosmos disarms any hostility. He clarifies that the thirst for revenge is far too petty a feeling, utterly unworthy of a deity. The shocking revelation surfaces. Adam is desperately seeking guidance. He turns to the only creature who understands the mental hell of holding supreme power. The farmer's advice is a grim sentence. He warns that wielding the infinite requires painful submission, amounting to pure, endless psychological torture. The former tyrant takes the opportunity to reflect on his own megalomaniacal downfall. Time and defeat have taught him the futility of trying to conquer everything by force. In an incomprehensible act of mercy, Adam grants the farmer his exile. He decrees peace, which sounds like betrayal to the traumatized eyes of the heroes. The resistance swallows the bitter taste of diplomatic defeat. They realize that the friend they once knew has been erased, replaced by pure, distant cosmic logic. Finally left to his own devices, the retired villain achieves a liberating clarity. The long-desired limitless power was merely a burden and a fleeting delusion. He casts a pitying glance at his successor. The man who desired spiritual peace will now spend eternity shackled to paranoia and vigilance. The irony of existence forces a smile from him. On the grand, bloody chessboard of infinity, the solitary farmer was the only one who managed to escape victorious. Warlock knows that Omnipotence has made him a massive target. Calculating, he senses the cosmic conspiracy forming against him and decides to face the gods head-on. The high cosmic hierarchy refuses to accept a mortal in control and drags him before the absolute tribunal. The very incarnation of the universe demands the power back, forcing a trial. The prosecution's strategy is surgical. They attack his sanity. The forces of reality declare that the human mind lacks the psychological structure to handle the infinite. Adam's arrogance turns into pure fury. Feeling betrayed, he throws it in the entity's faces that they only exist today because of his sacrifice. The pressure makes his mind snap. In a terrible lapse, Warlock resorts to physical aggression against the very essence of the universe, proving the court's argument in practice. But reality hits back, and even Omnipotence has a ceiling. With humiliating ease, the tribunal's authority neutralizes Adam's outburst in an instant. The court establishes total dominance, putting an end to the power show. From now on, the fate of the multiverse will be decided purely by cold cosmic law. The tribunal begins digging into Adam's past, exposing that he was just a mortal laboratory project, an artificial anomaly trying to play God. Thrown into the world with no ties or moral compass, the court paints a tragic portrait of him, a being of devastating strength, but with completely fragmented emotional maturity. The prosecution hits the deepest wound. He never had a childhood. He grew up in total isolation, without ever interacting with anyone like him. The entities deliver the checkmate. Handing the fate of reality to someone so disconnected from what it means to be alive is seen as a gigantic threat. Even his greatest heroic acts are attacked, exposing his messiah complex. Choosing to suffer to save the world is read by the tribunal as pure ego theater. Relentless, the prosecution drops the final bomb. They expose the greatest trauma Warlock spent his life trying to hide, shattering his psychological defenses. They rub his dark future self in his face. To the tribunal, the fact that a part of his soul creates an evil empire proves his terrifying capacity for absolute evil. The cosmic hierarchy reaches a harsh conclusion. Warlock is declared an unpredictable danger who puts existence on a tightrope on a whim. Taking advantage of the opening, the supreme deity pulls rank. Being the manifestation of everything, it considers itself the only natural heir to infinite power. But Adam plays the tribunal's political game. He warns that if total control falls into the hands of any god there, absolute power would inevitably breed corruption and rebellion. Realizing that the ethical debate is over, Adam turns it all into a declaration of war. He challenges the cosmos to pry the power from his hands by force, if they have the courage. The court, however, does not give in to terrorist bluffs. The Supreme Judge's ruthless verdict finally decrees Adam is unworthy, unstable, and guilty. But Warlock flips the game with a cruel paradox. If the gods try to carry out the sentence and fight for the power, the clash will annihilate the very reality they are trying to save. Despite being in control, Adam confesses the inevitable. Divine supremacy has always been an unbearable and lonely burden, a crown that, deep down, he never wanted to wear. To break this catastrophic stalemate, he takes a drastic measure. Warlock agrees to give up his godhood, proposing to divide the gems so that no one rules alone. The personification of the universe is completely outraged. Divine pride cannot swallow the fact that an artificial mortal just dictated the course of creation. But the court is cold and absolute. The appeal is ignored, and the highest authority of the multiverse accepts Adam's decision, ending the trial and avoiding war. With the deal sealed, the assembly of entities loses its purpose. The judge decrees that everyone must leave the tribunal and return to their natural domains. Renouncing his status as a god, Adam sets out on a new mission. He will have to find minds strong enough to share the weight of infinity before it is too late. Adam Warlock's search begins in the most hostile corners of the universe. A ship is brutally attacked in uncharted territory, proving that violence rules in the absence of order. The only survivor of the ambush is Moondragon. Her arrogant behavior usually attracts enemies, and the price for thinking she is superior is being exacted in the worst possible way. But she is Adam Warlock's first chosen target. He tracked her mind with a very clear purpose, evaluating if she has what it takes to bear the burden he brought. Warlock's proposal is a fresh start that demands a paradigm shift. To be saved, she will need to abandon the selfish life she has led so far and embrace a greater purpose. With the catastrophic failure of her life support, the pact is sealed in the last millisecond of consciousness. She is rescued from the vacuum, marking the tense recruitment of the first new Guardian. Far away, the response to the slightest frustration is a pure, unbridled explosion of brutality. This warrior proves just how chaotic and uncontrollable his strength remains. Warlock suddenly appears to harness exactly this chaotic fury. In this destructive environment, he finds the perfect bearer to take on his second great responsibility. With an aggressive intervention, the creature is torn from his illusory trance. By force, he is made to face reality and accepts the loyalty pact to hunt down his greatest enemy. The rendezvous point is an isolated world, where the team waits on high alert. The atmosphere is filled with pure distrust regarding the level of insanity Adam has just brought into their inner circle. Shock hits the group the moment the brute's true identity is revealed. He is a legendary killing machine, bringing the threat of ancient animosities to the surface. To force an understanding, Adam brings up cruel truths about the past. Before becoming a mindless monster, the warrior had a human life and is the biological father of the woman he just attacked. Adam confirms the creature's irreversible cognitive damage. The dreaded destroyer of worlds now operates with the mind of a child, and all his thirst for vengeance has vanished into bizarre innocence. With the internal drama stabilized, Warlock drops the bombshell that will rewrite reality. The wielder of absolute power coldly reveals that he has decided to give up his own omnipotence. The true terror is revealed next. Adam intends to place fragments of this infinite power into the hands of this dangerous and dysfunctional team. The enormity of this insanity paralyzes everyone. Gamora questions her ally's sanity. She realizes that the weight of absolute power has completely warped how he perceives the universe. Warlock then confesses the truth. Supreme control is a crushing condemnation that is destroying his soul from the inside. Sharing this burden is the only way for him not to go mad. The first choice defies all common sense. Adam hands control over the laws of space to the troll of the group, the most irresponsible and selfish member present. The result is immediate chaos. Lacking any discipline, the troll uses his immeasurable strength clumsily, instantly sparking a violent conflict. But Moondragon quickly unravels the brilliance of the strategy. A coward's instinctive fear will ensure that the troll only uses the gem to run and hide, keeping the power safe. Satisfied that his cold logic was understood, Warlock decrees the next step. The time has come to hand over unrestricted control over the minds of all living beings. The Chosen One's psychic abilities are instantly expanded to a divine level, transforming the telepath into the most dangerous consciousness in the entire galaxy. Gamora despairs at the choice. Giving control over other people's minds to a woman who already has a terrible god complex is asking for the universe to be enslaved. Warlock's response is surgical. He will be the contingency itself, stating that if she crosses the line and loses control, he will personally take responsibility and resolve the situation. It is the brute's turn to receive his burden. Warlock hands the power gem precisely to the unstable creature, whose only apparent motivation is mindless destruction. The unpredictable happens in the stupid stupidest way possible. The monster's childlike brain makes him swallow creation's most destructive relic as if it were a simple piece of candy. Warlock, however, notes the silver lining. The gem is indestructible, and the giant's bizarre biology has just turned his stomach into the safest vault in the galaxy. The final act of this chaotic distribution arrives. Adam turns to the warrior and hands her the time gem, surprising someone who lives strictly for the present moment. She aggressively rejects the artifact, and Adam delivers the checkmate. The fact that she has absolutely no desire to manipulate the timeline makes her the perfect guardian to not abuse its power. Regarding the soul gem, the decision is personal. Adam chooses to carry the ancient burden of this relic himself, accepting the terrible consequences of this bond. However, the math doesn't add up. The team quickly notices that the sixth and most dangerous of all, the reality gem, has dropped off the radar. Adam confesses that he has already given this gem to a secret guardian. A protective barrier has been created where not even the team itself has any idea who holds the ability to rewrite existence. Gamora acknowledges the pragmatism of the decision. This intentional security gap is the best way to ensure that no one in the group is tempted to assemble the artifacts again. With the distribution finished, Adam issues a grim warning. Every team member has just painted a gigantic cosmic target on their own backs. The weight of reality is made official. Adam decrees that, from this moment on, they are the cosmic elite responsible for protecting existence against the greatest threats imaginable. Thus, the Infinity Watch is born. The most lethal gems in the universe now rest on the shoulders of the most unstable beings Warlock could have chosen. But right after dropping the fate of creation into their laps, Adam takes an unthinkable action. He simply turns his back and announces he is leaving the group astonished. Warlock argues that he needs absolute isolation to heal his shattered spirit. Omnipotence has ruined his mind, and his selfish decision to flee and rest is sealed. The power vacuum is lethal and immediate. Without Adam's leadership, the struggle for hierarchy explodes that very second, with inflated egos refusing to listen to one another. The hothead cannot stand the shouting. Tired of the commotion, the guardian of power deserts immediately. The Watch's first major fracture occurs in record time. Taking advantage of the opening, the troll sees the perfect chance to escape the tension. Using the power of space, he flees from responsibility in the blink of an eye, abandoning the team. With her mind elevated to a divine level, the telepath mocks any attempt at an alliance. Striking a posture of superiority, she also leaves, focused solely on her delusions of grandeur. In the end, only a tragic silence remains. Gamora, left behind, realizes the scale of the impending apocalypse. Absolute power has been scattered among unpredictable egoists, and the salvation of the universe is dead on arrival. After giving up absolute power, Adam Warlock travels the cosmos, searching for a minute of peace. He seeks the comfort of an old ally to escape the mess his life has become. But the armed reception proves that no longer being a god doesn't mean the universe will go easy on him. With no patience for diplomacy with the hostile guards, Adam realizes he needs to use force. Knowing that words won't solve the problem, he decides to forcefully neutralize the obstacle to clear his path. The situation takes a strange turn when the strike leader recognizes their target's face. Hatred turns into pure shock, because to those guards, Adam Warlock is a ghost who should have been dead and buried long ago. Leaving the fallen goons behind, Warlock resumes his journey deeper into the base. Being called a dead man triggers something in his mind, bringing dark memories to the surface as he makes his way through the facility. Upon crossing the entrance, the psychological weight of no longer being omnipotent crashes down on him. Adam feels diminished and broken, dealing with a profound cosmic hangover. Returning to having limits and inhabiting a physical body comes at a very high price. Amidst his existential despair, he clings to the memory of the High Evolutionary. This was the man who, in the past, gave him his first real purpose, protecting a world. It is this hope for salvation that drives him forward. He finally comes face to face with his former mentor, and the tone of the reunion is somber. Adam makes it clear that he is now fully aware of his own mortality, knowing he has already used up all his extra lives. Without beating around the bush, Warlock unloads all his emotional baggage onto his ally. He admits to struggling with crushing depression and destructive thoughts since returning to physical life. He hasn't come for tactical advice. He came to beg for psychological help. Adam explains that the absolute power of omnipotence nearly broke his sanity. To avoid losing his mind completely, he made the drastic decision to split the power, distributing the Infinity Gems among allies he deemed highly trustworthy. But his hope for a cure turns into a tragic nightmare. The only entity in the universe Adam believed could fix his mind has gone completely mad. His last safe haven now babbles nonsense, shattering his chances of getting help. Meanwhile, in space, it becomes clear that the trust Adam placed in his allies was a mistake. Pip the Troll irresponsibly abuses the space gem just to have luxury transport across the galaxy, but the partying and negligence quickly exact a toll. Pip is instantly neutralized by a vastly superior invading force, putting one of the Infinity Gems at critical risk in enemy hands. The same mercenaries immediately focus on their next target, Drax the Destroyer, bearer of the Power Gem. They know perfectly well that they don't need brute force against him. They just need to exploit the warrior's simple, childlike mind. To lure him in, his captors use an irresistible bait, appealing to a bizarre weakness. They use Drax's obsession with Earth's TV shows and cartoons, an absurd but incredibly effective trigger to seduce him. Operating out of pure innocence, the Destroyer accepts a gift from his enemies without hesitation. His childish curiosity leads him to inhale a hidden, incapacitating chemical gas, sealing his fate without throwing a single punch. Back at the High Evolutionary's base, the maximum security alert goes off, interrupting the scientist's madness. The same extermination faction hunting the gems has finally found the fortress and initiated their attack. Faced with the overwhelming invasion, a terrifying new coldness manifests in Warlock. Showing no emotion or empathy, he gives a brutal order: send the base's defense troops marching straight into the line of fire. The High Evolutionary's creations obey the suicidal orders without question. They advance with full force, thinking it's a perfect ambush, having no idea that Adam sent them merely as guinea pigs for a lethal experiment. To the extermination squad, the supposed ambush is treated as a mere statistical nuisance. They show no tactical despair, coldly calculating the ideal response against the advancing troops. The enemy retaliation is surgical, and the massacre unfolds exactly as predicted. Adam watches the carnage with total coldness, feeling no pity for the fallen, but merely using the bloodbath to measure the enemy's capabilities. The last line of defense falls brutally, and the sacrifice is consummated. Warlock's tactical bait fulfills its dark purpose, revealing to him the ruthless methods and flawless combat logic of his hunters. With the resistance completely crushed, the faction's intelligence focuses on their final route. They coldly conclude that there is only one biological target left to eliminate in the base, preparing to kill the High Evolutionary. The Evolutionary realizes a major loophole. The enemy sensors are unable to detect Adam Warlock, but as he turns to his protector hoping for a stealth attack, he panics. Warlock has disappeared, abandoning the scientist to his fate. Warlock knows a frontal assault on the extermination squad would be pure suicide. He decides to strategically retreat to plan a less destructive rescue for his mentor. The strategy is now guerrilla warfare. By sabotaging the enemy's internal systems, he exploits their defensive flaws and begins stealthily taking out targets from the shadows. But a tactical error takes its toll. The hunter quickly becomes the hunted, and Adam finds himself overpowered and humiliated, staring his own mortality in the face. At the fatal moment, the soul gem on his forehead acts on pure instinct. Without a single mental command, the artifact springs to life, refusing to let its bearer be executed. The threat is obliterated instantly, but the cost is devastating. Adam is forced to absorb and relive the entire life of the consumed soul, a shock that completely shatters his focus. Incapacitated by the sudden mental trauma, Warlock collapses unconscious to the ground. The squad simply dismisses him as a non-threat and resumes their relentless march. While his body agonizes, Adam's unconscious mind dives into the past. He remembers his deep-seated debt to the High Evolutionary, the mentor who saved him from madness and gave him purpose. In this trance, a brutal epiphany strikes him. He admits that his apparent heroism in the past was merely a cowardly escape from his responsibilities, which directly caused his current failure. Far away, another cosmic game unfolds. Gamora and Moondragon travel through space, deducing that Earth is the perfect rendezvous point to track down and regroup with Warlock. But their plans are violently cut short. A stealth attack bypasses all the ship's shields and strikes the nervous systems of the two warriors, incapacitating them instantly. Back at the base, time is running out. The loyal Mobilize takes on the heavy burden of being the last physical barrier between the invaders and the High Evolutionary. Unfortunately, bravery alone doesn't win wars. The bodyguard is ruthlessly crushed by the squad, and the final line line of defense is completely obliterated. With the path clear, the executioners advance coldly. The creator is left completely vulnerable, and the assassination mission is mere seconds away from a bloody success. Suddenly, Adam snaps out of his trance, his mind enlightened by the truth he absorbed from the soldier's soul. He throws caution to the wind and breaches enemy lines with extreme brutality. The soldier's memory revealed the worst. Counter-Earth had been obliterated by the cosmic shockwave of the Infinity Gauntlet. Billions were wiped out in the blink of an eye by the astral forces. The few survivors of this apocalypse were brainwashed by the entity Omega. He poisoned their minds with the lie that the High Evolutionary was to blame for the destruction. A sickening weight washes over Adam. He finally understands that the invaders aren't cold machines, but the traumatized remnants of the very people he swore to protect. In the heat of the moment, Adam throws himself directly into the line of fire. He confronts the soldiers face to face, appealing to the ancient beliefs they held before the tragedy. The psychological shock instantly disarms the squad. Their murderous resolve crumbles as the veil falls, and they physically recognize the central mythological figure of their former faith. The cognitive dissonance hits hard. The violent programming imposed by Omega completely short-circuits as it collides with the living presence of their ancient god. Unable to process the lethal contradiction between military duty and blind faith, their cybernetic minds collapse. The entire squad triggers a mass self-destruct. The danger has passed, but the weight of guilt crashes down on Warlock. He questions whether he acted just like the villains by intentionally manipulating his devotees' faith to trigger this induced massacre. With the base fully secured, Adam's work there is done. He hands the task of reconstruction over to the High Evolutionary, demanding his mentor personally tend to the wounded. All this mental manipulation sets off an urgent alarm in Warlock's head. He remembers that he divided the immense power of the Infinity Gems among other beings, and decides to check if they are still trustworthy. But as he mentally runs through the list of guardians, terror takes hold. He realizes that, in his attempt to save the universe, he essentially handed the key to the apocalypse to the most unstable beings in the galaxy. The trap is set. The entire Infinity Watch has been captured, so their colossal power can be used against their own leader. Adam Warlock returns to where he left his team and confirms the worst. They've all vanished. The weight of his negligence hits hard, sparking a desperate race to fix his mistake. Out of options, Adam establishes a mental link with Thanos. To his surprise, the Mad Titan is already fully aware of the disaster and has been monitoring everything closely. Thanos decides to cooperate and hands over the kidnapper's exact location. The team is being held hostage on a cloaked ship in Earth's orbit, under the control of a being named Omega, but the Titan leaves him with a grim warning before he departs. He sensed an anomaly in this villain's essence, a bizarre, dual-natured resurrection that defies all logic. Adam lands and breaches the enemy ship without hesitation. Inside, Omega forbids an immediate lethal strike, preferring to coldly assess the intruder's limits. To gauge his opponent's true strength, the villain unleashes the internal defense system. A mechanical battalion advances, serving as cannon fodder, but terror takes over the enemy ranks. Ignoring the orders to merely test him, the ship's command panics and shifts the directive to immediate and total annihilation. When backup arrives, the true scale of the carnage becomes clear. Adam isn't just surviving, he's wiping out the sweep teams in seconds, leaving no trace behind. He turns the ship's very architecture into a lethal trap. Picking off the guards one by one, Warlock completely neutralizes any advantage they had in numbers. Even physical barriers prove useless against his determination. If there isn't an open door, he tears his way through with sheer brute force straight to the heart of the enemy base. In the command center, Omega swallows his pride and admits he underestimated the intruder. With the defenses in ruins, the system is forced to deploy its heavy hitters. The towering new adversary tries to goad Warlock into open combat. He blindly trusts that his brute strength guarantees victory in this clash. Warlock quickly realizes this opponent is in a whole different league. His basic attacks barely leave a scratch, revealing that the enemy's brute strength is an insurmountable wall. Driven to desperation, Adam shifts his strategy entirely. He decides to unleash pure, absolute cosmic power, channeling energy straight from the gem on his forehead. But frustration hits him hard. Not even the primordial force of the universe is enough to pierce that defense, and his ultimate attack fails miserably. The enemy shows no mercy, instantly capitalizing on the opening. He delivers a brutal beatdown, not giving Warlock a single second to breathe. Beaten and brutalized, Warlock hits absolute rock bottom. The relentless pain makes him want to give up on everything and simply accept death. But his survival instinct kicks in. Abandoning all scruples and mercy, he chooses to embrace absolute violence just to survive. At the climax of the clash, the giant loses his composure and makes a fatal mistake. Blinded by rage, he screams in frustration that he cannot disappoint his true master. Horrified to realize the monster is merely a lackey, Warlock executes a desperate maneuver. The floor gives way, and the ensuing chaos drags their battle into the depths of the base. After the devastating fall, Warlock decides he's done holding back. Dropping all defense, he adopts a relentless offensive stance to eradicate the threat once and for all. His retaliation is so brutal it completely breaks the creature's momentum. The giant opponent, who once seemed unstoppable, is now fully neutralized. Victory comes at a heavy cost. As soon as his adrenaline drops, the true severity of Adam's injury sets in, a painful reminder of his own vulnerability. Approaching the fallen body, a grim theory is confirmed. This adversary was a ghost from his own past, forged into a psychological weapon specifically for this fight. And then, Warlock's oldest archenemy emerges from the shadows, accompanied by a cosmic monstrosity. The entire invasion was a sadistic trap, and Warlock played right into the villain's hands. Adam Warlock quickly realizes the gravity of the trap he's fallen into. Before him stands a monstrosity controlled by pure malice, ready to strike. The man-beast orchestrated everything from the shadows, marking the hero as his ultimate prey. Pushed to the limit, Adam decides to use his ultimate trump card. He focuses all his willpower and resorts to his mystic artifact. The hero bets everything on a lethal spiritual attack against the creature. But despair hits hard when the strike yields no effect. An attack that would crush ordinary minds is useless here. Warlock's cosmic power proves ineffective against a being of near total invulnerability. It finally dawns on him that winning a head-on clash is impossible. Warlock swallows his pride and makes the only logical decision. To stay alive, he initiates an immediate strategic retreat. However, escape proves impossible. The very laws of physics, space, and time around him begin to bend under the creature's control. The entire battlefield now belongs to the enemy, blocking any escape route. Consolidating his victory, the man-beast rubs his absolute power in the hero's face. To completely break Adam's spirit, he displays his fallen friends floating as hostages. It's irrefutable proof that the situation is hopeless. The villain then brings a sadistic proposal to the table. He offers Warlock his survival in exchange for total submission. It's a test designed exclusively to break the hero's willpower once and for all. But Warlock refuses the offer and feigns an aggressive frontal assault as a distraction. Shifting strategies on the fly, he initiates a contingency plan. The hero seeks an alternative and risky route through the environment to turn the tables. The maneuver causes a critical environmental collapse. A massive structural failure generates an energy overload that destabilizes the creature's advantage. This is exactly the opening the hero needed. The cost of forcing this escape route is extreme. The facility's support infrastructure suffers catastrophic and irreversible damage. This seals off any possibility of retreat, leaving no way back for anyone. The environment's reaction is brutal, and the monster's body can't handle the stress, suffering a fatal organic failure. At the same time, Adam's physical limits are completely exhausted. The hero blacks out, falling unconscious. Faced with the creature's death, the enemy's discipline cracks under pressure. Emotional chaos sets in, and the man-beast has to physically prevent a mutiny among his own crew. An internal crisis takes over the villainous group. When they attempt to execute the fallen hero, Adam's trap fulfills its purpose. The action serves as the exact trigger for a massive detonation within the complex. The plan brutally backfires on the villains. Without propulsion, gravity takes its toll on the structure. The villain is forced to swallow his ego and admit the enemy's tactical victory. The grandiose base is now nothing but a metal coffin plummeting in freefall. Seeing the ruin of his plan, the man-beast makes the coldest decision possible. He aborts everything to ensure his own survival. Ignoring the hostages and his original objective, the villain flees to save his own skin. Defying all logic, Adam Warlock emerges from the midst of the destruction. His sheer refusal to fail his mission awakens him. He forces consciousness back into his own mind, ready to act. The reminder that his allies are still trapped on board acts like a jolt of adrenaline. Responsibility prevents him from giving up in the face of pain. He embraces the suffering and rises in the name of something greater. But time finally runs out before they can escape. The impact of the crash is colossal, wiping out any trace of the ship. The fate of the hero and his allies is left entirely shrouded in smoke and uncertainty. The impact seemed to be the end, but the team survives by a hair. hair. An emergency telepathic warning triggered a last-minute teleport. The group is pulled from the blast radius seconds before everything turns to ashes. Safe at last, it finally hits Warlock. He swallows his pride and admits that trying to carry the fate of the universe alone is suicide. Before his allies, he acknowledges his own vulnerability. Warlock seals an indispensable pact of trust with the group. What were once isolated warriors are now forged into a true alliance. They are going to need this unity, as the war for infinity is merely shifting battlegrounds. Far from the cosmic wars, Thanos lives in anonymity on a forgotten planet. He has adopted a peaceful and solitary routine, far removed from his destructive past. But his peace is interrupted when the artificial intelligence responsible for analytics detects something serious. The universe's recent data makes absolutely no logical sense. The analysis reveals massive interdimensional interference. To understand the scale of the problem, a reconnaissance probe is sent straight into the core of the spatial fracture. The probe is obliterated, but manages to send back data fragments. The result is shocking. The amount of recorded energy surpasses any historical event ever catalogued. The final diagnosis drops like a bombshell. The entire universe faces an extreme risk of annihilation and is in the crosshairs of something colossal. Staying hidden and receiving reports is no longer an option. The Titan decides to retake control and head directly to the source of the problem to neutralize the threat. He retrieves his old rebuilt transport vehicle. The machine is perfectly primed to take him back to the center of the cosmic chessboard. While the cosmos is in peril, Earth carries on with its ignorant routine. Humanity is completely oblivious to the fact that the end of everything might be right around the corner. But reality soon begins to bend. The energy from the dimensional rift starts leaking into Earth, distorting the essence of familiar things. The scale of the collapse is unimaginable on a plane beyond comprehension. Eternity, the cosmic entity that personifies the entire universe, is completely neutralized. Galactus realizes that an external force has managed to wipe the mind of the universe itself. He decides he must uncover the identity of this architect at all costs. Far away, the trail leads Thanos to a portal straight into the unknown. The Titan understands he must dive into the interdimensional abyss to get answers. Back on Earth, the attack comes without warning. A brutal monstrosity born from the dimensional distortion ambushes Iron Man in a battle for survival. Crossing the rift, Thanos arrives at a colossal base in the void. He quickly realizes that the architect of this crisis plays exactly on his level. Inside the structure, he discovers the source of the disturbance. The enemy isn't just generating energy. They have managed to enslave brutal cosmic forces using mechanical engineering. The distortion continues to wreak havoc on Earth. A corrupted copy of Logan materializes, forcing the mutant to fight the inner monster he had been trying to bury. In space, the identity of the crisis's architect is finally revealed. The shock is absolute when Thanos realizes he is dealing with someone from his distant past. In parallel, Dr. Doom also grasps the gravity of the impending collapse. He concludes that all this immeasurable power is a crafted tool that can be stolen. The universal crisis becomes a golden opportunity. Doom decides to use the chaos to become the supreme entity of the universe, focusing on a plan of pure conquest. Meanwhile, the cosmic distortion invades earthly sanctuaries. A malevolent copy mercilessly attacks Reed Richards in a strike to assassinate the human mind that could reverse the apocalypse. The outcome of the confrontation is catastrophic. The real Mr. Fantastic falls, and the anomaly takes his place, replacing Earth's most brilliant mind with a fraud. In deep space, the architect of the crisis fully reveals himself, Magus, Adam Warlock's evil counterpart. He explains that the clones on Earth are just the initial phase. Magus's certainty of victory is absolute. He guarantees that his influence will devour the entire universe, while the Titan silently maps out his weaknesses. Thanos warns that he will never be anyone's henchman, and the tension rises. Both know the conversation is just a false truce about to crumble. On Earth, Tony Stark's gamble exacts a heavy toll. Iron Man burns his last bit of energy, but the corrupted copy absorbs the impact and strikes back with twice the force. The armored imposter's victory is absolute. Stark falls neutralized, taking one of the planet's greatest defenders off the board and paving the way for the worst. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Logan's brutality pays off. In a purely savage and suicidal reflex, the original mind overcomes the fabricated copy, and and the imposter finally falls. It dawns on him that the war is colossal. Logan makes the logical decision to return to civilization, needing to regroup and warn the others about the scale of the danger. Far away, Galactus turns the search into a personal offense. Insulted by the audacity of manipulating the laws of existence right under his nose, the entity makes the hunt his top priority. The cosmic summons shatters reality and invades the premier mystical protector. The sorcerer is pulled straight into the center of the intergalactic conflict, with no chance to refuse. On the streets of Earth, the assimilation of the copies reaches its cruelest phase. The heroes are surrounded and isolated, incapacitated as their lives and memories are violently stolen. The replacement is completed with terrifying perfection. The imposters take on the immaculate identities, ready to operate as spies orchestrating the end of the world. Back at the alien base, the attempted alliance falls apart. Magus concludes that he is wasting time with a Thanos who has lost the ambition to be a god. It's the green light for the attack. Without hesitation, Magus unleashes his twisted creations to eliminate the unwelcome visitor in a completely brutal fashion. But the Mad Titan had a contingency plan. Before being torn apart, an emergency escape protocol yanks Thanos out of that dimension. Thrown back into the vacuum of space, Thanos swallows his pride. He admits he lacks the strength to stop the collapse alone, and decides to recruit allies. What the Titan doesn't realize is the sinister truth behind his escape. Magus himself tampered with the coordinates, ensuring he would be thrown straight into the next stage of the trap. On Earth, Mr. Fantastic's imposter makes his move. The fake Reed uses his authority to call an emergency meeting, orchestrating a lethal gathering for the heroes. The web of lies reaches all divisions and hero teams. The plan to gather the sheep in a single location for a definitive slaughter is set and in motion. Meanwhile, Galactus doesn't waste time with pleasantries. He uses his raw power to force his way in and recruit Earth's magic for his hunt. Far from the earthly chaos, Dr. Doom comes to a bitter conclusion. Tactical necessity outweighs pride, and he realizes he needs an alliance to claim that colossal power. Kong the Conqueror accepts the unholy pact. An extremely fragile union sustained by greed is sealed to dominate reality itself. Seeking to operate in the shadows, Adam Warlock consolidates a tense diplomatic agreement. He secures an isolated sanctuary to keep the Infinity Watch safe and hidden from enemy radars. The peaceful contemplation of the hideout is brutally interrupted. The invasion alarm goes off, revealing that the defenses of the undetectable sanctuary have just been breached. Magus's trap materializes with sadistic brilliance. The teleportation hurls the Mad Titan right into the middle of his worst enemy's lair, creating an explosive atmosphere. But contrary to expectations, the invader doesn't try to fight. The most dangerous being in the cosmos swallows his pride and does the unthinkable. He begs for help in the face of the universal crisis. We meet the ultimate nerd, Reed Richards, calling a chaotic emergency meeting with Earth's heroes. The vibe is pure, unadulterated, sour impatience, and nobody has a clue what triggered this global madhouse. To make matters worse, the snobby leadership refuses to spill the beans. The obnoxious rule is to keep a tight lid on it until the whole crew clocks in, sending everyone's anxiety through the roof. It becomes obvious that the problem isn't just a petty squabble when the summon list turns out to be absurdly endless. If the whole community was dragged out of bed, their resources are going to take a massive hit. The gut punch lands hard when reality sinks in, revealing the ridiculous scale of this cosmic charade. This level of mass hysteria only surfaces when a massive apocalypse is snapping at everyone's heels. The absolute A-list elite is packed under one roof, but the camaraderie is paper thin. Cramming this many inflated, short-fused egos together without dropping the bomb turns the room into a powder keg ready to implode spectacularly. The low blow used to force everyone to sit tight is promising to reveal the ultimate spoiler of the century's disaster. The mere whisper of an inevitable tragedy freezes the room, macabrely terrifying everyone. The reality check hits like a beautiful haymaker when the sheer scale of this colossal mess is laid bare on the board. A crisis this big tosses any petty grudges straight into the fire, putting an end to all the foolish hero antics. While Earth is basically wetting its pants in terror, out in space, sadistic masterminds are already eyeing the profit in this dirty scheme. Everyone is itching to pull the pin so they can claim the throne first. The bizarre scale of the enemy scheme fries even the brains of the greatest geniuses. It becomes explicit that the pure alien power battery grinds everything down, scattering it into foul-smelling dust. These hellish number crunchers get to work and connect the dots on this bizarre radar. They finally see the flawlessly greased gears of the macabre scheme unfolding right in front of them. Discovering the blueprint of this leeching hub reveals the filthy rabbit hole and blows wide open the secret backdoor to the apocalypse. Useless theories hit rock bottom, crying with laughter at the trash of existence. All joy melts away, replaced by a dull despair. If those lowly scumbags get their hands on the system, the garbage will turn into an untouchable, pathetic, incarnate god. The poor golden guy swallows his bitter bile, blindly realizing the mess has fallen into his lap. He knows damn well that the disgusting, sadistic little villain is going to slice everyone's backs open without mercy. The Mad Titan kicks down the door of the heavily fortified vault. He swaggers in, ready to beat the answers out of them with his bare hands. They face the Mistress of Darkness head-on, demanding the villain's dirty, exposed truth. The macabre rot that stitched the gang together is finally going to spew right in their faces. The screen spits the nightmare right in their faces. The alien shredding the universe apart isn't just some random gatecrasher. It's the blonde Warlock himself from some messed up future. This wannabe cuckold played around with cheat codes for tomorrow's tests. Using time travel, the piece of trash molded a sadistic playground of perfect stolen victories. Down on Earth, the costumed apocalypse is playing a lethal game of hide and seek. Webhead finds out the hard way that these enemies are disgusting bootleg clones packing his friend's exact powers. The rush of those bastards crushes any shield. It becomes obscenely obvious that this useless alien jelly's fetish isn't kidnapping anyone, but disintegrating everyone in pure carnage. While the little planet fries on the grill, the stellar gang is picking lice. To predict the next low blow, they poke the sour wound and try to decipher the mess through the enemy's thick diary. The machine throws the shit into the fan in the small room. The foul-smelling log snitches that the invasion is a perfect little Lego-built abomination made to tear through any panic button on Earth. The shock sends a chill down everyone's spine. This invasion didn't come to break bones. They came to steal identities, wear familiar faces, and hijack everyone's lives without even knocking. Psychosis kicks the door down without asking for permission. If the copies have no flaws, the fairy tale of trusting your friend blows up, because your drinking buddy could be the blade stabbed into your spine. The reality check fractures their minds right away. If these freaks steal even exclusive magical powers with zero effort, the heroes have declared war against their own tank aimed right at their faces. The little vials prove that the ET's slime is like perfectly molded clay. This makes it blatantly clear that the damned factory has infinite ink in the printer to manufacture headaches. Desperate to measure the depth of this clusterfuck, it's the sweaty moment of checking just how screwed they are. They need to know how many copies have already invaded before the planet goes straight to the grave. The receipts for this shit show arrive hot off the press, confirming the catastrophe. A surgical global sweep stamped the paperwork, proving that the brainwashing machines are already running at full tilt. The stellar crew pieces the disaster together and realizes the truth. The damned emo twin fled to a time rift to keep scheming this sick puzzle from infinity. Pulling the thread revealed a sensational invisible bunker in space. It's from that cosmic toilet that the strings of the invasion flow down to dominate the entire universe. The imposter's birth certificate spits out the truth. The bastard dug up slime and made copies to crap out perfectly submissive, enslaved soldiers of the heroes. The game of tag through hell lands at the rotten limit, bumping into Lady Death herself sweeping the floor. The escape backs the whole gang against the wall on the bloodiest field possible. On Earth, the brawl in the hero's hall hits the canvas of dementia. The hysterical fear of not knowing if the one smiling is an alien throws the rulebooks down the well and blows privacy invasion wide open. The focus turns into an inverted Tinder, hunting for fakes in the room. Marrying blind isn't an option, so the group's new little dance is scrutinizing everyone's faces and sweat in idiotic accusations. The suit's smooth talk smells like imported perfume and seems squeaky clean. The security shield appears to plug any massive hole against the alien's horns, but the fancy makeup cracks down the middle, revealing the disgusting lie. The radar beeps. The room turns into deadly dry ice, and the big boss takes a punch to the ribs, live. Back in the haunted hole in space, primate instincts kick in. Wanting to punch Lady Death leads straight to the coffin, so hitting the cry and flee button is the only option. The emergency magical Uber saves their asses right at the wire. The spell spits the morons back out onto Mother Earth, dodging the Grim Reaper's boot by a hair. To ensure Death loses their trail, they pull off a sneaky troll move. They drop papers that incriminate the enemy, forcing the deity's radar to aim her trident at the other guy. Back at the Earth base, shit hits the fan with demands for medical proof of who's real and who's fake. This makes their little clit crumble, and the heavy threat trading instantly drowns out any leftover trust among the heroes. Salvation comes from a street mutt's sense of smell. It's that deep-rooted animal instinct that doesn't give a shit about cheap magic tricks, zeroing straight in on the imposter's rotten stench. The knockoff's excuse turns into a furious temper tantrum. Instead of proving his innocence, the bastard kicks the snitch's shins and brings up old beef to manipulate the circle. But barking loud fails miserably right off the bat. The shove crushes the sick, isolated fraud, cementing the coffin of that dull, blind dialogue right there in the corner. The seed of neurosis sprouts in the pen. The heroes crack at the weeping table and lock up in a pathetic boxing ring, handing over paralysis as a gift-wrapped present for the little piece of trash to smile his macabre smile. The two-faced fake pulls his wild card and delivers a rehearsed speech about loyalty to mess with the suckers' heads. The smooth talk turns into a dirty shield, perfectly protecting the bastard. Begging for a magical proof becomes the last lifeline before the ring opens up. They need a mystical diploma to nail down that biology has uncovered the infiltrator's voodoo. The pieces fall into place smelling like a highly toxic sewer when they realize the brass purposely banned the resident mage's clairvoyance. It's a massive, glowing neon sign screaming absolute guilt and betrayal. The little sentence bursts out, tearing through the pathetic troop's nervousness. The light snitches that the cheap aliens copied even the entire flash drive of the brain, burying the heroes in a dark pit. The neurological barrier falls into the toilet stinking. If the mind mutants can't fish out the fakes, panic melts away any safe zone. They mirrored the shits right down to their brains. The little Lego castle sinks into the well of bitter tears. The fear-induced breakdown makes the comrades punch each other with insults, losing control of everything like a broken fan. In space, the crew sends out the recon little birds to fly over the tiny Earth. They're going to investigate the sucker's barbecue, beeping alerts to keep the cattle from having a heart attack too soon. At the Earth base, the pacifist little theater crumbles in the ring. They blatantly accuse the HR directors of being the true invading demons, paralyzing the entire crew in shock. With his plastic mask melting away, the filthy imposter hits the carnage button. The game turns into a deadly free-for-all to break the legs of the most jacked heroes on the roster. The brawl scatters magical punches straight into their own friends' teeth. This only rubs it in their faces that the damned clone has the exact same powers and strength as the idiot in the photo. The tiny room turns into a crazy meat grinder. The barrage ricochets, with buff idiots punching into the void and hurling their little colleagues spinning dizzy through the air. The group dynamics went straight to hell. The alien tactic completely deep-fried the Friendship Club, turning it into a blind, absurd dogfight where chewed-up nails and loose teeth fly everywhere without taking sides. The magic clone tears off his disguise, drowning the loudmouth in the sewer. The cheap idea is to blindfold and suffocate the entire group's radar to bury their chances of fighting back once and for all. The sadistic little game lifts its skirt and throws wide open the abyss of shit. The idiot cockfight was just dust in the eyes, blocking out the sun so a ticking time bomb shoved under the table could go off. The game over laughs out loud, tearing their hearts out. The trap blew up right in their faces, stomping down hard to grind dirty bones into a brutal, humiliating closed casket. Far from the circus, the scouts' Uber hits the brakes quietly, but the clock played a cruel joke on them, and the space cavalry realizes they only arrived in time to get front row seats to a little show of splattered puddles. The sledgehammer strike flattens the sacred little house of justice, blowing it to the sky. With their pride completely crushed, the only move left is to floor the gas and cry their way out of Dodge before they get roasted to a crisp, reeking of burnt rubber. On the luxury space sofa, the trashy mastermind laughs while watching everything on pay-per-view. The big boss toasts from afar, shelving a scope so dreadful that it guarantees more humiliating apocalypses down the line. Total ruin finally hugs the coffin tight. The funeral for the pawns on Earth is just the appetizer for the massive check that's on its way, micromanaging a genocide while laughing with a full mouth. this is only just starting to get beautiful. The attack strikes right at the heart of the hero's base. The trap is meticulously calculated to annihilate Earth's resistance in a single blow. The safe haven turns into ground zero of an absolute massacre. Total obliteration is only prevented by the team's immediate reaction in trying to contain the detonation. The bomb's lethal radiation continues to threaten to melt everyone alive. A solution must be made in fractions of a second. The dust barely settles, and paranoia takes over. The enemy's psychological warfare works, destroying the trust among the survivors. The hostile atmosphere explodes with direct accusations against the suspects. The confirmation of the betrayal is soon exposed. The saboteur reveals himself with the arrogance of someone who knows the worst damage has already been done. The proof of infiltration at the highest levels hits the team head-on, until the mention of a name from the cosmic past changes everything. This revelation completely recalculates the threat level for the veterans. The threat is no longer local and escalates into an emergency within the very fabric of reality. Far from physical reality, the search for the source of the anomaly is underway. The hunt crosses extreme dimensional barriers. They aggressively track the echoes of the power corrupting the multiverse. In this scenario, two of the most brilliant and treacherous minds form a utilitarian pact. Their plan is parasitic and audacious. They want to let the higher powers act, only to steal the ultimate prize in the end. Meanwhile, the architects of the resistance crack a crucial code. By isolating the correct energy signature, they manage to map the enemy's exact epicenter. The domain from which the Magus orchestrates the chaos is revealed. With the target locked, the team makes the irreversible decision to dive straight into the enemy base. Everyone knows that entering the Magus's domain is a point of no return. The imminent jump requires absolute courage. The data analysis exposes that the structure can drain energy in astronomical proportions. The confirmation that a mad titan might be involved escalates everything. The scenario becomes an inevitable apocalypse. Far away, the true architect of the chaos confirms his intentions. The location leak was an intentional tactic by the Magus. The entire massive attack against the heroes served merely as a smokescreen. The true targets of this war show the absurdity of the plan. Conceptual entities and cosmic titans are the adversaries being monitored. Earth's defenders are seen merely as noise and collateral damage. To sustain interdimensional travel, the occult requires heavy reinforcements. Obscure names of magic are brought to the front lines. These unusual mystical alliances generate deep discomfort within the team. The brutal need for power silences the doubts, and pragmatism wins. The mystical strike team is officially assembled. They prepare to march into the unknown, swallowing any pride. The weight of the situation crashes down when they discover that the primordial force of reality has been neutralized. The threat has put an abstract entity into a catatonic state. It marks the end of the line for any divine help. On the interdimensional route, the magical and cosmic vanguard advances with precision. They break through the barriers of reality and map the enemy's domain. The final destination is only a few dimensional jumps away. Suddenly, the enemy blockade hits with extreme violence. A massive countermeasure detonates right in the middle of their path. The impact throws the team into an absolute chaos of energy to destabilize the transport. In another corner, the difference in ambition between the two opportunistic villains becomes clear. The mastermind reveals he seeks a much higher existential plane. He demands unquestioning submission, showing that military control is not enough. The collateral destruction of other ships serves as a brutal reality check for the duo. They finally understand the lethality of whoever they are facing. The game has stopped being chess and turned into a death sentence. Even so, in the mind of the temporal conqueror, victory is a mathematical certainty. He already begins to plan the exact moment of betrayal. He will backstab his ally to secure the ultimate prize, all for himself. Ironically, the Monarch partner thinks the exact same thing. He only maintains the truce to gain access to his colleague's technology. As soon as the knowledge is absorbed, the disposal will be immediate. On Earth, a strict protection protocol is activated. The street-level team takes over security so that no one from the underworld takes advantage of the wounded's vulnerability. The recovery site turns into a veritable fortress. But the universe doesn't usually give truces, and the peace of isolation ends in an instant. The consequences of the dimensional chaos decide to knock on the exact door where the heroes are most vulnerable. Meanwhile, the villainous duo's patience and technical analysis bear fruit. By mapping the anomalies, they discover the enemy's transmission communication network. It is the perfect loophole to bypass the trap and initiate a stealth infiltration. However, the sudden arrival of new guests forces immediate action. The instinct for self-preservation makes the duo drop off the radar. They swallow their pride and adopt silent observation to avoid becoming targets. Far away, what drives the Magus is revealed: a visceral resentment. He carries the torment of possessing memories of a past that was literally erased from existence, an entire life that was stolen from him. All this deep hatred has clear and defined targets. He blames Adam Warlock and Thanos himself for destroying his timeline. It is a strictly personal and heavy revenge. To ensure success, the Magus uses an artificial duplicate of the Titan. He acknowledges his rival's strategic genius. He makes a point of using this cautious and calculating copy as his advisor. The Magus perfectly understands the original Thanos' greatest weakness. He knows the Titan engineered his own downfall in the past due to imposter syndrome, a subconscious fear of embracing omnipotence. The Magus' plans, however, do not suffer from this flaw and are terrifying. He wants the new reality he is going to impose to be permanent, an inescapable force, woven so it can never be undone. Meanwhile, the conversation within Warlock's entourage takes a dark turn. Adam confesses an intimate and irreparable loss. He reveals that he has simply lost the ability to dream. Warlock's personal tragedy reaches its peak as he desperately wishes just to be someone ordinary, but reality delivers a cruel truth. Cosmic figures like them are eternally cursed with this burden. Thanos' provocation hits an exposed nerve in Warlock. All the accumulated resentment explodes internally. Adam reaches his emotional limit in the face of all the chaos and disrespect. Warlock makes a drastic decision and simply gives up. He declares that his quota of sacrifices is over and abandons the mission right then and there. He flat out refuses to be a pawn of destiny again. Thanos processes the abandonment with the total coldness of absolute truth. He knows perfectly well that without Adam, defeat is a mathematical certainty. Nevertheless, he does not panic. Far from the duo, the heroic teleportation matrix is set under pure tension. Without primary magical leadership, the dimensional jump becomes Russian roulette. A miscalculation would result in the death of the entire strike team. The final alliance is sealed and old resentments are wiped away. The fate of everything now depends on this desperate gamble by the heroic elite. They know that if they fail on the other side, there will be nothing left to protect. The barrier of reality is brutally torn open all at once. The strike team is hurled into the dimensional void, leaving behind any earthly safety. The point of no return has just been crossed. During the crossing, the laws of physics cease to exist, and chaos takes control. The entire team is swallowed by a violent energy current, unable to guide their own path. It is a free fall in the dark. The colossal magnitude of the anomaly awakens the absolute judge of all that exists. The supreme cosmic entity manifests in the face of the risk of the fabric of reality collapsing. If a verdict is issued, the war will change levels entirely. While the deities waste time debating, Thanos decides to act. He realizes that the hero's predictable tactics have turned them into easy prey. The Titan decides to inject a lethal dose of chaos into the planning to break the rules. Thanos remotely hijacks the teleportation signal and alters the team's final coordinates. The sabotage is set. The heroes become blind pawns on a board that has been completely reconfigured by the Titan. On Earth, the rearguard's nightmare materializes with a roar. An absurd impact sweeps away the calm of the security base. The cosmic war has just violently kicked in the front door. The invading strategy exhibits a pure and terrifying sadism. The heroes must fight desperately against monstrous reflections of themselves. The safe haven turns into an arena of carnage against their own shadows. Back in space, Adam Warlock realizes that running away is not an option. The weight of duty speaks louder, and he understands that reality depends on his presence. He swallows his pride as returning to the game is the only logical choice. The exact moment Warlock resumes his post, the sensors go off. An absurd energy spike comes straight towards them. The duo barely has time to process the magnitude of the imminent invading force. The impact hits and throws all tactical planning in the trash. Earth's hero task force plummets violently, breaking through all the site's defenses. Their suicide landing smashes through everything in sight. Disoriented by the dimensional chaos, the heroes come face to face with Thanos. Unaware of the true context, they assume they have fallen straight into the Mad Titan's trap. The shock turns the mission into a spark for a fratricidal war. As the forces of the galaxy prepare to fight, the opportunists watch from the front row. Kang and Dr. Doom realize the infighting is the perfect distraction. They advance stealthily across the field to steal the supreme power. Orchestrating this entire symphony of disasters, the Magus reaches the apex of divine certainty. With his enemies busy destroying each other, he consolidates his conviction of absolute control. His ascension now seems like a foregone conclusion and utterly unstoppable. Magus watches the spectacle with the certainty of victory. All the conflict and chaos sown among the defenders is exactly what he orchestrated. He feels that total control of the universe is merely a matter of time. On Earth, the invasion proves to be pure psychological terror. Facing corrupted versions of themselves and their allies is breaking the heroes' minds. And for Magus, this despair is a feast that fuels his plans. Underestimating the Mad Titan is a fatal mistake. Far from direct combat, Thanos operates in the shadows, focused on monitoring energy frequencies. He waits patiently for the exact trigger to make his move. Skirting the edges of the war, an unlikely duo of infiltrators crosses distorted dimensional layers. They arrive at the enemy's backyard, aiming for the ultimate prize that could change the tide of the crisis. At the tactical base, Thanos receives alerts of severe anomalies, but dismisses them. His priority now is to check his heaviest piece on the board and find out if the Devourer of Worlds has survived. What seemed like certain death for the cosmic giant was merely a temporary inconvenience. Pure primordial willpower begins to mend reality, and Galactus rises again from the void. Magus immediately understands the weight of this return. The survival of a force of nature introduces an unstable and incredibly dangerous variable into the equation of his perfect plan. Far from the front lines, Hank abandons brute force. He rushes to the isolation of the computers, seeking to use his intellect to decipher the root of the unseen problem. The data on the screen reveals the terrifying scale of the operation. The physical war is just a cheap distraction for an invisible bombardment that floods the galaxy with continuous energy transmissions. The grim truth falls into place. The enemy doesn't want to destroy the universe, but rather tune it through this structured pulse. It's a brutal attempt to hijack the very foundation of reality. In the enemy dimension, the physical battle gets personal. The invading army sends dark reflections tailor-made to psychologically shake the defenders and exploit their vulnerabilities. Confusion takes over, and the conflict completely loses its direction. Without leadership, the team splinters into isolated fights, abandoning the critical mission of shutting down the equipment just to survive. The true architect of the crisis watches the carnage with satisfaction. He realizes he doesn't even need to intervene, as disunity and chaos are tearing the heroes apart from the inside out. The cruelty of the trap reaches another level. The army is endless, sustained by continuous resurrections, and every colossal effort to take down an enemy is erased in seconds. While the front line suffers, the infiltration reaches the heart of enemy power. Faced with the sheer magnitude of the energy, the duo abandons any rescue plan and covets taking it all for themselves. The fragile alliance crumbles as patience runs out first. Believing he has won the race for omnipotence, the time traveler executes his betrayal and isolates his partner from the prize. But the trap proves to be a joke against the genius of the ruler of Latveria. He bypasses the lockdown in seconds, proving he is the one in control of the situation. Together at the core, they finally understand the enemy's mechanism. The transmitted signal isn't just brute force, but a subliminal frequency carrying out a cosmic brainwashing. The supreme cosmic entity decides to enter the battlefield. Its arrival forces an immediate halt to the carnage and drastically tips the scales of power. In the vault, the infiltrators process the weight of the prize. The containers store pure reality manipulating energy, legendary artifacts ripe for the taking. But final victory is denied. Direct access to the artifacts is protected by a reactive self-destruct system, making any approach lethal. A massive counterattack uniting science and dimensional sorcery is launched. The disruptive pulse strikes the backbone of the enemy transmission, aiming to shatter the brainwashing. The pulse breaks the illusion camouflaging the troops. The heroes realize with disgust that they were fighting and nearly being devoured by disguised abominations. To extract enemy intelligence, drastic measures are taken. The team initiates an invasive protocol to pull recent memories straight from the creature's cerebral source. Minds merge in brutal chaos. The invaders are forced to experience each other's fears in a psychological torture that reveals the true magnitude of the threat. When the dust settles, a harsh irony sets in. Everyone uneasily realizes that relying on the greatest genocidal maniac in the universe is now fundamental for survival. Scanners reveal the orchestrator has leveled up. The collapse draws near as the enemy begins capturing the very conceptual entities that uphold existence. Defensive patience runs out. The central core decrees that it is time to cross the line and take the direct confrontation straight to the root cause of the chaos. Thanos presents a terrible gamble to secure victory. He suggests forcing Warlock to reabsorb his own purged evil in exchange for raw power against the villain. But the mastermind himself recognizes the fatal flaw in the plan. Injecting pure evil into a being who has discarded his good side would cause his sanity to instantly crumble. The extinction level event escalates relentlessly. The architect of the crisis begins forcing his distorted reality to crush and irreversibly replace the Prime Universe. The looming obliteration demands that Adam Warlock take control. The order is given for the fragmented pieces of creation to be returned in order to rebuild the ultimate weapon. The artifact capable of wiping out half of all life is completed once again. The temporary relief shares space with suspicion over how Warlock hid the pieces. The leader decides to risk everything and prepares for the ultimate leap. He warns that his sanity might not withstand the infinite flow once he merges his mind with omniscience. But the cosmic power simply refuses the connection. The most powerful weapon of all becomes just dead weight, turning hope into absolute panic. The block is not a technical failure, but a higher decree in effect. The highest authority in existence has banned the forces from operating together, imposing a relentless divine bureaucracy. The fate of the universe falls into the hands of celestial diplomacy. The only chance now is to make a formal appeal before the gods to have the supreme ban revoked. Delayed by the bureaucracy, the group is left vulnerable. The enemy doesn't miss a split second of the transition and brutally invades the core to tear out the threat by the root. The primary target is taken, and failure eats away at the team. The fragile alliance of the survivors gives way to a suffocating atmosphere of wounded pride and resentment. The remaining core decodes the threat behind the invasion. It becomes clear that the plan is not simple destruction, but the aggressive assimilation of all existence by a mirrored domain. Thanos exposes the harsh reality to the team. The mental domination has evolved quickly, and the entire Earth, along with the rest of the galaxy, has already plunged into a deep trance of submission. The captain outlines an immediate mental counterattack. The strategy is to use the ship to amplify the telepath's range, hoping to broadcast a signal capable of breaking the trance on Earth. For the Titan, the enemy's math is deadly accurate. He concludes that taking down the only soul capable of facing the crisis was the architect's goal from the very first minute. The tension rises with the uncovering of a hidden and lethal wildcard. The revelation that there is a device capable of erasing entire realities shifts the scope of the war. The shock hits everyone. The doomsday weapon has landed exactly in the hands of a being feared for his past desire to annihilate life on a universal scale. The threat of firing it is halted by the artifact's own cost. Due to the absurd level of purity required, the corrupted soul of its wielder would cause a cosmic suicide before even hitting the enemy. The terrible solution is handed to the resistance. To end the crisis and fire the weapon perfectly, someone with a pure soul must let go of their survival instinct and embrace absolute self-sacrifice. The deadly challenge finds its bearer. The colossal responsibility of unleashing the ultimate power now rests in the solitary hands of a single warrior chosen by destiny. The silent decision condemns the one who bears the burden. The hero accepts the lethal pact without hesitation, signing his own death sentence to ensure the continuity of everything. Survival leaves the physical realm and enters the highest court. Galactus assumes the defense of reality before the divine tribunal. If his rhetoric fails in the cosmic appeal, existence will be instantly erased. The alliance between the heroes and Thanos hangs by a thread, fraught with extreme tension across the cosmos. On Earth, the illusion of normality hides a silent invasion. An invisible spell has already corrupted and zombified the minds of the entire population. Meanwhile, divine beings are forced to stand by. The unbreakable rules of cosmic neutrality smother any chance of a higher rescue. In the heart of the enemy fortress, the apocalyptic scenario takes hold. Magus wrests absolute power from Warlock's hands. But Warlock reveals that the supreme prize is now useless. The Cosmic Tribunal had blocked the power source. With sadistic patience, Magus decides to buy time. He knows the system is flawed and that the restrictions will inevitably fall. Back on Earth, telepaths unite in a desperate plan. They create a global psychic shield to try and awaken humanity. They soon realize that maintaining this connection is just a temporary fix. The power they face goes far beyond human comprehension. Seeing the collapse, Adam Warlock makes a highly risky unilateral decision. He dispatches Quasar on a kamikaze mission against the enemy core. Ignoring the odds of imminent death, Quasar advances. He reaches the heart of the fortress, ready for all or nothing. But facing the abyss, he hesitates, exhausting Thanos' patience. Certain that the strategy has failed, the Titan decrees the end of the original plan. Taking control, Thanos recalibrates his own technology to force a teleportation invasion straight to the target, resorting to brute force. The Resistance realizes the trap hidden in this plan. If the Titan invades the core alone, the source of unimaginable power will fall right into his hands. Captain America imposes his authority with a non-negotiable ultimatum. The operation must now be a joint effort, or the plan dies right there. What they don't know is that Magus has already intercepted the navigation data. The Alliance has just signed its own death warrant, flying into a fatal trap. In his base, the villain exposes the sheer scale of his manipulation. He reveals to Warlock that every step taken so far was coldly orchestrated by him. The ultimate irony is that Thanos himself was the catalyst. The Titan's ambition kick-started everything without Magus needing to expose himself. Earth's heroes were nothing more than a smokescreen. They were used merely as a cheap distraction to generate noise in the arena. Absolute victory is minutes away. Magus is confident that Galactus himself will hand the control of reality over to him on a silver platter. At the Supreme Cosmic Court, Galactus tries to change the rules of the game. He has no idea that his appeal to the Living Tribunal is the final piece of the enemy's plan. The law blocking the power cannot be easily reversed. The bureaucratic problem is that the entity representing the universe is in a deep coma. To bypass this, Gamora is chosen for the most bizarre task of her existence. She will have to perform a perfect surgical cut on the sleeping god's mind. The perfect paradox. The future of all creation now depends on the deadliest woman in the galaxy performing emergency spiritual surgery. Meanwhile, Magus proves his absolute control over the base. Not only did he foresee the strike team's attack, but he also installed a dampener that renders their weapons useless. But his perfect dominance crumbles with the arrival of unexpected cavalry. New opportunists focused on their own gain cause tactical confusion. In the midst of the brutal fight, mere collateral damage changes everyone's destiny. The infrastructure collapses, and the barrier preventing annihilation simply disappears. On the metaphysical plane, the true objective finally comes to fruition. The supreme entity awakens from its trance, and cosmic awareness is restored. The final decree is issued. The cosmos' safety lock is officially removed by the one who dictates the rules of creation. The synthesis is complete. Supreme power is reconnected, and the universe immediately loses control of its own destiny. Magus doesn't waste a millisecond. Without the cosmic laws, he claims the absolute prize, changing the rules of the universe in the blink of an eye. Quasar advances for a direct attack, but is neutralized without the slightest effort. The new Lord of the Universe sees the hero as nothing more than a pathetic joke. Forced to watch, Warlock feels the fabric of existence being violated. The new god dissects fundamental concepts of the universe like toys. To prove his dominance, Magus tortures the prisoner by deconstructing the laws of physics, a display of ego that shreds the limitations of the material world. Far away, the Earth Alliance detects the catastrophic energy spike. They understand that the most dangerous weapon in all of creation has been activated. Facing imminent doom, Thanos decrees that diplomacy is over. It's either act now with everything they have, or be erased from existence. The front line dives through the dimensional shortcut in full force. The focus is on maintaining maximum aggression right out of the gate, but they land in exactly the wrong place. They fall into a literal meat grinder, forced to start a brutal war for their own survival. Outside, the architect of the tragedy watches it all. Thanos reveals that he sent the team to the slaughterhouse on purpose, using them as cannon fodder. With the heroes serving as bloody bait outside, the Titan breaches the systems. He ignores the massacre and prepares to strike straight at the base's weak point. Thanos' intention was never heroic. He wants to assassinate the new god just to pry the prize from his corpse and reclaim the throne. But upon crossing the threshold, the stealth attack falls apart. He comes face to face with his own duplicate, who anticipated his exact invasion route. They even consider an alliance to take control, but the deal crumbles. They both know that absolute power leaves no room for partnership. The clash is inevitable, a war of mental and physical attrition where every trick is perfectly mirrored against the worst possible enemy. Oblivious to it all, in the center of power, the deity savors his revenge. He rubs it in Warlock's face that all that need for pure control was what birthed the chaos. With ultimate victory in his hands, the death sentence is decreed. The tyrant prepares the final blow to erase his creator once and for all and reign supreme. Magus revels in his victory. With ultimate power in his hands, his mind now shapes reality like clay, turning the universe into a playground for his sick fantasies. To crown his conquest, he makes a point of psychologically tormenting his greatest rival. The front row agony is part of the reward for finally achieving omnipotence. But there is a bottleneck in the operation. The absence of certain cosmic tools creates a delay in the process of assimilating all of reality, leaving his plan temporarily exposed. Far away, Earth's defenders feel the weight of failure. Magic was not enough to contain the catastrophe, leaving only desperate anguish for what is to come. At this critical moment, unexpected reinforcements arrive. A new alliance of heroes is formed, bringing a glimmer of hope to those who had already thrown in the towel in the face of the apocalypse. With no other choice, the team launches a kamikaze offensive. They try to destabilize the enemy in a desperate last-ditch effort, marching into what they know is practically suicide. But their combined strength is no match. This monumental and heroic effort proves useless against an enemy who no longer plays by the rules of physics. Tired of playing around, Magus issues a final command. He decides to wipe any threat off the map with a single cosmic gesture, demanding total submission to his authority. The impact triggers a brutal collapse. The dimensional fabric swallows the universe's champions into an inescapable vacuum, turning their heroic sacrifice to dust. With the cleanup done and his ego through the roof, his attention turns to Adam Warlock. Magus savors the moment, rubbing it in his creator's face that the corrupted version has won the game. But the usurper's sense of security suffers a seismic interruption. Thanos suddenly appears on the scene, instantly shifting the entire weight of the situation. The Titan doesn't back down, revealing a lethal secret. He coldly declares that Magus made a massive miscalculation, and that his sense of absolute victory is nothing but an illusion. Faced with the false god's delusions of grandeur, Thanos remains impassive. He doesn't yield, as he clearly sees the structural flaw the enemy overlooked. Seizing upon Magus's slightest hesitation, Thanos attacks without mercy. The strike punishes the enemy's distraction, proving that omnipotence without clarity is a death sentence. That's when Adam Warlock enters the fray, showing that the tables have turned. He makes it clear that the true connection to omnipotence was always under his control. The ultimate clash begins. The battle transcends physical strength and becomes a direct war of souls, deciding who has the right to dictate the fate of the universe. The ideological clash is so violent that the very fabric of the dimension unravels. The universe's greatest protectors find themselves reduced to useless dust amidst this war of deities. A desperate evacuation takes place in the surroundings. The survivors flee the crushing forces, forcibly leaving the future of the galaxies to the outcome of that psychological duel. During the mental struggle, Magus attacks his opponent's moral compass. Exploiting Warlock's empathy, the dark side suffocates the hero's mind, forcefully injecting darkness into it. But the supposed weakness was a trap. Warlock strikes back, channeling universal truth into the villain's mind to expose the fatal miscalculation of his master plan. The logical flaw is laid bare in the enemy's mind. One cannot rule creation while ignoring its polarity. By imprisoning only one side of existence, the dictator sealed his own doom. The built-up tension gives way, and the point of cosmic friction shatters the surrounding reality. The landscape is instantly emptied, ending the duel in a massive terminal rupture. Against all odds, the combatants re-emerge safely. The relief of still breathing mixes with sheer disorientation, as they have no idea how the war actually ended. Away from prying eyes, the harsh reality of the savior is revealed. The immense effort to stabilize the cosmos has fractured his mind, leaving Adam Warlock sunk in a deep state of inertia. In this moment of collective vulnerability, the true strategist savors his work. Thanos confesses that he meticulously orchestrated every step of the enemy's downfall from the shadows. The Titan exposes the genius of his plan. He had forged the very source of power. Magus never had total control over reality, only the lethal illusion of being untouchable. Before the shock wears off, the very consciousness of the universe steps in. The higher entity acknowledges that the sacrifice made there prevented all of existence from collapsing. However, the divine verdict is drastic and unquestionable. To prevent further collapses, the tools of absolute power are permanently banned from operating together. Omnipotence has been sealed away. Observing Warlock's motionless body, Thanos astutely deduces that his naivety is a thing of the past. The hero surely prepared a lethal insurance policy before leaving himself vulnerable. The Titan then makes one final revelation that alters his own fate. Rejected by death herself, the greatest avatar of cosmic annihilation finds himself forced to continue existing. Without further justification, Thanos makes an instant strategic retreat. The group is left isolated amidst the wreckage and uncertainties left by a war that nearly devoured space-time. The mood among Adam Warlock's allies is one of bitter exhaustion. They try to find some sense of normalcy and safety after nearly watching reality come to an end. But in the spiritual plane of the Soul Gem, the story continues. Magus wasn't destroyed, merely exiled to what should be a peaceful paradise for the souls trapped within. Unable to accept defeat, the villain tries to impose his authority to recruit those imprisoned minds. He demands submission, hoping to forge the vanguard of his new army. However, the essence of the realm reveals a crushing truth to the invader. Being merely the personification of the evil expelled from Warlock, Magus realizes that he doesn't even possess a true soul. The shock reduces him to total cosmic insignificance. Unable to interact and lead in the spiritual world, the false god's final punishment is not pain, but complete and absolute nothingness. Far from this ruin, Thanos coldly analyzes the enemy's downfall. He realizes that Magus fell victim to the exact same cycle of mental self-sabotage that he himself suffered from in the past. The realization transforms the Titan's mind. Brute force gives way to a more calculating approach, focused solely on anticipating the structural flaws that govern the universe. The focus of the sharp mind turns to a recent mystery. Someone took advantage of the battle's chaos to steal cosmic containment units, a subtle detail only he noticed. The answer lies in the very origin of the crisis. When Warlock abandoned his emotions, he didn't just purge his dark side, but also discarded his purely good facet. The final deduction is terrifying. Extremist goodness, blind and devoid of any balance, is truly responsible for the theft. The seed of a crusade far more lethal than the last has already been planted in the universe. Adam Warlock feels the weight of the universe. His cosmic intuition warns him that the good persona he purged from himself is breeding a silent catastrophe. Isolated, he resorts to an artifact for direct communication with the cosmos. It's a dangerous gift, reserved for the worst possible scenario. Warlock achieves total oblivion. At this exact point, the ego ceases to exist, and understanding expands through the void. Face to face with eternity, he doesn't back down. Warlock reports the feeling that something very wrong is about to corrupt the foundation of everything. But the entity couldn't care less. For a being of such infinite scale, the fate of mortals is an irrelevant detail unworthy of its attention. The connection is abruptly cut. Rejected by the greatest force in the universe, Warlock realizes he will have to face this annihilation entirely alone. Suddenly, a new presence invades the area. The energy evokes a disturbing intimacy, confirming the hero's worst suspicions. The invader is the goddess, the purely good facet Warlock expelled. With no time for dialogue, she acts ruthlessly to silence her creator. Without an ounce of pity, she banishes Warlock from that existential plane. The only being who understood the danger is wiped off the map, leaving her path clear. The true epicenter of the problem reveals itself in an abandoned cosmic vault. There rest artifacts with the power to rewrite the fabric of reality. The goddess seizes this supreme control. With this tool in hand, she decrees that her vision of a perfect universe will be imposed by force. When the primordial guardian reacts, she brutally condemns the defense. Her blind conviction eradicates the resistance, proving that her version of good is lethal. With the guardian violently banished, the dark plan is consolidated. Her unquestionable possession of the weapon ensures that no one will escape her salvation. Even the Lord of the Underworld feels the disturbance. He senses a force capable of sweeping away his own domain and extinguishing the concept of evil. To survive this fanaticism, the master of manipulation swallows his pride. He understands that he will need to seek unpredictable alliances. Meanwhile, the goddess renounces her individuality and surrenders to pure energy. She becomes a living conduit to shape the new universal order. Adam Warlock, however, suffers the punishment of his defeat. Isolated and adrift in an unknown dimension, his spirit begins to fail. In this moment of extreme weakness, fate intervenes. Warlock falls straight into the hands of the most dangerous and calculating presence in the entire cosmos. Far away, the goddess's brainwashing reaches Earth. The subconscious of ordinary citizens is silently invaded, rewriting their priorities. Crowds lose the ability to question. Individuality crumbles, uniting everyone in blind adoration to serve the supreme plan. All outrage dies, replaced by a hollow conformity. The planet transforms into an army of terrifyingly peaceful puppets. The entity also handpicks heroes. She projects herself into their minds with an aura of absolute peace, disarming any defensive instinct. The invasion operates on a specific spiritual frequency. Only those with a strong inclination toward faith are affected, while skeptics remain immune. Her true weapon is the promise to heal any and all trauma, an offer too good to refuse for warriors who carry the tragedies of the world on their shoulders. She doesn't hesitate to exploit unimaginable grief and loss. It's a terrible psychological manipulation, perfectly masked as divine empathy. The new generation's drive to change the system is easily hijacked. All youthful rebellion is converted into absolute submission to the entity's purposes. The very symbol of global ethics is hooked by the illusion. If the planet's greatest moral compass accepts this brainwashing, any hope for inspiration dies. Using the ideal of sacrifice for the greater good, the goddess consolidates her task force. The planet is dominated and resistance crushed without a single punch thrown. The trap extends to gods and cosmic entities. The end of all conflicts is an irresistible temptation for those who carry millennia of battles. The result is immediate. Proud heroes who never bowed down to villains willingly surrender their devotion to this fanatical movement. The instruction for the converts is cold. Trust no one. She isolates her generals psychologically, ensuring that loyalty to her is all that matters. Free will evaporates. In a moment of collective ecstasy, the universe's greatest defenders embrace mental slavery, believing it to be the purest freedom. The physical extraction phase begins. Portals tear through the fabric of space-time directly from inside Earth's most secure bases. Security systems are useless. The targets simply walk, smiling and entranced, toward the dimensional rifts. Defense fronts are dismantled in seconds. The heroes who resisted are left behind, realizing they will have to face their own friends. Confusion takes hold of the survivors. Their allies have vanished without a trace, abducted by an incomprehensible force. Terror grows as they see that the reality around vital figures has also been torn away. There is no one left in the cosmos to guide this isolated resistance. The last defenders gather at the base. An alliance forged purely out of despair takes shape to try and understand the crisis. Analyzing the missing, they reach a disturbing conclusion. The criteria for abduction wasn't physical strength, but rather unwavering faith. Those who trusted in science and reason were left behind. Devotion served as a tracking tag to capture the most virtuous souls. The harsh reality hits. The pragmatic scum were spared, while the morally best of them all now make up the enemy army. But one name breaks this logic: Reed Richards. Earth's greatest scientist vanished, even though he doesn't fit the religious profile in any way. The deduction is quick. Someone acted in the shadows, using the global smokescreen to kidnap Richards in complete isolation. Mass abductions and cosmic chaos trigger old traumas. Survival instincts scream, and the blame falls on the usual suspect, the Mad Titan. But they are hunting the wrong ghost. In deep space, the goddess ignores the laws of physics and pulls in raw matter to build her base. The impact forms a massive new planet out of the vacuum. The stage for her utopia and holy war is being sculpted by sheer will. She imposes the creation of cellular biology on the barren planet. Life emerges artificially, programmed at its core to serve its creator. Her private Eden is ready to be the nerve center of the crusade. With the world assembled, the goddess summons her loyal flock. The dimensional crossing dumps all the abducted warriors onto the new territory. They are torn from their realities and arrive at the artificial paradise. A gigantic monument tears through the ground before them. The colossal structure is erected as the ultimate symbol of submission to their new leader. The sanctuary opens. The visual impact of finally standing before the entity that stole their minds seals the pact of blind obedience once and for all. The goddess officially introduces herself to her army of pawns. With the impenetrable fortress filled with soldiers, the war to purify unify the universe is about to begin. The goddess makes the beginning of her insane crusade official, christening her new world. She makes it clear to her followers that their mission is to purify the morality of all reality, whatever the cost. To ensure her message reaches the galaxy, the entity provides advanced infrastructure. She transforms her faithful into a true militarized army, ready to spread the new doctrine. While Earth tries to understand the crisis, the Infinity Watch suddenly appears at headquarters. It is the first real chance the heroes have to get answers about what is swallowing the universe. With nerves on edge and a total lack of trust, the provocation soon escalates into physical violence. Earth's heroes unleash their pent-up frustration on the cosmic visitors. After the initial brawl, tempers finally cool down, and an uncomfortable truce is imposed. It is established that, however unstable they may be, the cosmic group is there as an ally. But the peace is quickly shaken during the assessment of the Watch's memory-deprived rookie. His supposed amnesia is immediately called into question when he experiences an inexplicable flash of familiarity with someone in the room. Taking advantage of the suspicious atmosphere, Earth's leadership corners the cosmic group. The security system had already scanned the visitors, proving they stole technology upon arriving at the base. With the alliance shaken, a global anomaly paralyzes everyone. Monitors show that crime across the entire planet has simply ceased to exist. Not a single incident has been recorded in the last few hours. Terror sets in when they realize this piece is the result of massive telepathic interference. It becomes clear that the missing heroes didn't fall in battle, but were hypnotized into marching to their captivity with a smile. Far away, the mastermind behind the plan confesses she cannot act alone. She reveals to her newly converted apostles that her ambition has no limits. The goal is a universal-scale crusade. The scale of the nightmare materializes in the ultimate weapon. It is not just an artifact, but a grotesque fusion of reality matrices, creating a universal alteration engine with infinite processing power. Her justification borders on absolute insanity. Instead of imposing her will alone, she will use the forced belief of billions of connected minds to rewrite the universe in a pseudo-democratic way. Faced with the fear of divine retaliation, the goddess reveals a loophole in the laws of the universe. Since the rival cosmic force was forbidden to operate, the machine she built becomes the unquestionable supreme artifact. But carrying out this mass cosmic conversion comes at a high price. The process will demand all of her essence, leaving her physical form completely vulnerable to resistance attacks. That is why she transformed the hypnotized heroes into her absolute personal guard. She demands that they defend her trance with their lives, even if it means destroying their former allies. With armed security in place and the chain of command transferred, there is no turning back. The goddess's great galactic crusade is officially declared to the entire cosmos. On Earth, the consequences of the first wave are already terrifying the defenders. The entire world in a simultaneous ceasefire is horrifying proof that humanity has lost its free will. While they try to track the signal, a missing heroine reappears in the lab, visibly under the cosmic trance. The enemy anomaly has just knocked on their door, and it is through her that they discover the flaw in the spell. Due to suffering from multiple personalities, the goddess's brainwashing short-circuited, sparking a violent identity clash within the prisoner's mind. The resistance understands the pattern. The antagonist can only control those who already possess a pre-existing blind faith. Deep religious devotion is the true mental security breach exploited by the enemy. Using their teammates' fanaticism against her, the leaders adopt a risky tactic. They decide to let her escape on purpose, turning her into a living beacon to guide the team straight to the enemy base. As the counterattack plan advances, an existential crisis shakes those left on Earth. They question their own convictions, feeling guilty for not being considered pure enough for the rapture. For others, the absence of this blind faith comes from deep childhood trauma, especially for those who watched a loved one lose the battle to a terminal illness with no miracles in sight. This loss of faith and resentment toward the divine served as a perfect mental shield against the goddess. The trauma guaranteed the hero's free will, even though it left painful scars from the past. But in space, the goddess monitors every step and knows the heroine is a tracking beacon. Far from being a stealthy infiltration, she awaits their arrival for a terrifying display of power. As soon as the Earth team breaches the atmosphere guided by the bait, the scenario becomes terrifying. They finally understand that the threat affects the entire cosmos, demanding everything they have. During the flight, the enemy camouflage is unraveled. The goddess hid her sanctuary in a strategic blind spot, using the sun's intense radiation to mask the base's mental signal. Their suicidal pragmatism is confirmed when the radar's beep deep at the border. The ambush blocking their path is formed exactly by the former comrades they wanted to save. The true magnitude of the enemy base reveals itself to the shocked invaders. It is not a simple hideout, but a planetary-scale fortress, elevating the war to an unimaginable level. Taking over the communication systems, the antagonist herself mocks the team. She dictates the rules of engagement and allows their entry with unquestionable superiority. The fact that they find loved ones on the opposing side shatters the team's sanity. The tactical conflict quickly turns into an unbearable emotional nightmare to face. On the ground, the invading force is immediately crushed by the disparity in power. The enemy army, made up of the universe's greatest converted defenders, creates an insurmountable and relentless barrier. Refusing to submit, the human leadership attacks the deity's logic. They question the inflated ego of someone who claims to be absolute, yet needs a pathetic flock of followers around them. Reed Richards enters the direct clash. Armed with technology and scientific proof, he challenges the narrative of blind faith that the supposed goddess is trying to sell. The genius exposes the trick. Their devotion is a continuous telepathic transmission from the base. The instinctive and aggressive reaction of the followers confirms the violent mental programming underway. Richard's cold logic creates a brief crack in the enemy's illusion. For a fraction of a second, the programming falters and the victim realizes the brutal contradiction imposed upon their own mind. Seeing their intellectual resistance, the goddess rejects any peaceful infiltration. With no tolerance for heretics, she brutally expels the tactical group before they can plan any counterattack. The instantaneous spatial transition disorients the heroes. The shock of the forced expulsion makes the terrifying difference in raw power between mortals and the deity evident. Back at the base, the real damage begins to erode the defenders' morale. The psychological toll makes some question if they aren't fighting against a justifiable paradise, but the strategic reality cuts through the utopian illusion. Trying to force absolute peace would inevitably draw the fury of the cosmos's greatest threats, triggering an apocalypse. Faced with the tactical abyss, Adam Warlock confronts his own guilt. Knowing that the goddess is the manifestation of his purged goodness, he decides to act to fix the mistake that fractured the universe. The team led by Reed Richards changes its target. With the frontal assault failed, they travel to the moon seeking answers out of the enemy's reach. The encounter brings the minds of the resistance face to face with Uatu, the Watcher. They try to convince the silent entity to break his oath of non-interference to save galactic free will. Meanwhile, the goddess delegates her ultimate authority to her most loyal representative. She needs absolute focus, so the true universal indoctrination can finally begin. The antagonist isolates herself in an insurmountable energy dome. The divine metamorphosis that will birth the universe's new reality begins, free from the risk of physical interruptions. In the depths of the sanctuary planet, the engine of absolute purification is turned on. The cosmic chain reaction begins, designed to be impossible to deactivate by conventional methods. The mental override hits Earth as ground zero of the Crusade. The free will of billions is instantly replaced by the imposition of a single higher consciousness. The cosmic rapture reaches universal scale with absolute success. The goddess's ultimate goal is realized, and freedom as we knew it has just been completely deleted from existence. The Resistance's desperate gamble leads the group to the supreme watcher of the universe. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the entity makes an exception to his oath and hands over classified records about the new cosmic dictator. The data reveals the true horror of the conflict. The enemy's influence has proven to have no physical boundaries, invading the minds of entire alien races and rewriting their will in the middle of combat. The moral dilemma hits Earth's leadership hard. Even though the villain has delivered the definitive end to all wars, they understand that this forced harmony, built upon the death of free will, is nothing but masked slavery. The doubt about why the team remains lucid reveals the enemy's first weakness. The conversion only works through long-range waves, and the fact that they were practically in the enemy base's backyard created a blind spot that saved their sanity. This deduction completely changes the game. They realize that destroying that isolated fortress is no longer about revenge, but has become the only mathematical chance to break the hypnosis dominating the universe. Leaving no room for debate or negotiation, the cosmic host uses his raw power to end the meeting. The group is unilaterally dismissed from the location before they can even finish their sentence. When the dust settles, it becomes clear that the forced expulsion was a surgical maneuver. They were strategically repositioned on Earth, landing exactly at the rendezvous point where the counterattack needed to be organized. The problem is that the front line blindly trusts that their cloaking spells are protecting them. They debate the attack plan without the slightest idea that every word is being heard in real time by the enemy. Checkmate approaches as the villain prepares to transcend the physical dimension. The promised salvation reveals its true face, the irreversible end of all individuality in the multiverse. Far from there, the goddess's telepathic invasion displays her absolute power. Without firing a single shot, she breaks the will of entire armies, turning free minds into perfectly obedient slaves to her cause. On Earth, the Resistance deals with a massive ideological rift. The fact that the goddess is forcing peace upon the universe makes some heroes question if she really is the enemy, creating a dangerous moral dilemma. The debate is cut short when the arrival of an intruder breaches the perimeter. He lands, promising the exact massacre the heroes have been waiting for so they can unleash their tension. But the intruder, a brutal villain, acts like a repentant believer begging for punishment. Seeing the goddess force redemption through telepathy lays bare to the Resistance the absurd level of psychological violation that is taking place. The limit of their patience snaps, and the fury against this silent submission shatters the group's unity. It becomes clear that the villain didn't need to strike a single blow to implode the heroes from the inside out. In this chaos, the pieces fall into place in a terrifying revelation about Adam Warlock. If the Magus was his discarded evil, this new enemy imposing peace can only be Warlock's pure goodness, weaponized into an unquestionable force. Isolated, Warlock delves deep into his own mind, scouring the void of his emotional purgation. He desperately needs to figure out how a fragment of his own soul managed to dominate the cosmos. His meditation is interrupted by the arrival of Thanos. Swallowing his pride, Warlock understands that an alliance with his worst enemy is no longer a choice, but an absolute necessity for survival. A third player forces his way into the agreement, offering an unholy partnership. The demon Mephisto puts his expertise and manipulation at their disposal to bring down the villain's empire of light. The most dangerous alliance in the universe is officially forged. Three absolute forces that hate each other are now united by the conclusion that a forced utopia is just as lethal as total annihilation. They dissect the lethal flaw in the goddess's plan and reach a rare consensus. Pulling evil out by the root won't save the galaxy, but rather turn every conscious life form into an empty shell without a will of its own. Meanwhile, Professor Xavier attempts a diplomatic gamble. His mind breaches the barriers of space in an attempt to pull a former ally's consciousness back to reality. The dialogue quickly escalates into an uncontrollable religious fury. Just the audacity of questioning the divine will turns former comrades in arms into targets that must be eliminated. The refusal to listen ends with a violent severing of the mental connection. This brutal retaliation sends a clear message to the Resistance. The era of debate is over, and there will be no mercy. In space, Mephisto reveals he knows the structural flaws of the enemy's cosmic tools, information so vital that it forces the galaxy's two greatest strategists to accept the devil as a central piece. With no dialogue options left, the Earth base reaches a heavy consensus. Clashing head-on with a deity is borderline suicide, but waiting around for the end of free will is no longer an option. The Resistance embraces war. Stolen information from the Sanctuary crosses the vacuum and reaches the Dark Trinity. They know the source is acting out of self-interest, but that raw data is exactly what their gears needed to start turning. The true cost of Mephisto's services is put on the table. A fragment of divine power is payment. The risk of arming the demon is absurd, but without this pact, there will be no existence left to save. Earth's Resistance decides to bet on tactical science. They develop a specific disruptor to neutralize the villain's energy source, serving as a safety net for the assault team. But the deity not only knows about the secret weapon, she has already nullified its effectiveness by altering the energy signature. The Resistance's trump card is dead weight, and the heroes will march right into a lethal ambush. Unaware of the trap, the Resistance unleashes its heavy arsenal. They board ships designed for large-scale warfare, using brute military force to invade enemy territory. The weight of the decision sinks into the team's stomachs. They board, accepting that this is a suicide mission and that to save the multiverse, they might have to kill their own converted comrades. Upon detecting the invasion, the goddess issues an extermination order across the galaxy. The telepathic call demands that the converted return immediately to massacre the resistance. But the order to murder former allies in cold blood causes a short circuit. The hypocrisy becomes obvious, and the peaceful indoctrination directly clashes with the extreme violence of the command. This break in the illusion makes free will speak louder. The righteousness of the Crusade is openly rejected by some warriors, who break their conformity, accepting the consequences of their insubordination. The fury of having been used as puppets sweeps away the last traces of indoctrination. Full autonomy is recovered, creating a chaotic and powerful variable that the goddess did not foresee. The goddess's retaliation against those who dare to resist is immediate. The punishment is not just death, but an execution carried out by manipulated old allies, sparking a brutal hunt. In this scenario, survival speaks loudest. Hesitation disappears when the deserters' only choice is to strike back with full force against their former comrades. As the war reaches its peak, a member of the resistance on Earth is consumed by vanity. He forges a plan to become the ultimate savior, using the conflict as a stage for his personal ascension. The plan materializes in a sudden and selfish desertion. The traitor's abandonment catches the team completely off guard, injecting even more chaos and paranoia into the resistance. Despair hits the team as they realize the worst. An old contact granted the deserter all the coordinates necessary to directly invade the enemy sanctuary. The traitor's invasion happens silently and is impossible to trace. Bypassing the divine defenses, he strikes at the absolute center of the villain's power to execute his audacious plan. Taking advantage of the shock of a mind that believed it controlled everything, the surprise attack is executed with surgical precision. The final protective barrier is breached without resistance. With the snap of a finger, the deity is wiped from existence by a profane whim. Driven by blind ambition, the deserter usurps the power vacuum and crowns himself the supreme force, starting an even worse nightmare. Thanos watches the chaos unfold, well aware that Earth's resistance is marching blindly into the enemy base, and that he is the only one actually playing chess. The fragile peace is shattered by the return of the great goddess, the antagonist who stops the revolution dead in its tracks. With the universal threat looming once again, Thanos realizes he must immediately enact the suicidal containment plan left behind by Adam Warlock. To do so, he forcefully intercepts a cosmic hero who harbors a deep hatred for him, initiating contact in the worst way possible. Ripped from the vacuum of space and completely disoriented, the hero is greeted by the Titan's biting mockery. Having no patience for games, the hero unleashes his fury with lethal force, ready to incinerate his enemy right then and there. But instead of fighting back, Thanos surprisingly swallows his pride and simply surrenders to avoid wasting time on a pointless brawl. The hero's shock reaches its peak when he sees that Adam Warlock's most sacred artifact is now in the hands of the villain. Thanos reveals that Warlock sacrificed himself voluntarily, infiltrating his essence into the gem to dismantle the goddess's plans from the inside out. Faced with the imminent threat, the hero swallows his distrust and accepts an alliance with the Titan purely out of a lack of options. Meanwhile, Adam Warlock's consciousness crosses the threshold, plunging back into the spiritual plane within the soul gem. He reveals to the peaceful inhabitants of this domain that, to prevent the collapse of reality, he must recruit a very specific soul trapped within it. Back in our temporal reality, Earth's resistance fleet finally breaches the perimeter of enemy territory. The atmosphere is a living nightmare, as the heroes must be reminded that the enemy army is made up of their own brainwashed friends. At the height of this grim mood, the ship's comms are hijacked by Thanos, who offers his help to prevent the group from being decimated. The tactician bluntly warns them that he intends to use the team's desperate invasion as a mere distraction to execute his true plans. Humiliation strikes the heroes deep as the reality check reveals they have been reduced to disposable meat shields. Thanos warns that the immediate major threat is not just military, but the goddess's telepathic defense, which would annihilate anyone who gets close. To break through this continuous mental sweep, he demands the planet's most powerful mutant mind to use as a tool. But the heroes inform him that this asset has already been neutralized by the goddess, leaving the telepath in a vegetative state. Ignoring the setback, Thanos' alien forces easily breach Earth's defenses without triggering a single alarm. In a surgical extraction, the telepath's catatonic body is taken before the resistance can even react. In space, the villain hooks the prisoner up to a machine, turning the unconscious mind into a biological battery to bring down the shield. With the biological weapon ready and the tactical hierarchy established, the final phase of the deadly operation is set in motion. For the next step, Thanos convinces the Silver Surfer to break his golden rule and absorb a near-fatal amount of power. Using Earth's own sun as fuel, the hero becomes a living sponge, putting our entire solar system at risk. The hero's mind and organic limits begin to fracture under the absurd pressure, turning him into a ticking time bomb. The plan works. The massive overload melts the tracking defenses, leaving the goddess's fleet completely blind in deep space. Losing his sanity due to the excess energy, the corrupted hero is reduced to a massive living projectile of cosmic artillery. The living anomaly is fired toward the enemy army, but his mental instability makes his trajectory highly unpredictable. The resistance team spots the weapon flying by, realizing in despair that the trajectory is off and the warhead will miss its target. Since physical contact would be lethal, the warriors decide to use large debris and asteroids as hammers to bat him back on course. The heavy kinetic impact corrects the living warhead's vector, locking it perfectly onto its final path and saving the plan. With no more detours, the living missile finally locks onto the goddess's sanctuary in an unstoppable charge. The colossal impact hits, and the cult's primary protective barrier yields immediately. The defensive perimeter's integrity completely collapses, leaving the path to the fortress wide open and exposed. The resistance fleet capitalizes on the resulting chaos, using the vast debris field to begin their stealth infiltration. But the clean invasion attempt is intercepted by the cult's warrior vanguard, which crushes the attack with critical damage right out of the gate. With the main invasion ship collapsing, the resistance is forced to abandon the vessel before it becomes a coffin in the vacuum of space. The evacuation is completed at the last possible second, leaving the team completely scattered and ejected into the darkness in small escape pods. As they plummet, the front line is brutally ambushed by their brainwashed former comrades, who attack with lethal intent. To survive without killing their friends, the heroes change tactics, focusing solely on destroying their attackers' mobility gear. The sabotage works. Without propulsion and zero gravity, the threats are neutralized and left adrift, clearing the path for their descent. Free from orbital interceptions, the fleet of small survivor pods finally tears through the enemy planet's atmosphere. The descent is interrupted by an order from Thanos. He needs one of the pods to stay high above to act as an antenna, as cosmic dust has blinded his sensors. Those chosen for this task are left behind in the sky with pure resentment, exposed and floating as sitting ducks. Meanwhile, in the spiritual realm, Adam Warlock's solitary journey comes to an end, heavy with the doubt of what he must do. He comes face to face with the Magus, the personification of all his evil, and accepts the desperate reality of needing to forge a pact with his own nightmare. In the physical world, the cult perfectly tracks the descent of every pod that hits the planet, nullifying the hero's camouflage. The resistance forces hit the ground completely scattered and fractured, turning their army into a cluster of disoriented targets. The ground siege ambush erupts with full force the very moment they land, forcing the isolated heroes to fight purely for their own lives. Safely aboard in orbit, Thanos continues to use the telepath's mind as a router, apathetically monitoring the slaughter below. The architect watches his sacrificial gears turn, knowing full well that if a single calculation fails, all of reality will be annihilated. The orbital invasion plan begins to fall apart. The Hulk ends up completely isolated in the vacuum of space, paying the price for trusting the wrong person. With no means of propulsion, he becomes a mere passenger to gravity. The countdown for his oxygen to run out has already started as he plummets in freefall. Meanwhile, in the ops room, the atmosphere is pure tension. Handing vital data over to a genocidal despot is a tough pill to swallow for the resistance. But Thanos savors the situation. With Professor Xavier's mind enslaved to the tactical system, the Titan assumes his favorite role as master of the board. The bet is placed, and the physical invasion finally begins. The first ships breach the planetary defenses and touch down on enemy soil. But the calm was a trap, and the welcoming committee was already waiting in the shadows. A lethal ambush is triggered against the invaders. The moral nightmare becomes a reality. Heroes are forced to fight heroes. Under a fanatical trance, the goddess's defenders coordinate a relentless offensive. On the side of the corrupted, the attack is justified by pure pragmatism. They sacrifice their own allies just to get the perfect angle and eliminate their opponents. The dust settles, and the first invasion wave is completely annihilated. With no trace of grief for their former comrades, it becomes clear that the brainwashed brainwashing has won. The converted heroes now operate as the high command of a militarized cult. They map the planet with precision to crush any attempt at resistance. The spell has erased any trace of camaraderie. Sanity has given way to blind fanaticism, turning defenders of peace into merciless executioners. Rules of fair combat are thrown out the window. Powers that used to save the world are now used dirtily against the vital points of old friends. The harsh reality hits the invasion team. Either they put their emotions aside and fight for real, or they will be massacred by their own brothers in arms. With the enemies acting out of control, a terrifying realization sets in. The golden rule of no killing has been eradicated. No one is safe from themselves. Meanwhile, in the mystical heart of the deity, the true plan takes shape. The stolen faith of the heroes fuels the creation of a cosmic anomaly. The ultimate goal is coldly exposed: universal genocide. The goddess promises to purge all existing life, and her devotees accept this apocalypse. On the surface, the rescue team hits an invisible blockade. It's the Invisible Woman, fully controlled, who begins to trap and neutralize the group. But the internal pressure from one of the prisoners overloads the containment to the breaking point. The impact shatters the barrier and knocks down the trap's creator. Far from there, the giant's free fall into the atmosphere turns into a living hell. Survival now depends solely on extreme cellular resistance against the brutal heat of re-entry. Back on the ground, more threats emerge. New heroes with corrupted minds appear across the perimeter to actively hunt down the invaders. The theater of war is bleak. The cult squads report their kills, treating the deaths of old colleagues as mere variables in a mathematical equation. Without ethical filters, predatory instinct dominates the combat. Cowardly and lethal strikes aim to neutralize the victim's primary senses for a quick kill. But the cornered victims begin to explode with pure adrenaline. Their survival instinct channels a brutal fury that shatters the cult's control. However, the goddess's hive mind works with frightening perfection. Her acolytes communicate telepathically, organizing a hunt that is impossible to escape. The cult demonstrates a surgical, lethal precision to take down the heavyweights instantly. Muscles mean nothing against someone who knows exactly which pressure point to shut down. Seeing their allies being massacred, the orbital support team reaches their breaking point. They abandon safety and descend straight into the hell of direct combat. In response, corrupted magic changes the rules. The enemy's objective shifts simply to containing and immobilizing the heroes as the apocalyptic ritual advances. The containment tactics suffocate the resistance. The warning left by the followers is clear: any heroism on the ground will be punished swiftly and definitively. While the bloodbath holds the defenses on the ground, the goddess uses this bought time. The cosmic plan enters its final alignment phase. Far from the physical clash, Thanos ignores the chaos and focuses on the operations intel, tracking down the only variable that can break this mind control spell. Suddenly, the frequency of the entire universe suffers a seismic shock. The deity broadcasts her telepathic ultimatum. The point of no return has just been crossed. Millions of corrupted minds merge into a terrifying neural network. Their combined willpower becomes a colossal cosmic battery to rewrite reality. Shaken, the defenders finally break psychologically. To survive, they surrender to the same bloodlust as the cult, letting fury guide their hands. The blocking tactics fail miserably. The aggressiveness of the former allies crushes Tony Stark's technological containments in a matter of seconds. Harnessing the energy of unified fanaticism, the goddess breaks the laws of the universe. She bypasses cosmic barriers, paving the way for the end of everything. The cataclysm is unleashed. An absolute force begins to sweep through the very fabric of existence indiscriminately. The realization finally dawns on the resistance. The shocking revelation that divine peace was always a universal genocide kills the last spark of hope. The cult's retaliation strikes the very nerve center of the resistance. Thanos and Xavier are forced to abandon the space base before it crumbles with them inside. With standard escape routes destroyed, they eject the pod in free fall. The leaders trade certain death in the vacuum for a suicidal gamble on enemy soil, but the impact zone instantly becomes a slaughterhouse. The cult approaches rapidly to butcher the pod's occupants right after the violent landing. The last defenders prepare the front line. The corrupted heavy cavalry advances, and tension reaches its breaking point before the brutal clash for dominance of the area. Until the math of combat is shattered, the heavyweight presumed dead reappears, tearing through the sky and driving the enemy into the ground, turning the tide. The surprise return knocks down the soldiers of blind faith and blows the perimeter wide open. The route to attack the deity's core is finally clear. However, Thanos knows that brute force is suicide. The artifact's defense is impenetrable through normal means. The only opening to stop the end of everything requires fires a telepathic attack. The Titan triggers the perfect weapon. Professor Xavier drops his catatonic disguise to attempt a risky mental infiltration straight into the enemy's consciousness. The massive psychic impact is launched. All mental power is thrown against the deity's concentration in a desperate attempt to interrupt the lethal ritual. But the inner wall is unbreakable. The goddess completely ignores the telepathic sabotage and triggers the irreversible annihilation of the universe. Thanos goes into total panic. He pushes Xavier's mind to the extreme limit, bitterly realizing he underestimated the insurmountable abyss of the enemy's power. Completely dominated, the former heroes cry out for the purifying fire. Fanaticism erases free will, and they applaud the arrival of their own extermination. Shaken and out of options, the greatest strategist in the cosmos swallows his defeat. He and his armies face the infinite, accepting the final verdict. The failure seals the ultimate death sentence. On the streets, everyday people stare at the sky, unarmed and powerless, paralyzed by the shock of the impending apocalypse. The dark nature of the weapon reveals its scale. The energy strikes the sun's core, turning the system's star into a cosmic time bomb. The detonation creates an overwhelming supernova. Entire planets evaporate instantly, incinerating the Earth and everything on it in a fraction of a second. And that serves only as the trigger for the final inferno. The chain reaction consumes all galaxies simultaneously. The goddess's will has been done, and the universe turns to ashes. The goddess's promise begins to be fulfilled. The process of cosmic purification is activated, initiating a perfectly calculated and irreversible chain reaction to erase the universe. The worlds closest to the epicenter are the first to suffer. Entire systems are wiped out in the blink of an eye with no time for pain, panic, or escape. The wave of annihilation sweeps across planetary surfaces like a cosmic tide. It ensures that absolutely nothing survives to tell the tale of the old universe. Billions of stories and consciousnesses evaporate in unison. It is a genocide of incalculable scale, romanticized by the deity as the ultimate forgiveness. The leaders of the resistance face the failure of their strategies. There are no more tactics. All that remains is to accept that they have been defeated by the gears of creation. The universal collapse targets the nerve center of so many crises. Planet Earth enters the final stretch of its last seconds of existence. Earth's protectors feel the drastic alteration in reality. It is the bitter realization that all their efforts to save the world have culminated in absolute defeat. Meanwhile, the corrupted face the extermination with extreme joy and devout acceptance. They are convinced they are crossing the gates of a divine paradise. Billions of earthly lives are erased in fractions of a second. Everything that does not align perfectly with the entity's blind plan is summarily discarded. The unthinkable comes to pass. The world that was the stage for so many heroic miracles ceases to exist, marking humanity's irreversible failure. The scale of the genocide quickly reaches incalculable proportions. Billions of stars and civilizations are sentenced to death, and the entire galaxy collapses. To the sick mind behind the extermination, this is an unprecedented success. The goddess feels the relief of someone who believes they have cured the universe of its worst disease. The condemnation spreads on a multiversal scale. For her perfect plan to make sense, absolute void must reign over the entire tapestry of existence. Until, at the absolute peak of her glory, something completely out of the calculations happens. The false divine perfection is shattered all at once. The end of the world was nothing but a farce. Reality knocks on the door. The universe was not annihilated, and the perfect illusion is violently broken. Heroes who fought to their last breath realize that the ultimate death did not come. It is a brutal shock of survival for those who had already accepted the final sacrifice. The religious trance is suddenly broken. The barrier between the resistance and the goddess's devotees immediately collapses in the face of the shock. The weight of this unusual miracle forces civilization to rise again. Everyone must try to start over, even without understanding exactly who pulled the brakes on the destruction. Meanwhile, the creator of the false apocalypse finds herself cornered. The Mad Titan denies authorship of the trick, but the goddess demands immediate answers for her failure. The true mastermind behind the plan reveals himself. Adam Warlock finally enters the game to collect his dues, taking full responsibility for the cosmic salvation. The masterstroke wasn't a direct confrontation, but rather hacking the fabric of reality. He injected a perfect simulation of the end of the world into the minds of all existence. By subjecting creation to this traumatic experience, Adam broke the goddess's brainwashing. Without the blind faith of her followers, she lost lost the power needed for true destruction. Divine fury focuses on the man who orchestrated her downfall. The goddess decides that Adam's soul must be the first to be erased as punishment. But Adam reveals his trump card. Since he transcended the physical body, the clash leaves the material plane and goes straight to the battlefield where the rules change, the spiritual plane. The two dive into the deepest layer of existence. Even cornered, the goddess bets on fanaticism and uses her divine purpose to crush his mind. The oppressive force of her conviction begins to overwhelm Adam's mental resistance. The weight of facing salvation incarnate becomes almost unbearable. But the real trap springs shut. The minds of the Mad Titan and Earth's most powerful telepath invade the battlefield to tip the mental scales. The three strategists synchronize their consciousnesses into a relentless focus. They combine intellect, telepathy, and sheer resilience to hold off the goddess's attack. The tide finally turns. The trio's relentless psychic offensive begins to tear apart the entity's defenses, shattering the shield of her supposed invincibility. The spiritual checkmate is declared. Adam exposes that the goddess is just an isolated fragment of a larger soul, leaving her perfectly sealed and dominated. In an act of despair, the entity abandons the mental battlefield. She seeks to regain absolute control of her primal power source in physical reality. The transition is complete, and the entity reclaims control of the tangible world. In her mind, the perfect plan of purification has just been saved at the last millisecond. She unleashes the incalculable force of her power source to wipe the heroes from existence. Once again, she decrees the ruthless execution of all opposition. But the annihilation fails again. The Resistance's ultimate trump card is revealed inside the entity's sanctuary, interrupting the raw flow of energy. The earlier mental battle was just a decoy. While the goddess fought on the astral plane, the core of her physical power was silently hacked and assimilated by the Resistance. The usurped control is used as a trigger against the creator herself. The goddess's essence is sucked in and imprisoned within the exact artifact she intended to use against the universe. The nightmare is definitively neutralized, and the goal is achieved. The natural order of the multiverse is secure once more, with the threat completely eradicated. At the epicenter of the conflict, the Titan analyzes the genius of the cosmic artifact's safety locks, designed to prevent a new tyrant from seizing control. But this very lock creates a tiny window of seconds. The Titan realizes he can execute his own interests before the artifact's defenses fully close. Taking advantage of the hero's ethical limitations, he manipulates the situation in his favor. While the Resistance focused only on evacuation, he sneakily secures his own trophy. The emergency plan springs into action. Earth's defenders are pulled to safety from that dimension on the verge of collapse, exiting the stage. Without interference, the Mad Titan is left completely alone with the Supreme Battery. The power source that nearly annihilated existence is at his mercy, until Adam Warlock invades the sanctuary at the last second. He resurfaces, ready to stop any attempt at a universal coup by his dangerous ally. Surprisingly, the Titan reveals he sabotaged the core. The engine of divine creation is in a process of irreversible disintegration, ensuring no one can use it. Faced with the imminent annihilation of that entire space sector, the two agree to a truce. The mind game ends there, and the duo abandons the collapsing sanctuary. Far away, Earth returns to its regular programming. The Resistance emerges at their headquarters, alive, intact, and completely confused as to how they won. The leaders process the events and reach a hard-to-swallow conclusion. The universe only continued to exist thanks to the brilliant intervention of their greatest historical enemy. Adam quickly deduces the truth. The Titan didn't sacrifice himself. He refused to take control of the core because the tool was flawed and did not grant absolute omnipotence. The forced truce comes to an end. The two greatest strategists part ways under the heavy silence of those who know they will face each other again in the very near future. Adam returns to base, but the atmosphere is suffocating. The psychological toll of having been divine puppets left the heroes scarred, and what was supposed to be relief turns into resentment. The Resistance blames the hero for the existential crisis, pointing out that the fanatical goddess was born from the purged halves of his own mind. The fury is unleashed upon him. Realizing that dialogue would only end in blood, Adam takes the quickest way out. He activates his escape route, preferring the cold isolation of space to human confrontation. Alone, he reflects on the tragedy. By purging emotions to make logical decisions, he lost his empathy. He saved everything, but ended up completely isolated in the universe. On Earth, an epidemic phenomenon occurs. Humanity has unconsciously consciously chosen to sweep the painful simulation of the apocalypse under the rug. The end of everything is archived in the collective subconscious. Only a very select group bears the burden of remembering the annihilation, so that civilization does not collapse. Far from the physical plane, the imprisoned goddess awakens from the trance of her defeat. The infinite void that consumes her makes it crystal clear that she no longer dictates the rules of anything. The host of this prison terrifies the former deity. The dark personification of everything she deemed impure emerges to welcome her to rock bottom. The humiliation of both reaches its peak. The naked truth is revealed. They were never more than useless fragments of a larger soul, with no real weight in existence. Back on the streets, the utopian peace evaporates. Humanity reclaims its chaotic free will to exploit and hurt, and the vigilantes' dirty work begins again immediately. The return of brutality imposes a silent mourning. What remains is the disturbing realization that the greatest danger to the universe may not be deities, but the inherently violent nature of life itself. Far from mortal problems, the Titan finally has a moment of peace. Isolated, he focuses on the priceless prize he stole from the shadows during the evacuation. But the bill for the intelligence provided comes due. The Lord of the Underworld appears in person to collect the agreed-upon reward for the goddess's downfall. Showing no attachment, the Titan vouches for the authenticity of the payment. He hands over exactly the cosmic reality-controlling artifact that the demon coveted. The betrayal occurs in milliseconds. Without hesitation, the new master of reality's first mental command is to use the relic to erase the Titan from existence. Frustration explodes. Reality refuses to obey the demon, revealing that the brutal strike had no effect, and the target remains unfazed. The legal bluff is revealed. The agreement required handing over the physical object, but the Titan had already secretly emptied all the weapon's internal power long before delivering it. Humiliated and blind with rage for falling into the trap, the demonic lord utters empty threats and flees. To the Titan, the attempted revenge is just a comical detail. As the cosmic dust settles, the lesson crystallizes in the conqueror's mind. The quest for omnipotence using third-party magical objects is always a flawed trap. He finally accepts that his greatest strength lies in his dark essence and calculating intelligence. From today on, he will rely solely on himself to subjugate the galaxies.